You guys got us to a million quick. We're not at 1.5 million yet. So everybody, all of you, we need 100 more taps. That's it. Just fill the bar plus a little bit extra. We'll get some more in there. Leslie for 25. Thank you so much. Erica for 50 for the legal support fund. Awesome. Natalia, $25. You guys are all amazing. It's going to be put to good work. And if you are a Trump supporter, please stay in the box. If you just want to tell Dean how much you love him, I appreciate it. Just get on the Discord. That's the place to give Dean all of the ego boost that he needs. Keep the box open for Trump supporters. Thank you all.
that was funny. All right, we got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. Everybody give us a minute. What's up, Yvonne? How old are you? All right, Yvonne's not here. Lori, what's up? You're of age, Lori.
Hi.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
Awesome. So why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump has a vehemently sexist past with ill-willed treatment towards women and even sexual violence. But real quick, Purdy, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I really appreciate you for the love, Purdy. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for Purdy and the 20 gifted subs. That is so incredibly kind of you. And Leslie with the $25 on PayPal. W's for Purdy for the 20 gifted subs and W's for Leslie with the $25 gifted on PayPal. Thank you both, Purdy and Leslie, so much. But go ahead, Lori.
Hi. What was the question you asked me? You're very cute, by the way.
Thank you, Lori. So
You're welcome.
Why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump has a vehemently sexist past with ill-willed treatment towards women, including sexual violence.
I believe that both candidates have a checkered past, and we have to weigh the good with the bad. And when Trump was president, I just know groceries were cheaper, gas was cheaper, my car insurance was cheaper, homes were cheaper, interest rates were cheaper, and Biden became president and everything skyrocketed and they tried to blame it on Trump.
Lexi,
so I'm sticking with...
Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, Lexi. Sorry.
Oh, God, I was like, Lexi, I'm Lori.
Oh, no, I was just thanking someone for $10.
Oh, hey. Okay.
So listen. I get the argument. You're saying that everything was cheaper under Trump, right?
Yes. The world was a better place in my eyes.
So I agree, right? Everything was cheaper under Trump's administration. Ribley, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. And if the Biden-Harris administration caused the inflation that caused everything to cost more, this would be a good reason not to vote for them, but they didn't. All right. So I guess I'll just start off our conversation by asking you this question. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation? But real quick, I'm getting a lot of donos here. Matthew, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. And Norberto, thank you for the $10 because I'm cute. Massive W's for Matthew for the $20 and Norberto for the $10 because I'm cute. Matthew and Norberto, thank you both so much. Lori, that's wild. But go ahead. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
I couldn't explain to you why. I could just explain that they did. Do you not see that prices have gone up in everything? Even the interest rates on homes?
One of my mods in the chat just said W donors and W cougar. That's crazy. That is crazy work, Adam. That's insane work, Adam. That's fucking nuts, Adam. Fucking hell, Adam. Jesus Christ. Okay, anyways, back to our conversation.
I'm not a cougar. I'm a panda.
I can't take this seriously.
I don't care to know the difference, but continue.
Okay, so
pandas are more cuddly.
Okay, Lori, this is insane. So the Biden-Harris administration didn't cause everything to get more expensive. COVID did. So the same inflation that we saw like under Biden and Harris's term starting in about 2021 was also seen in every other country around the earth, right? It was onset by COVID, not onset by the Biden-Harris administration, right? So using your logic, because it happened in our country under their presidency, they caused it, right? Well, couldn't we say that Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression at 14.8% at the end of his term?
Well, how can you say that? Because President Trump was president during COVID when everyone lost their jobs because companies had to close, but that didn't have anything to do with him as a president.
You're absolutely right, Lori. Walk straight into the point. He didn't cause it, COVID did. But similarly, right, the inflation that we've seen under the Biden-Harris administration hasn't had anything to do with their administration. It was also onset by the pandemic.
What about all the illegals coming into the country?
So, an increase in the rates of undocumented migration would not cause inflation. In fact, we see that immigrants provide like a net positive benefit to the economy. But maybe I just ask you the question: how does immigration cause inflation?
A lot of people coming into the country without jobs, money, housing, food, that it's all given to them.
Through government spending. So there's more.
Yes. So,
Okay, so you're
yes.
essentially be saying here that the increase in
That
government
would
spending.
cost the country money to have illegal immigrants by the thousands, millions flooding into a country. Yes, that would
Okay.
cause everything to have to go up.
Yeah, so actually, right, if you want to relate inflation to like an increase in government spending because of inflation, first of all, we didn't see an increase of like government spending from the federal level caused by migration. And then second of all, there's more government spending under Trump's administration than Biden and Harris's. So Trump added about $8.4 trillion to our nation's debt. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris only added $4.8 trillion.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you like about Camilla?
So Lori, her name is Kamala.
Oh, Kamala. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and give you the rundown. All right, so there's two main categories why I'm voting for Kamala over Trump. The first category is character. All right, so let's just go ahead and look at their character real quick. So Trump
Oh gosh,
is
I'm so glad you said that.
so Trump is a felon, fraudster, election denying rapist, right? He's incredibly misogynistic as well. He's an absolute womanizer, right? He says that he just likes to grab women by the P word without asking first because he doesn't even need to ask first, right? He boasts about buying a Miss Teen USA pageant so he could walk into the changing rooms of half naked teenage girls to quote unquote inspect them, right? He said that he dated a 10-year-old in 10 years, literally the sexualization of a fifth grade girl. He also has a racist past. In the 70s, he denied housing to black people because they're black. And in 2012, he said because Barack Obama is black, that must mean he was born in Africa, which means he's not a U.S. born citizen, which means he shouldn't be able to run for president. Right? He's referred to the African American community as black with an S at the end. Or he's also very dangerous to a democracy. He told the biggest sitting lie that any president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. He also attempted to stage a coup by sending fake votes to Congress to be certified as real to literally steal the election for himself. Right, he also is a religious
Wait,
persecutor.
Was that proven?
Yeah, he admitted to it. He's currently arguing he should be immune for it.
And they're going to let him run for president? I had no idea he admitted to that. What's
Well,
wrong with this country? Really?
The legal argument, right, that's currently being like investigated through litigation is that he shouldn't be able to run for president because he incited an insurrection. Right, by like sending fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes to the Electoral College, right? But his argument is that what he did should be protected under like a presidential immunity clause, right? But that's besides the point, right? So then, like, even apart from this thing,
do you know one of the horrible things she has done that's kind of swayed me back towards Trump?
Yeah, but just make sure not to say the names of.
And then I went to a Republican, and then back and forth until I went, oh hell no! Did you see the video of
Make
her
sure not
and
to
the
say the names of any. Make sure not to say the names of any
Have
drugs.
you seen the video she tried to hide of her in the abortion clinic trying to negotiate the price of baby parts?
Lori, no way.
Well, I'm speaking the truth. I've seen it.
Can you show me this
But I
video?
had her on hidden camera. Just look it up. You should know this. Everyone should. She's behind the counter at an abortion clinic, okay, with an investigative reporter secretly taping her while they're negotiating how much they should sell baby livers for and different parts of aborted babies.
Can you give me like a source for this, like the name of a publisher or like the title of an article?
You're
or
not
the name of a
finding it
video?
when you look it up. You've tried to look it up.
I just looked up Harris negotiating price of baby parts and nothing popped up.
Google her in abortion clinic, Planned Parenthood in New York.
Kamala Harris.
Why would Harris have been in New York negotiating this?
She used to work for Planned Parenthood.
That's not true.
It is true. Just look. Oh,
Parker, I
geez,
got
you
you.
guys, come on. Everyone
wait.
has talked about it. She tried to make that video go away and it came back out.
I'm so interested to see what this video is.
Yes, you should know about it. Everyone should.
What the fuck is going on? What is going on?
Honey, you can't use bad words.
Yes, I can.
Why?
I just did.
But why?
I felt like it.
I'm being respectful. You should be respectful.
Is that not respectful or something?
No, it's not.
What's not
We're
respectful
having a
about
debate, and you're coming. When two candidates have a debate, are they throwing the F word around?
That doesn't mean that it's not respectful.
Classy. Just
Wait.
keep it
That just
classy.
means it's different.
Keep it
Honestly,
classy.
maybe we should start doing
Be
that.
classy. Why? Be classy. Have
Classy?
class. Yeah.
I don't care. Appreciate the hearts. Like, if
Obviously,
you think that's not classy,
care.
that's all you.
You don't care.
I don't. We're having a conversation and debate. Why would I care? Why would I care about that?
And also, Camilla has no policies listed.
Camilla?
Well, look that up.
Wait, is that respectful for
Like
you to
the
say her name
princess?
that way? It's Kamala, by the way.
Oh, Kamala.
Yeah, it's literally on his background. Like you can read it, right? I don't know where you get Camilla, right? There's no I. And even then there's only one L.
I'm sorry, Kamila.
Wait,
Comma?
This is just intentional.
Wait, she said commie law. Do you think she's a communist?
Wait, yeah, what define communism?
You what?
Hey, real quick, guys, while she tries to work this out, I've got to run.
Putting words in my
Peace out,
mouth.
Law. It was good seeing
I've
you.
got to run, everybody. Thank you, guys. I did see a couple of comments.
Go
Real
play
quick, Lori.
the video of the what?
Just a second here. I've got to run. I did see a couple comments. If you guys want to support, I have a link in my profile in order to support people who can't afford to cover their legal fees. So it's not like a traditional Cash App link. You have to follow the link. Then it's like a link tree. Thank you very much. Guys, you guys did great getting Dean to 1.4, but let's everybody 100 more taps. Let's get them up to 1.2 million. That would bring us to. Let's do it really quick. My going away present. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate you.
Law, I appreciate you for coming on, man.
Base law.
Bro, he
And
got
Lexi,
us.
thank you for the $10. Thank you. But can we get
Hi.
a define communism moment?
Hi.
Laurie, can you define communism? Communism, what is it?
A stateless and cashless society?
Actually,
That
Close.
was pretty close. Stateless, classless, and moneyless society. Okay, you were pretty close, right?
Free healthcare for everyone.
Okay, so like, did you know that has nothing to do with Kamala Harris at all? She's not advocating to get rid of money. She's not advocating to get rid of the state. I thought you guys were saying she's too authoritarian.
Wasn't her dad a communist?
I don't
Wait,
know. I
yeah,
used
no,
to be
no,
a
his dad-
communist. That doesn't
his
mean
dad
I'm a
was.
communist now.
wait, one second. I want to hop in here real quick. So yes,
Know this stuff.
Someone's dad
Lori.
being a communist does
Lori.
not mean they're a communist.
Lori. So yeah, her father
Okay,
was.
That's like, oh
Hey,
my
Lori,
gosh.
Lori, one
guys.
second. So her father was right a Marxist professor at Stanford. That's true.
Yeah, what's
but,
the issue?
But like Trump's dad,
How
Fred
was
Trump.
she raised? How was she raised?
Hey, Lori, Trump's dad, Fred Trump, admitted to working with the Russian mafia.
And was arrested at a KKK rally.
Okay, Russian mafia
yeah,
or
dude.
communism? Seriously,
Communism.
I'll go with the Russian
Communism.
mafia. That sounds pretty cool. Come on. You guys, we're talking about communism. My mom came from communist Germany. I'm very aware of what it is.
Okay.
Okay,
So
and that is not Trump. That is her. You guys.
it is not Kamala Harris. I promise you,
Really?
stateless, classless, moneyless society is not.
She has no
Kamala
policies.
Harris.
She stole one of Trump's that the media
What?
totally
Stole? They literally just
you
have an
don't
agreement.
Okay, wait. Did Trump say
She does have
he
policies. You
wanted
can read
no
them.
tax for service workers tips? Do you guys remember
They
that?
have
And
a
the
point of
media-
agreement.
listen,
I'm
listen.
sorry, Laurie, but
Like,
where
you
did
have to
Trump get that
listen.
from? Did
You have
Trump
to
get that from
listen.
Bernie? Did Trump get that from Bernie?
But the media.
Why did he steal that from Bernie? Why did he take
Let
that
me
from Bernie? I thought
finish.
Bernie was a communist.
Respectfully, let
I thought
me
Bernie was a
finish.
communist. Why is he taking communist stuff?
Did the media come for him when he said that? And then she says it, and the media's all, oh, Camila is so great.
You're doing that
You
on
don't
purpose.
see anything
You're actually
wrong with that.
you're actually saying her name wrong on purpose.
Now
Why?
I am, because you don't think she's a communist.
What?
Stop.
We
You have to
obviously she's
look
not a
at both
communist. I'm
sides.
sorry,
Russian
but every
mafia,
communist would
really
disagree with.
cool.
I'm just gonna let you know, Lori.
Communism,
I'm gonna let you know, Lori. Every communist would disagree with you. Like literally, almost
Really?
everyone would disagree with you. So like, you have no clue what communism is, right? You have no clue what it entails.
I just
She's
explained
clearly
to you
not
where
advocating
my
for it.
mom came from during World War II. I'm pretty
Jesus
sure.
Christ, that doesn't
I
tell us
know.
that she's a communist.
Okay, it doesn't mean you're a communist. It means she's well aware of what it is, and so am I.
What's the issue with knowing what it is? Like that doesn't mean that Kamala Harris is a communist.
The thing she says.
What does
the
she
way,
say that's communist? Wait, what's the communism? Tell me what part of her ideology is communism?
Troy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Troy.
Oh my God, yo, Andriana, I appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate
That
it.
was
Thank you
for
so much.
me. I think they meant that for me.
Anna, thank you for the $5
This
on
person's,
Venmo
like,
as well.
actually,
Thank you
like,
for the
so
love.
weird.
Thank you for
Like,
the love,
when-
Anna.
Like you guys are never gonna get past the allegations of being weird.
Who? Me?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Are people saying I'm weird? Because I kind
Yeah.
of low-key love that.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
I'd like to bring up.
you.
I'd like to bring up a point, Lori. So earlier you said right that like Kamala Harris was secretly recorded at a Planned Parenthood in the state of New York, like,
Yes,
trying to like
yes,
broker and sell
yes.
like baby parts.
Everyone
So
saw it.
I did do a little bit more research into this. So
Uh-huh.
there actually is a video of what you're referencing, but it's
Yeah.
not Kamala Harris. It's a lady by the name of Deborah Nucatola.
Okay. Okay.
It's a completely
I
separate
saw-
person.
Weird in a good way.
No.
Weird in a bad
whoever
way.
telling you that is lying. I
I'm
saw
s-
it with my own eyes.
You saw it with your own eyes, yet you can't produce a source.
You can't tell in the video that it's an Indian lady.
Wait, are you saying because the lady in the video appears to be South Asian that it was therefore Kamala Harris?
No, I said Indian.
South Indian. Is
Oh
South Asian.
Jesus! Where is India located geographically?
In India.
Jesus Christ! Where is India located? Like what continent?
I don't know. Asia?
Okay, so is it North or South Asia?
What does it matter?
No, is it of Northern or Southern Asia, the continent Asia?
Wait, or is she black? I get so confused
You
because
can be Indian and you can be black at the
Paige,
same time.
thank you for the
Did you know
$5
that?
on Venmo. Call
Does
me a
she
weird
have
communist.
an
Thank you for the money.
Indian mom and a black dad? Just asking for
Yeah.
a friend. She
Yeah.
does? Okay, so she's Indian, and then sometimes she wants to be more black, depending on the
Wants
day.
to be? She doesn't pick.
Have
That-
you
that-
ever
that's not a
heard her
choice of
do her-
hers.
Wait,
Erica,
have
thank you for the
ever-
subscription.
Have you ever heard her talk with her black accent?
Lori, when did you
talk again, and
what
she
is
doesn't have it?
One, what is a black accent? Two, I'm gonna ask you,
Yo,
Lori.
baby.
Lori, when did you choose to be white?
What up, my Negro?
Holy fuck.
That caught me so off guard, bro. Holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with people? That MAGA is weird, bro. They're so fucking weird.
That was fucking insane. That was what the fuck?
Jesus Christ, bro.
I'm so fucking dude. You're
What is
right.
going
they're,
on today?
They're never beating these weird allegations. Yo, Melissa, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? All right, guys, if you're Trump supporters, let us know in the chat. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you want to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Venmos, PayPals, Cash Apps in the bio, y'all. You guys
Hell
already
yeah.
know.
Alexis, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for Kami Law. Thank you so much.
We're going to go to get our next guest, Vanessa, up in the box,
Kami
guys.
Law.
Kami
That's
Law.
what she was trying to say. Kami Law and Order, okay? Okay, what the hell?
Vanessa, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Vanessa is taking
No,
a piss.
maybe we should start accepting that she's a communist so that we can get more communist voters.
Yeah, bro, for real, right? We need to sway like the leftists, dude.
Yeah, seriously, bro. Will the
Yeah.
left start voting for her
What's up,
if we
Katie?
just
How
say
old are
that she's
you?
a communist?
Katie, how
Hey,
old
how
are
are
you?
you?
Oh, you sound of
I'm
age.
39.
Perfect. Are you voting? Are you driving?
I'm pulling in this gas station right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. So are you not driving anymore?
They're
No.
still driving.
I just wanted to talk to that woman that was up before she got kicked.
All right, make sure if you guys are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here literally right now. If you're one of the 7.2 thousand people watching and you're voting MAGA, let us know down below. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, ladies and gentlemen. So everybody just be patient. And for the 7.2 thousand people in here, do double tap on that phone screen. Let's go and get our next guest, Marie, up in the box. Guys, if you're in the queue, please make sure that you are voting for Trump. Marie, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted.
No worries. I do appreciate you for coming up. We are just looking to debate Trump supporters. Moving on to our next guest, Randy. We are going to go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, no, seriously, if you're MAGA,
That was
let
a
us know in
crazy
the
MAGA
queue.
person.
Yeah, that was nuts. That's probably one of the most nuts.
I
guests.
knew
Yeah.
they were nuts when I joined. I just didn't like, bro.
Yeah, do you want to hang out for co-host? I mean, numbers are seemingly doing well.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm
we're
also
gonna go-
banned on my third account. Remember?
Oh, yeah, so true. We're going to get our next guest up in here literally right now, guys. Everybody be patient. We got Scott loading in. Feel free to help me find a guest. Do you have mod powers?
No, you have to give them to me.
All right.
Sorry, I'm on my millionth account now too.
No, you're good. You're good. I get,
Everyone,
I get
tap the
struggle.
bucket of the screen. Let's get to 2.5 million. Everyone.
Rachel, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying thank you for your service with the weirdos. Of course, thank you for the love.
You know, Parker on the co-host today. Super weird, right?
Yeah, a little bit of a. It's an opposite day. It's an opposite day. What's up, Mariah? How old are you? All right, they're not here. Casey, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
All right, and why is that? Okay, all right. They didn't feel like providing their reason. Moving on to our next guest, guys. We're going to go to get our next guest, Bama fan, up in the box, guys. Everybody just give us a minute. If you're MAGA, let us know in the chat. I do apologize that this is kind of taking a second here. We got our next guest, Bri, loading in. Yeah, I do.
They
if
do
you
give
wanna,
weird a bad name. That's so real.
If you do want to help me find someone good for our next debate. Bri, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting for Trump?
Superpowers now.
I have not decided that yet, honestly. You kind of made me question.
There's the cap. Thank you so much.
Bri, I hope that you do decide after watching the stream. Appreciate you for coming up, man.
We
but are
got
just
you, dude.
looking-
We got you. All you have to know is that you wouldn't vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman. I think
Deadass?
at that point is the moment you'd be like, oh, I'm not going to vote for that person. Yo.
What's up,
How old are you? Hello?
Lucas or Glim? Are either of y'all here? All right, Lucas, are you
Oh.
here?
Okay, TikTok, can you please fix your guest request thing? So that like you have to like keep clicking I'm here every like 2 minutes.
Hey, nice to
it
talk
drops
with
you.
you guys. How are you?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris.
Why so?
I believe Donald Trump's economic policies will be superior to Kamala Harris.
Real quick,
in
Robin, are you voting for
uplifting the
Trump?
masses.
All right, go ahead, Lightning.
Sure. First, I'll say I don't want to be supercilious or condescending. I think you both are very intelligent. I think you both are doing a great job with your debates. I don't want to take anything away from you in that regard. I do believe that we have some major problems in this country, and I think that Donald Trump's economic policies will unleash more goods and services at cheaper prices for more people. And that's especially true for the poor and middle class. I think that echoes in testimony because we have more people struggling in this country than at any points in this country's history. We can look at that.
Wait.
That's echoed in testimony by the fact that we have more homeless people than ever before. Homelessness has risen 12% year over year.
As percentage
People
of
are
the population,
suffering.
though, that's not true. Like, you
People-
clearly know
people-
that the Great Depression, according to the population,
Percentage
led to a
of
greater-
population, you're correct. Parker, you are correct. Percentage of population.
Yeah,
but
that's
we
only
have
true
more
because
homeless
of the
people.
amount of people that exist now
Right.
comparative to that.
No, that's a point. That's a fair point. But we do have more people struggling with homelessness than ever before in this country's history. Even more so.
Yeah,
than the
and I
Great
think that we should
Depression.
get rid of homelessness. What is Trump trying to do for that? Because you said that like there's going to be all of these like better things for pricing, and prices are gonna go down or have downward pressure. How is that going to
Right,
happen
so-
with tariffs?
Right. So it starts. Right. That's a great point. I'm against the Trump tariffs. I think
Okay,
overall,
well,
when
Okay,
so
but his
taxing
economic
people
policy wouldn't do
less
that then.
and letting the poor and middle class keep more of the money that they earn over the course of their lives will result in more small businesses. I'm in favor of a world with many more small businesses many more individuals producing goods and services to create them at cheaper prices. And economically speaking, when you do that, you can uplift the immiseration of the masses, the destitution that we're seeing in this country. And it comes from both sides. And I'll even say this, Kamala Harris, I don't want to attack her. I don't want to, people who call themselves MAGA, I don't even want to call myself MAGA. I just think that Donald Trump, as despicable as he is, as orange, as much of, and here's a term that I will give you guys that maybe you'll agree with. I think he's the orange imbecile. I think he's a jerk. I think he'd just make a better president than Kamala Harris. And that's all. Thank you for your time, gentlemen. I know you have a lot of guys to get to.
Oh wait,
I
before
appreciate
you go,
it.
like if you're in
course.
support of expanding the tax cuts, how would you pay for the $3.9 trillion over 10 years?
I think it'd be a lot more than just 3.9 trillion. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. So then how are you going to pay for that?
Right. There's a lot that we need to pay for. And things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Like, my heart goes out to you guys who are a little younger than me. The older generations, it's kind of set up like a generational Ponzi scheme. If you look at the social charts, like, our population is kind of stemming off. It's certainly not in a
Yeah, how
poor
are you gonna
country
pay
or a
for it?
third world country. Right. So I'm getting to that. So when it comes to these pyramids, if you're looking at a pyramid, the lower populations, the birth rates are cutting off, and even Elon Musk is talking about that. I don't really like that guy either, but he has some points. And the fact is that
So why
these
not
population
expand the
charts-
child tax credit
So with Social
and like allow
Security,
for more immigration?
the individuals who are drawing out of it today are largely getting what they put in it back out. Your generation, my generation, we're going to see a very raw deal indeed at this rate. And I'll let you
Melvin,
guys
thank you for
go.
the $5
Thank you for
on
having
that.
me up here. I will end by saying that
I
I
still
think
don't
Donald
know how
Trump
you're paying for
will
it.
be Donald Trump will be superior in economic policy for uplifting the masses.
And how are you going to pay for it?
That's my point. More goods and services
but how are
to
you gonna
more
pay for
people.
it?
They keep more of the earnings that they make over the course of their lives.
No, but how
And
are you
can
going to pay
talk
for
about-
it? in
That's
terms
why
of federal
Kamala
policy?
Harris took. That's why
thank
Kamala
you.
Harris took away his tip policy. That's why she wants it as her own.
Okay,
Thank
so
you, gentlemen.
the
I
no tax
appreciate
on
it. I'll
tips as well,
debate
that's
you
going
again
to add even
sometime.
more.
We can get
So how are you
into
going
it
to pay for
sometime.
it?
We
He's
can
running.
get
I'm
into
not,
it.
how are you going to pay for
Thank
it?
you so much, gentlemen.
He's
I
running. He's
appreciate
running.
it.
He's running. You're running.
Don't
appreciate it.
run. Don't
Have a good
run.
one.
Stay around.
Mogul, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely. But before I talk about that, have you been spying on anybody else since you've been having your lives?
What?
Are you going to tell
Spying?
Parker about your creepy experience?
What is my
creepy
creepy
experience?
experience?
Tell him. Tell Parker about it.
what
Tell
is this?
Parker about it. Come on.
What are you yapping about?
What? His creepy
Hey,
experience?
Parker. Yeah, no, I like Parker, but this little dweeb here, man, this guy was sitting here listening to this guy and his wife just talk about something in their kitchen, and he was just sitting there for a good solid minute just listening to him, and I'm like, dude, come on, just skip this. And he was just sitting there listening, and then I asked him about it. He was like, well, I want to make sure that the guy was not going to abuse his wife.
Yeah, that's a
Oh, I
totally
remember that,
legitimate
guess.
reason.
Yeah, someone requested
Mogul,
up.
why
and
are
when they
you weird
requested
for
up,
bringing
they're,
that
like,
up,
yelling
bro?
at their wife.
Listen,
I
you're
don't
just
know.
adding to MAGA being weird, bro.
Hey, no,
Real.
I just find it extremely weird, but I was just seeing if
I'm
you
sorry.
did.
Well, it just seems like a little bit of projection, but go for it.
Did you find it weird when like Trump said that he wanted to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, or like when he boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked girls at Miss Teen USA to inspect them?
Why are we talking about whataboutism? Why are you about whataboutism? We're talking about
What?
you, Deanie Weenie. We're talking about you.
This isn't a whataboutism. I'm asking you. You think that these two
Trolling.
things that Trump did were weird?
Mogul's
Anyways,
trolling.
listen.
Mogul's trolling.
Yeah,
I don't know
absolutely. I'm voting for Trump 100%.
No, they're
One of
not.
my main reasons
I don't
why
believe you.
is
I do. They've been up. I remember them coming up on my second account live and like giving this shame spiel about how weird I was when I was listening into that conversation. I actually don't think that they're a troll. So Mogul,
All right.
could you respond to my questions here, or are you just gonna pivot?
I'm going to pivot on that one because I like we can get back to that one. But
Okay,
what
so
I
why
want
are
to
you
talk
voting for
about
Trump?
is the energy diversity in America, right? What he's running on as far as energy diversity. Yes, he talks about drill, baby, drill. Of course, I know that we do drill more than we ever have in history. But when it comes to energy, he's a huge proponent and advocate for energy diversity.
Yeah, what's energy diversity?
So, one is liquefied natural gas. There's a lot of projects along the Gulf Coast that's been hindered due to the EPA policies that's been put in place since Harris and Biden, and typically
Yeah,
Democrats.
tell me which EPA policy you disagree with.
I mean, look, there's a list of them. There's not one that's in particular,
Can you
right?
name one?
And the reason, hold on, let me finish, please. And the reason why is, like, if you look just within the last 2 months, they spit these out like crazy. Just like, have you ever heard of PFAS? PFAS is one of them. PFAS is a buzzword that's going around right now, and that's just they put
It's been going around. Wasn't there like there was like a big thing about this in like the early 2000s? Because like there were studies that came out that were showing it's like detrimental, and it was in a lot of like the plastic products and stuff.
Right, and also, is it the case that Trump could be for like energy diversity when he says that he wants to stop like all windmills?
Well, if you look at what we have across America, yes, you can put more windmills in place, but it's going to take a lot larger carbon footprint when you.
No, he wants to
compare it.
stop the ones that are already in place. He says that they're scary and that they kill bald eagles.
Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I do disagree with
He said
stopping
he said the windmills, they're killing whales.
whales
Killing whales
and
at
bald
margins
eagles.
you've never seen before.
Yeah, I do disagree with that, quite frankly, yeah.
So you've never heard of somebody misspeak?
Whales? Wait, what was he trying to say?
Well, I don't know what you're soundbiting, but I'm just
Oh,
asking.
here, I'll play it for you. Don't worry, I got you.
The
In
wells.
the meantime, guys,
Okay.
make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen as well. Let's try to get up to 2.5 million likes. And Roberto, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying Dweeby Dean for the win. Let's fucking go, baby. Thank you for the love, Roberto. Right, in the meantime, guys, while Parker's pulling up that clip,
got it right
everybody
here.
share that live.
But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty. But on the other hand,
So can you tell me what that's supposed to mean?
Hey, bro. Hey, let me admit, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but I'm sure he's talking about something like offshore windmills. They may have he may have
There must be some mechanism that kills the whales.
Because everything
yeah.
Trump says is true, right? Let's not forget that.
It's like it would contradict reality for him to be wrong. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
why he assumed that.
Hey, Mogo, I got a question. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for like the sexual abuse of a woman, like forcefully inserting themselves into her vagina without consent? And yo, Purdy, thank you for the $42 on PayPal for the Dean
senor.
Supremacy. That is insane. But thank you so much for the love, Purdy. Let's get some massive W's for Purdy in the chat for the $42 on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Purdy.
Hey, on every debate you talk about the SA, but yeah, we could talk about it because it's your favorite
John,
subject.
thank you for the $15 on Venmo saying Dean has a
thank
bigger
you,
weenie than
John.
Mogul.
Come on, John. Can we get a W for John? Let's put a W for John in the chat. Come on, John.
So could you tell me, like, would you, John, I think for the $5 as well. So why would you or would you not vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for these things?
Yes.
Okay, would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl?
No.
Okay, so why is it the case that you'd vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the rape of an adult woman, but not for the rape of a little girl? What's the difference?
I guess that's my choice.
Right, but I'm asking you to demonstrate your reasons for us here.
Well, one, I think that, I mean, of course, there's you're going to of course, this is always going to be a little trap. But if I were to think in this situation, right? In this situation, if you're looking at a civilly liable, right? It's 1% off from 50%, which is close
Natalie,
to
thank
a
you for the
coin
subscription.
flip.
We'll just ask you this question: would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No, he said no.
He said no. Okay, so like, what's the difference between a woman and a child that means you'd vote for one but not the other?
I haven't
Right.
looked at the statistics, but I don't know what the statistics are from what is the probability of a child an innocent child lying about that or an adult.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's
Right.
unlikely in both scenarios, right? As it relates to the context of of just typical reports in general, the false
Yeah.
reports are make up about 2 to 10% of cases. Okay, so that's a very low percentage. You have over 90% likelihood of it being accurate, 90 to 98%. So given that degree
Okay.
of confidence, wouldn't you accept it? Like if I told
If
you
it
some
was a
results had a
child-
90 to 98% likelihood of being true, would you believe it? I would.
Okay, let's just stick with adults, okay, just for this conversation, and then go to that 10%. Would you say 3 to 10%? What was that?
I said 2 to 10%.
Okay, 2 to 10%, and then so that. Keep that in mind. 2 to 10% of probability of not being truthful. All right. Then you go to the probability of the coin flip when you have a civil case. So the civil case is 1% off.
No, these are
than
just for
a coin
reports.
flip.
These aren't even for like being held legally responsible in a civil court. This is just for reports.
Correct.
Okay, so like your point doesn't make any sense here because it went through even more processes. So it's going to make you look even worse. There's going to be even more percentage likelihood of it being true because it is the case that it went through the legal process.
Okay. It went through the legal process, right?
Uh-huh.
Is it greater than 51%?
Oh yeah. If we're talking since we have false reports make up 2 to 10% likelihood of being true. I mean being false, okay? 2 to 10% likelihood. So if it is the case that it goes through a legal process and a jury convicts them, then that means that there's going to be a lot of those false reports that were shaven off in that process because of the likelihood of you going through and being accurate. So we would accept an even greater likelihood of it being true, given that it's gone through the context of a conviction process. But even before that, even just being a report, it has high confidence.
Was it a conviction? You said
He was held civilly liable.
Are you convicted?
Like the jury
or
made a determination. Liable. Okay, Jesus. When I say convicted in the context of the jury there, I just mean the jury made a determination that they were held liable.
Okay,
That's what I
understand.
meant. Like I think you can clearly understand it in that context.
I mean, regardless of context, words still have meaning. And what I mean by this is in a civil court, right? You can be found civilly liable at 51% of probability that
Do you have a
something
response
bad
to what I
happened.
just said or no?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So then so again, just a report is 90 to 98%. If it goes through the legal process, that's going to shave off false reports. Okay. So you could even, if you were to accept that it was 51%, then you would still shave off 50% of the likelihood of it being false, right? So then you'd cut the likelihood of the false reports down in half from 2 to 10% to 1 to 5%. Now that makes
Bro,
you
you're
look
talking about
ridiculous
no,
because
you're
then
talking
you're
about
saying it's 95
statistically.
to 99% likelihood of it being true.
No, dude. Your math ain't mathing, baby boy.
That does. If you're saying 50, if we accept the lowest proportion, 51% to 49%, that's what my math entails. If we accept an even greater proportion of it being true, which is the only way that you can go, that only makes the margins better for me, not for you. So it looks more likely to be true under. I give you the most conservative estimate, by the way. Appreciate the
Peter Parker,
the
can
little
you
crown.
just answer my question?
What do you want to know? Because I think you're trolling. I really think you're trolling because this makes
if you
no
think
sense.
he's trolling, we could just kick him. I don't mind.
Why do you think I'm trolling? Because I called you Peter Parker?
Because you're not engaging with what I have to say at all. And what I thought earlier.
You're not making sense
Intuition.
because you're mathing. son.
I literally gave you the most conservative determination there. I gave you the most
Let me
conservative
ask you
determination
this.
I could there, mathematically speaking.
I want to ask you, if you go through a civil process, what percentage?
Yo, one second, Cintron, are you driving?
Is required?
No.
Yes, he's driving, bro. Kick that guy. What's the percentage for someone to be found civilly liable? Is it
Jesus Christ,
51%?
dude. Jesus Christ. The false report likelihood is 2 to 10%. Okay? So if you cut out 50% of those cases, that cuts the proportionality of this being the case in half. So 1 to 5%.
You're not going to cut that out.
What do you mean?
Because you're talking about statistics that has nothing to do with this case.
What?
Hey,
what are you
Brandon.
talking? I said the likelihood of a report being false is 2 to 10%. So that absolutely is relative to the case.
Brandon, you can unmute
Because
your
if there's a
microphone.
report and then a jury determination, that increases the confidence.
Bro, we're not gonna get anywhere on this, bro.
Well, yeah, because
We're not gonna
you're
get any-
irrational.
let's talk
You're
about
like
something
actually
else.
irrational.
Yo, Just Kitty, are you voting for Trump? Just Kitty, you're on the live. Are you voting for Trump?
They're not even here.
All right.
If you're mad, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. But dude, you're literally not acting rationally here. If this were true for like a babysitter, you wouldn't be like, oh, it was only a civil court. I'm still gonna let them take care of my kid, even though they more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman. Like what, dude? Get a grip.
We already delineated between adults and kids, didn't we?
Okay, so again, the only delineation you think exists is age. So you're just saying it's not severe enough to rape a woman.
That's not my
You're
question.
seriously
I don't
just
hear-
saying
I don't
it's
hear
not
any
severe enough to
monologue.
rape a woman.
Stacy, are you voting for Trump?
Why do you want to monologue, Peter Parker?
Stacy, are you
I
voting
didn't
for Trump?
monologue. I literally said one sentence, genius.
So, Stacy, why are you voting for Trump?
Jesus, no one's there. Like
All
literally.
right. Oh,
Oh, that would have been good.
damn it, dude. Stacy, hop back in the queue, man. Hop back in the queue. I'd love to talk to you, Stacy. We're
There's a
gonna
bit
go
of a MAGA mobile incident.
Yeah, we're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. And Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. For
I
that
gotta
love.
say thank you to people too. Purdy, thank you so much for the $42 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Create some W Purdy's in the comment section right now. And Georgette, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Literally, both of you guys said for keep schooling these people.
Hey.
The one of them said village
I say
idiots, and the
fuck
other one
you?
said misfits. Oh, why are you so mad?
Yeah, fuck you, pussy.
I love you too.
How old are you, Landon?
Yeah, fuck you.
How old are you?
Dean. Yeah, fuck you, Dean.
So
Fuck
when did you know that you wanted to do that to Dean?
Dean. Fuck you, Parker. Yeah,
Okay,
Parker.
you're literally no. That person's. There's no way. They're
Yep,
old.
fuck you, Parker. Fuck them all.
All right, we're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody, just give us a minute. Okay. Well, back to the driver. Moving on to our next guest, guys. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're not driving here. We are just looking for next debate of the night, y'all. Everybody, just be patient while we get it going. I know that the last couple debates have been a little bit rough, so our apologies. Our apologies. What's up, Jay? Are you voting for Trump? He's also driving, bro. This is nuts. Dude, this is fucking
This happens
nuts.
to me too. That's why I'm like, TikTok really needs to do that thing where you have to click it every 2 minutes.
Yeah, for real, just to make sure that you're not AFK. Oh, what's up, Chef? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why are you
so?
doing that?
Just mostly I went totally more towards him for the, the justifying the court cases all it gets. I'm going after him. I think they're weaponizing the court system and the political.
Who's that?
Yo,
The Democrats, Democratic Party.
what reason do you have to believe this? Could you give us any evidence or facts
All
to
his
justify it?
charges, all the charges they've got him going down for.
The existence
one?
of the charges isn't evidence for like the Democrats of like persecuting a
Well, yeah,
political opponent.
they're paying millions of dollars to find out high dollars to indict him and stuff. So
I'm waiting
I
for the
think most
evidence
of
that the
them will go.
Democrats. I'm waiting for the evidence that this isn't just the criminal justice system holding a
They're
criminal
trying to
accountable for
attack
their
a
actions, but it's rather the
president's-
Democrats holding like politically persecuting a
they're
political
trying
opponent.
to knock him out of the race. They don't want him
I'm
in
waiting
there.
for evidence. Can you give any
Of what?
evidence of the fact that the Democrats are like unfairly persecuting a political opponent because they want him out of the race, and it's not the case that it's just a criminal being held
It's the
responsible?
charges, the hush money chase, the rape case. I don't believe.
Wait. The hush money case. So the 34 felonies is the hush money case.
Yeah,
What was the name of the felony? What was he charged with?
34 of them. That's the hard part.
34
You
counts
name
of what?
them. Misuse of his paperwork. He said,
No, falsification of business
I can't
records in
even
the
find
first
it.
degree.
You guys-
It was a classy felony because there was a predicate crime of election interference. Now, if you want to reference the sexual abuse case, how was it politically motivated if there were literally medical records from like 20 something years ago that clearly showed that this happened? From what is it? At this point,
medical
it was
23
No.
years.
no, it was
He
23 years
denies
from
no,
2019,
I
so it
think
would be 5 years added onto that, so
for
it'd be
her
28 years
age
ago.
and him being in a department store, it just doesn't make sense. He said
No, but there were medical, but there were medical records. So how was it politically motivated if
What
they
were
didn't
the
even know he was
records?
going to be running for president?
What?
Yo, Emily, thank you for the $100 for educating educating
medical?
MAGA idiots. Thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much, Emily. Give me some W's for Emily in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Bro, I can't even speak right now. What's going on?
I think Shuff is teaching us an invaluable lesson right now. So this guy's saying that Trump's
Hey, how
34.
old are you, by the way?
19, half your age.
I'm
twice his
22,
wise.
buddy.
Do you guys
Can I-
own your own house?
Not yet.
No.
You rent?
Yeah.
You live with your mom? Do
I rent.
you pay for your own car insurance and phone?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh wow. Okay. Trying to pull the age card, saying we don't know
Well,
enough about the
that's
world to hold to these claims. See, you're the
Does your family
original
love you?
one, not us.
Yeah, mine. I hope so. They do.
Oh,
I hope so.
Well,
Okay.
I hope
I'm
so.
just an old blue collar worker, but yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Can I go? Can I go back to what I was saying?
What evidence did you say you had?
I'd like to go back to what I was saying before you rudely interrupted me.
I
So I think Shuff is kind of teaching us all an invaluable lesson here. So you said that the 34 felonies that Trump was convicted on were all fake. It was just the Democrats persecuting.
I
the
didn't say they
political
were
opponent.
fake. They weren't even felonies.
Right? And you had no evidence for this. You couldn't provide one single source of evidence. It's just your emotions. And you didn't even know what the felonies were, right? But the invaluable lesson that you're teaching me is that if I ever want to run for president, all I have to do is go out, do some of the most morally atrocious things known to mankind. And as soon as I start being held accountable for them by the media and by the criminal justice system, I turn around to my voter base and I radicalize them around the fringe conspiracy theory that I actually didn't do any of these things. And it's just the other side of the aisle trying to persecute me because I'm your savior and the deep state wants to destroy me because of that. Like, do you see how insane that is? You are a victim. You are a victim of America's largest con man. There's no evidence that exists to suggest that the words that you're saying are true. It is a fringe conspiratorial lie. And I am so vehemently strong in this conviction. I would love for you to disprove what I am saying by merely giving me any reasonable evidence to show that this is truly the Democrats unfairly persecuting a political opponent. Take it away.
Did you just cut me off?
Yeah, because you interrupted me twice. The first time I let you interrupt me, the second time I cut you off.
Yeah. All those cases where they changed it to felonies from misdemeanor are all done just to go after him. They spent $6 million to
I
go
told you
after him.
earlier why it was a felony and not a misdemeanor. It's because there's a predicate crime of election interference.
Yes.
That's the reason why there was a Class E felony determination rather than it being a misdemeanor.
That's what they're saying. The $6 million lawyers are saying, which I don't believe will go through.
I did.
He has the right for
It did
appeal.
go through.
So
On
he'll
what grounds
appeal
does
that.
Trump have to appeal his 34 felonies?
Yeah. And he's still running, so they still haven't knocked him out yet. And I think
On
he'll win.
what grounds does Trump have to appeal his 34 felonies?
He could just dispute them. It's just say,
Dispute on what grounds?
It's a witch hunt, exactly like what he was saying. That's what.
Wait,
he's
if
done the whole
it's a
time.
witch hunt, if this is truly right, an evidently clear scenario of the Democrats just politically persecuting Trump, why can't you articulate the grounds that he would have to appeal the charges?
So, because hush money is not illegal.
What was illegal was the falsification of business records, right?
What did
Paying
he
her
say?
money
Name
and
it. Can you name that one? What did he falsify?
What did he falsify? Yeah, privatized checks from his estate as well as his campaign funds, and he
And
sent
what
them
did he
to
write?
Stormy
He had
Daniels.
his thing saying it was for legal fees.
Yeah,
Is that
when
what
it
he
was
said
specific-
wrong?
So it was
What should
specifically.
he have said? What should he have done?
You can't take campaign money and use it to pay off a peace star to stay quiet about engaging in intercourse with them, right? So what he should have done was not paid her money out of his.
It wasn't
financing
campaign
fund.
money. He
Okay.
paid her on his own money. His lawyer paid it for him, which is a
So
sleaze
Shuff,
bag.
are you able to articulate right the
Yes.
grounds in which he
Are
had
you?
to appeal the 34 felonies?
Yeah, he'll
Okay,
just
what are the
appeal it
grounds?
and say that they weren't felonies and it was a witch hunt. They have no grounds. It was everybody.
They literally
agrees
were
with me.
felonies. You can deny reality, but they were.
No, they made them felonies.
No, Shuff. So Parker has articulated to you what the felony was, right?
I
and he's told
understand
you
that.
what class of a
I
felony
disagree
it
with
is.
it.
You okay? Then you're just
So
telling
does
us that
most
you
of
disagree.
America, by the way.
You're just telling us that you disagree with New York state law.
Yes,
This isn't
yes.
saying that it's not a felony. You're just saying that it shouldn't be a felony.
Actually, I think what they did is a bigger crime than they're charging him for, and they should be brought to the table for it. All
Who's
of
that?
them charges.
Who's they?
The Democratic Party, the ones who are charging them.
Wait, what
And it's
specific Democrats?
Biden and them, it's the Democrats attacking them.
Wait, I'm a part of the Democrat Party, but obviously I'm
Yes,
not
you're attacking
persecuting
them.
him in the criminal
You
justice
guys are
system.
attacking them.
Can you answer my question? What Democrats are attacking him, like specifically?
You, Biden administration.
How am I quote unquote like
You're doing it.
unfairly
You're doing it,
persecuting
Dean.
Trump?
You're doing it so bad.
How am I unfairly persecuting Trump, sir?
Those charges. Okay,
I brought the charges against Trump.
Dean,
What's that
you
guy's
did.
name, Brad?
I brought the charges against Trump.
Bragg's campaign to take him down, and he did.
How did I?
Wait, but that doesn't.
Charge.
Wait,
That's
that doesn't. Wait, I'm sorry.
Stormy
Obviously,
Daniels and a
obviously the
sleazy
prosecutor. I'm sorry, but obviously the prosecutor is going to want to convict, right, the person that they're prosecuting. Right, they want them to be convicted. No fucking shit. That doesn't change the jury determination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So saying the prosecutor wanted them to be convicted is like the dumbest shit I've ever heard as a response to it being rigged. Like, come on, dude.
We'll wait to see the outcome. He has the right to appeal.
Okay, he has the right to appeal, and is it likely? What grounds is he going to appeal on? What legitimate grounds does he have for appeal?
Right. He said that the grounds that he has to appeal is that it wasn't a felony, it was a misdemeanor. But then I literally detailed how it is a felony. And what you're saying is that it shouldn't be a felony.
Yeah.
Not only that, also the jury determination isn't going to be questioned in an appeal.
Yeah.
Right. That's not how appeals work. The jury determination is still accurate.
They totally went after somebody trying to stop him from running. That's just dirty play.
You have no evidence that indicates that. It's just bullshit conspiracy theory nonsense that you literally believe for no reason.
Yeah, those are like crimes, and hopefully they'll be able to turn the table.
The crimes? Trump's the criminal.
No.
So why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor? Can you tell me that?
Because he ran to take down Trump, and even left where he was to go do it.
He ran to take down Trump, and that's obviously what a wait. So by the way, a prosecutor obviously wants the person they're prosecuting to be fucking convicted.
Yeah, a prosecutor wants to prosecute. I don't know about you. That's not that insane.
I'll just add one more thing here.
Yo, Sam, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for, if you're not sending cash, tap the screen to support the work. Yo, thank you so much, Sam. I appreciate that. That's fucking amazing. Thank you so much. Please up W Sam in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Trump probably, there's no one on earth that's been more investigated than Trump. And you got all these little cases.
Dude, what?
And spent more money.
Dude, what about the war crimes committed by the Nazis? Has that been investigated less?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what about
that? Dude, like what?
Dude, we literally had an international court formed to investigate the Nazis.
How much money
the ICJ was formed for the Nuremberg trials.
Okay,
what international court of law did we have formed to investigate Trump?
Nobody's been more investigated than Trump.
Amy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. That's a flat out lie. The Nazis, they literally had an international court formed to investigate them.
Okay, not in the world, but he's been investigated more than anybody.
So what's more likely? Has he been investigated a multitude of times because he's just broken the law a multitude of times?
No,
or he has to be investigated because he's your savior. Let him piss in your fucking mouth.
Because he wants to drain that swamp. These guys are crooked.
Madeline, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for bringing Trump's charges on myself. I really appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo, Madeline. Thank you for the love. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're criminalizing him. He wants to get in there and drain that swamp.
Okay, I have a question. Do you think that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump?
No, but there was some question.
Sam, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying if you're not sending cash, tap the screen. Sam, I appreciate you. Let's get some massive W's for Sam in the comment section. Thank you for the $20. Go ahead. So you don't think that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump. So how could you say that Trump is going to drain the swamp when you willingly just conceded to the idea that he was the swamp, he was the corruption, and he was the one that has been claiming for the last 4 years that 2020 was stolen from him, when in all reality, he's just baby raging.
I do think there's some stuff would have been...
Carrie, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Yo, that's insane, Carrie. I want to see at least 1,000 W's for Carrie in the comment section right now for the $100 on PayPal. That is insane. Thank you so much for the massive love. Massive W's for Carrie down below. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Yeah, so Trump literally claimed that the election in 2020 was stolen from him. He then turned around and tried to rig it himself by sending false certificates of ascertainment to college to be certified as real, literally pressuring Mike Pence into violating a federal law. He also told the Justice Department to announce that they had found widespread voter fraud when they hadn't. That's what caused the head of the Justice Department, Bill Barr, to inevitably step down. He had this whole idea planned and scripted a month in advance to announce that he had won the 2020 election on the night of the election and to quote unquote stop the count. How can you say that Trump is going to drain the swamp, stop the corruption, when I just listed 5 evidently clear scenarios of him acting in one of the most corrupt manners that we've ever seen from a sitting U.S. president in history?
Well, he was
base.
he was trying to delay it so he can get in there and see what happened at Georgia. When we went to
trying to
bed,
delay it?
Trump was ahead 170,000 votes, and when we wake up, he didn't get any more votes, and he lost by 11,000. That should automatically be investigated.
What happened when he lost
So
by
maybe
11,000? He called the head of the head of Georgia, and he told him
What
to
happened?
find the votes somewhere.
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense that after we all go to bed, not one Trump vote came in, and all of a sudden they made up 170,000 votes, and he only won by.
That's a
only
lie.
lost
That's
by
actually super
11,000.
duper false. That's a lie.
11,000 votes.
This
So,
has been disproven
and-
time and time and time again. Can you,
You know,
give me a
this is
source
a-
to
this
indicate
is a
that there
close
was widespread
race.
election fraud in Georgia?
Yeah, and he just sent people in there. He tried to protest.
Shuff,
it
can you
through
give me
court.
can you
They
give me
said
any
he had no
evidence out?
proof.
Shuff, can you
He
give me
didn't
any
have
evidence
proof.
that
They
would
didn't let him
indicate?
try to get any either.
No, they did, right? So he took this court case, right, that, the election was stolen from him and there was widespread voter fraud in states such as Georgia, right, to 63 handpicked courts. All
I agree
63
with
of them
Trump
told
that we
Trump
need a
that
fair
he was wrong
election.
and he didn't have any evidence
That's
for
all
it,
we want
including
is a fair
34 judges
election.
with Republican
Just a
appointed
fair
judges
election.
and then
Yeah, I hear you, I
17
hear you.
courts with
Yeah, I know
Trump
all that.
appointed judges.
Yes.
Lacey, I appreciate you for the Venmo. So how could you say that there's widespread voter fraud in Georgia when this
I
has been
didn't say-
debunked time and time and
well,
time again?
because it's so close. Georgia and these guys, that takes them forever to count. They have a water leak. Just weird shit happens. So, and he was the president
Okay,
of
so
the
you're
United
saying
States
that you
at the
know that
time.
the election
You don't
was
think
rigged
the
for Biden
president
because
should
the
be able
vote
to
was
go in there and
close?
check votes? You don't
Wait,
think it should be
it's not about questioning.
They investigate him. Why can't
Shuff,
we do some
Shuff,
investigating?
it's not about questioning the outcome of the election. It's denying it and incessantly denying it for 4 years and literally trying to rig it yourself. That's in question here.
Yeah.
You're making a massive conflation, a massive, massive conflation. He didn't just merely question
has he
it.
been
He
convicted
tried
of that
to
or
rig it.
indicted?
He's been indicted, then admitted to it.
Okay, in America, we get to go to court, and then we get to
Shuff, he admitted to it in court.
He sent the people. Yeah, he did. Everybody knows what he did, but it's.
Oh my God!
the
You just
lawyers are-
admit that
It's not
admit
a
that
crime.
Trump sent fake slates of electors to
Yeah,
cast
they were
fake
the
Trump
people.
votes
They're
into
on
the
the
electoral
list, too.
college.
They'll probably get indicted too. If they
Wait,
don't-
so do you
they're gonna
support
try to
Trump
get
trying
them
to rig
flip
the
them.
outcome of the 2020 election?
No, he wasn't trying to rig it. He was trying to get in there and see if they were
But
cheating.
you just
and they
admitted
wouldn't
that
let
he
him.
sent fake slates of electors to send false certificates of ascertainment to Congress to be certified
that's
as real.
what the indictment says.
That's what he admitted to.
That's what the $1 million lawyers have written down in an
Sir,
indictment.
that's
Until
what
you
Trump
go to
admitted
court,
to.
Trump's saying that he was trying to get in there to see if they threw away Trump votes. But now we'll never know because they covered it up.
Shuff,
And
Trump
so-
literally admitted to the Supreme Court that this is exactly what he did. He admitted he tried to rig the outcome of 2020.
Yeah, and he went to Pence. He tried to stop the election so we could check it out.
So
he
do you
wanted to see.
Do you
So
affirm that
here's-
Trump tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election?
He's like he did
No,
it, but
I
it was
affirm he
good. It was
protested
actually
it.
really good.
He tried to protest it.
Okay, so
And
how
He
could
was
he
protesting it, yeah. Yeah, 'cause
And so
that's
they're
typically
gonna
how
charge him.
typically how presidents throughout history have protested it. Am I right? Yeah,
And if
definitely.
he asks a question, he got impeached for doing the same thing.
How can
What?
you
Asked
say
him,
that?
hey, what's
didn't-
going on with the Hunter
he didn't try to
Biden
do that
money?
in 2016.
Why is the Biden family getting millions from China?
What?
Why are they getting
Pivot.
millions of dollars from some company?
Hey, Casey, are you voting for Trump?
No, but did that Shuff just admit to being at J6? He said,
Thank you for coming.
Oh,
I
well, we
appreciate
need
it.
to. Let's ask that question. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to clarify that. Yo, possible W from the guest. Shuff, can you unmute yourself?
Do what?
Were you at J6?
Hell no.
Okay.
Okay.
I just have one last question for you here, man. Right? So you said that Trump was protesting the outcome of the 2020 election. I don't
Yes, he was
I don't know
trying
about
to.
one second. This-
Trying to. Yeah.
Shuff,
Definitely.
if you interrupt me here,
But
I'm just
now they're going to charge him for crimes.
Shuff, if you interrupt
like
me,
all
I'm
the
going to
other
kick you.
crimes.
If you interrupt me, I'm going to kick you. Okay? So I don't know about you, but I wouldn't say that literally sending fake slates of electors to 7 states to cast literally fake Trump votes to
Who
Congress.
were these electors? Fake electors. There was.
All right, moving on. I made it very clear that I would kick him if he interrupted me. Moving on to our next guest chat. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We're just looking for our next guest at this point, y'all. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen as well. If you want to support either myself or Parker over here, or Venmo's, Cash Apps, PayPal's in the bio. Also,
As
we have 6.4 thousand people in here right now. Double tap on the phone screen, every single one of you. If you
We can
guys
get to
sent
3 million
100
likes
likes, we
easily.
could get to 3 million in no time. Double tap on the phone screen.
And I love that. Okay.
Kai, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay,
They're not
we
here.
They're not here. Moving on to our next guest, guys. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Y'all already know. Moving on, let's try to get to 78 million double taps on that phone screen.
78 million, yes. So real.
78 million, so real.
That sounds achievable.
All right, moving on to our next guest here, guys. Everybody, give us a minute here.
Let's get more likes than the DNC did last night, everyone. Like,
so real. What's up, Brian? Are you voting for Trump?
we should have done a protest DNC event.
Trump.
On TikTok.
So real.
A
So
protest DNC event because you guys didn't invite us. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, for real. I can't believe they didn't invite us. I mean, that absolutely debunks the conspiracy theory that we're paid by them because they invited literally.
No.
every
You know what I
fucking
heard?
person
Someone
apart from
was
us.
like they had to keep someone on live. They had to keep someone to hold that post.
You want to know the sad part?
What?
I heard that too. ZD, are you voting for Trump?
No.
You are?
No, it was an accident. I didn't mean to join. I don't
You're good.
If you're MAGA, let us know in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna get our next guest put up in there as
Protest
well.
bigly. I could tell you.
Bigly, massively big. Massively
Parker said he
big.
was invited. The other Parker? Jeez.
He was.
They invited the other Parker. They invited Chris. They invited Harry. They invited Olivia. And they didn't invite me and Dean? What the fuck? Yo, come on.
I know.
Come
crazy
on. I would have
Crazy
loved to
shit.
meet like AOC and fucking everyone. That would have been great, dude.
shit. Love to meet Charlie Kirk, dude.
Yeah.
It's the first. The other Parker, right, found Charlie Kirk, tried to debate him, and ran
Yeah,
away.
dude. I wish I could have gone there with him.
All right, you were driving. Guys, keep spamming MAGA.
We
in
would
the
have
comment
done
section.
Parker and Parker versus Charlie, you know?
Keep spamming down MAGA in the comment section, guys. We're still just looking for our next guest here. What's up, New Day? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 54.
Are you voting for Trump?
Okay. I'm not, and I'll make this very fast.
Gracie, thank you so much for the $3 on Venmo. I appreciate you for coming up. Base guess, yo, W New Age. What's up? How old are you?
35.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why the hell would you do such a thing? Or more so, why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump has a vehemently sexist history with ill-willed treatment towards women, including sexual violence. Thank you for the boxing gloves. Thank you for the love.
No, I think I'm only gonna vote for bleh. Because Parker is always stomping on these maggots while playing 2K.
You are not voting for Trump. Moving on to our next guest,
I am
Willie.
playing 2K right now. That is a true fact.
True fact. So real. Willie, what's up? How old are you?
31.
You voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why the hell would you do such a thing?
Why would you not?
Sure, I could tell you. Yeah, because I don't want a rapist, fraudster, felon, election denying, lunatic, narcissist to be running our country for the next 4 years.
I agree, narcissist, but why are you voting for Kamala?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, there's going to be two main categorical reasons. The first one is going to
Kamala.
be character, and then the second one is going
Why
to
does
be...
everyone keep correcting her name?
Okay, so
do you
many
think?
people have corrected you and you still haven't got it right. Maybe that's a you issue, okay?
What's
Maybe
a-
not try to blame other people. Like, why are they
What's
doing
a-
this to me? Maybe be like, why am I doing this?
Fair enough.
Right.
Yo, Lizzie98, come join up. Lizzie says that there's evidence that Parker's paid. Lizzie98, I'm inviting you. Please do join. Anyway, so Willie, yeah, there's going to be two main categories why I'm voting for Harris, right? The first category is character. The second category is policy. When we're referencing character, right, I'm going to take the non-grapist over the grapist, the non-racist over the racist, the non-sexist over the sexist, the non-misogynist over the misogynist, the non-election denier over the election denier, the person that wants to protect and preserve our democracy in comparison to the person that tried to stage a coup to overthrow it, right?
All right,
Also, the person that is
is
not a
Trump
religious
racist?
persecution.
Let's start with that.
How's Trump racist? In 1973,
Housing discrimination lawsuits where they would specifically not rent to black people. They would say specifically that there's no openings to black people, and then as it relates to white people, they would say there are openings at the exact very time.
And
It is
there's-
also the case
there's
that he
evidence.
popularized the birther movement, which said that Barack Obama, the first
Yeah, I
black
know.
president, wasn't born in the United States, and we have birth certificates of him born in the United States. Now he's doing the same thing with Kamala Harris, saying she turned black. Now that's just nonsense. Bullshit, and the fact that you don't understand that to be racist is actually fundamentally ridiculous.
Wait,
Lizzie,
you think
welcome
that's
into the live. We're going to
racist?
get to you in 1 minute.
Yes, that is absolutely racist.
Why?
Why is which one racist? Denying her being black, popularizing Barack Obama, the first black president, not born in the United States, and he was born in Kenya when he was actually born in the United States, and we have a birth certificate there. Or was it the housing discrimination lawsuits?
All right, so let's talk about one topic.
Oh no, which one? Tell me, which one is not racist? Are they? Do you think any of them are racist?
The one that he's like, oh yeah, she just appeals to black people as soon as she wants the black vote.
No, he said that she turned black, indicating that she wasn't black before. When did I turn white? I don't think I did. So when did she turn black? That's so crazy.
Bro, like, she didn't turn black, but...
but Trump said that, and that's racism.
That's not what I'm saying.
That absolutely is racism.
That is not what I'm saying.
So which point isn't racism?
Define racism. Let's
No, can you answer the question? Which point isn't racism?
Him saying, oh yeah, now she wants to be black to appeal to black voters. That's
No, she has been black. What? She didn't want to be black. She is black.
So how is Trump racist?
I just gave you 3 things that indicated that pretty clearly. Would you like to respond to any of them and tell me why you think that they're not racist?
Yeah.
Tell me why it's not racist to say she wasn't black. Tell me why it's not racist to say that Barack Obama, the first black president, was born in Kenya because he's black, and even though we have birth certificates of him born in the United States. Tell me why it's not racist to have housing discrimination lawsuits where they wouldn't rent to black people.
He also said that black people were going to buy his sneakers because they're black. He referred to the African American community as black.
I'll have to look at that, but like define racism.
Jesus Christ!
So now you just don't know what racism is.
Yeah, racism is gonna be racial prejudice. What's up?
Like, I don't know what racism is. Like, you guys are just.
So the reason that you say that Trump isn't racist,
do you want to
is you don't know
respond to what
racism
we're
is.
saying?
Yeah.
Right, so racism is racial prejudice. Right now, would you like to give us a particular definition that entails that none of these are racism?
He's just talking about a person. Why are you so
You know what? We're gonna take this very
Is he
simply.
like rational?
Yeah, we're gonna make this super duper simple. Also, Lizzie, welcome to the live. Please hang out. I would love to speak to you next. Please don't leave, Lizzie.
Gracie, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, Gracie.
That's fine. Can I just say though, you misread my comment, and I was just saying that people have been leaving a link to evidence of where we can supposedly find the evidence for you guys being paid. That's what I was writing. I wasn't saying I have evidence. Because I looked into the link and it was nothing.
No, perfect. All right. Anyways, Willie.
Base Lizzie.
So we're just gonna make this super duper simple for you, Willie. Would you say attempting to take opportunity away from a black man because he is black is racist?
Opportunity away. All right. Ask the question again.
Wow. Would you say trying to take away employment opportunity away from a black person because they're black is racist?
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up.
So
Now,
when Trump
would you
tried
say-
to take away Willie, one second.
Okay.
What the fuck do you have to add? Okay, perfect. So when Trump tried
What the
to
fuck
take
do you have to add? I'm like 20 years old. Like, go ahead.
Okay,
Willie, how old are you?
I'm 31.
Jesus Christ, you
literally
act like a
sound more
child.
mature than me. Yeah.
And also like 31? Good shit. Wow, you're literally like what, fucking 9 years older than me? Jesus Christ, it hasn't helped.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to go back to what I was saying. So specifically speaking, Willie, you did say trying to take away job employment opportunity away from a black person because they're black is racist. So when Trump, tried to take away opportunity from Barack Obama to become president, saying that because he's black, he was obviously born in Africa, which makes him obviously not a U.S. born citizen, which means he shouldn't be able to run for the presidency.
It lagged.
Wow, bro. This is sad. Sure.
Wow.
I'll go ahead and start over.
This is sad.
I'll go ahead and start over. So you said trying to take away opportunity from a black person because they're black is racist. So when Trump tried to take the opportunity away from Obama to either run for president or win in the presidential election, saying that because he's black, he wasn't born in America, therefore he can't run for president as he's not a natural U.S. born citizen. Does that make that action racist?
What did you say that?
The birther movement, He said this in an interview with Fox News. He said this on Twitter repeatedly from 2012 until 2015.
All right.
This was
Pull it up.
The utter denial of it is crazy.
So are you just now denying that he engaged in the birther movement?
Wait, birth through movement, or like don't try to.
Donald Trump relies on you being misinformed to control you.
Oh my God, that's what
Yeah, that's the reason why you believe this shit is because you're misinformed. It's because you don't have the information and you've already accepted what's true before you even looked into it.
That's fair. All right, that's a good conversation. But where was Donald Trump racist? Show me that.
We gave you multiple scenarios where that's the case. Tell me how the fucking housing discrimination, not renting to black people, is not racist. Tell me how that's not racist.
I don't know anything about that. That was before.
Tell me how.
Yeah,
dude. Tell me how renting to white people, not to black people specifically, is not racist. That's insane, dude. If it's true, would you say it's racist?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then go for it, Dean.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and inform you about this. So in 1973, Trump owned rental properties. In a particular sect of these rental properties, they had a vacancy sign up, meaning that they anybody could come in and file an application and rent from them.
Yeah.
And so the DOJ in the state of New York at the time was getting reports that they were just denying black people housing because they were black. So then the DOJ of New York at the time sent in quote unquote testers. So what they did is they sent in a white person, and they had the white person ask the manager, right, if there were available units that they could file an application to rent, and the manager said yes. Right, the white tester left, and then they had a black tester enter, and then this black tester asked the same question, and the black tester, and the manager said to the black tester that they had no available properties to rent, and they need to take that vacancy sign down. Right, it was also proven that when they would receive housing applications from black people, that they'd put a letter C on them indicating that they were not white, in which they were then thrown out. When the manager, right, of these rental properties was questioned by the DOJ during their investigation, their manager told them, well, this isn't coming from me. This is an order coming from the boss, Donald Trump. What ended up happening was Donald Trump was brought to civil court, and Donald Trump inevitably had to put ads in the local newspapers of New York at the time saying that they would rent to black people. He had to pledge to the DOJ of the state of New York that he would not racially discriminate moving forward. And specifically speaking, he was caught doing this twice.
That's fair. Okay.
So is this racism?
I would say it's a form of racism for sure. But let me ask.
So where is Donald Trump racist?
Whoa. Let me ask the question. Should we judge the people from 200 years ago for owning slaves?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Oh my God, that is where you are.
What? He's like, don't judge slave owners from 200 years ago.
Wait, you're saying that we shouldn't judge them because of what?
Yeah,
because
you didn't live
socially normal?
You didn't live. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. So when it was socially normal for 50-year-old men to marry and engage in intercourse with 7 through 9-year-old girls in nearly every society around the globe,
do you judge those pedophiles?
300 years ago, do you judge them?
Wait, judge who?
Yeah, as soon as 300 years ago, it was socially normal across the globe for 40, 50-year-old men to marry young girls and engage in intercourse with them beginning at the ages of 7 through 9. So would you say that it's okay for us to judge them?
It was.
I mean, that's disgusting, but
is it okay for us to judge them?
What I'm saying is,
would you judge them?
I mean, yeah, but
okay, so if you judge them, then why wouldn't you judge the slave owners? Is that just because you're racist and you don't think what they did was that bad, or is it because you're just logically incoherent?
You know how fucking stupid that sounds? Come on, bro.
Yeah, you sound fucking stupid right now. Good shit.
Oh, I
identified that.
You're judging people from 200 years ago.
Wait, didn't you just judge people from 200 years ago when you said that you would judge, the old men that would marry their young girls?
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, so if we could judge people from 200 years ago, why can't we judge the slave owners?
Okay, let's start over. Slavery is obviously wrong, but...
This is a terrible start to a sentence. Slavery is wrong, but... Okay, I'm sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead, Willie.
But we can't judge what was the norm back then, and you can't judge a person's character.
So you wouldn't judge pedophiles from 200 years ago?
Oh my God.
If we can't judge the norm from 200 years ago, why can't we judge
You guys go to the extreme, and I think that's...
I actually don't think that slavery
is the extreme, and you're saying don't judge.
Yeah, those two things are just as extreme as
So you're the arbiter of truth.
Right. If not, honestly, I'd say that slavery is more extreme because we still saw like young, like enslaved people of those same ages, like 7 to 9, getting raped by their slave owners, but then they were also owned as property for life. Okay. So if anything, I'd say that slavery is more extreme because it was literally the same thing plus some. Right.
Yeah.
So what we'd say here is, why would you say that we'd taken it to the extreme? Well, if anything, slavery is more extreme.
All the humans from the dawn of time.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sadly.
So you're gonna say slavery has been around since we even know we were humans. So you're gonna
Are you Christian?
Not exactly.
Wait, Willie, was it okay for the people of 200 years ago to judge like slave owners, like how the Union judged the Confederacy and told them they didn't have the right to own slaves? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So then why isn't it okay for us to do the same thing?
Because it's like the character of that person was not based on them owning slaves or like whatever. Like I had
What?
Yeah, like if you own slaves, I don't think that person was a bad person. How do you not get
Bro, what?
Oh my god. I don't think
Bro doesn't think slave owners are bad. What?
See?
Did you think that,
saying, bro?
Going to extremes.
Did you think that the adult men who would marry the young girls were bad people?
We're going to extremes. Bro literally just said the slave owners were not bad, and we're the ones going to extremes.
Yeah, answer my question. Do you think that the adult men who married the young girls were bad people?
I'm from both the Civil War.
Willie. Do you think that the old men who'd married the young girls were bad people?
Yes.
Okay,
and no,
so old men were bad people for marrying 7 through 9-year-old girls 200 years ago, but old men were not bad people for like owning humans as property for life, whipping them, beating them, raping them.
Yeah, that's disgusting. We can judge them based on that, but I'm saying overall America had slaves, and you can't judge a person just like
you're being incredibly
yes,
contradictory.
You can judge people who are slave owners.
If we can't judge that social.
Oh, sorry, Dean.
No, God, man.
What about this? Thomas Jefferson owned slaves, right? He wrote about, along with George Washington, he wrote about how. Wait, I'm not on your side, by the way. He wrote about how it was wrong. He hated the institution, but because he thought that this particular group was not superior to his own race, then they had to be enslaved. And Thomas Jefferson went above George Washington. Thomas Jefferson raped his slaves because we know that he has descendants that are black, and so by definition he raped the women who he owned. So can we judge him on that? Because that was kind of normal at the time too. So can we say, well, I mean, sure, he may have raped them, but that was normal, because they own them and they can do what they want with them.
I mean, you obviously don't know what norm means.
Wait, hold on. You think it wasn't the norm for slave owners to sexually abuse their slaves? We have entire tomes of text about how slave women were sexually abused by their masters. This is not like new information.
I mean,
maybe you should take a class on slavery. Like, go and actually talk to people who study it, and you'll realize the perverse sexual and physical abuse that they went through because it was seen that they can't feel pain. Women who were enslaved of that particular time were thought that they couldn't feel pain, that they couldn't feel the things that the white people could feel. And so it's okay to just treat them like dirt and stuff.
What's your point?
My point is, we can obviously judge them based on our own moral standard, because I don't consider, I don't consider grape to be some kind of thing that we can say, well, maybe it was wrong now, but maybe back then it was right.
Yeah, it's subjective.
Yes, they did, because they never got punished for it. There was no law against graping your slaves. There was no law. There was no morality against it.
Oh, so we just need laws to protect humans. And
where do you get your morality from on why when we do this that it's bad? When you were Wait, you said that you weren't a Christian.
I'm not.
So you have some God that's like still giving us moral laws, even though they're not like.
What's your
Well,
religion?
where do you think morality comes from?
Willie, what God do you believe in?
Just one God.
Which God?
What God?
Neither. I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in any of that
Well,
stuff.
then how do you know what's good and bad?
Just instinct from.
Instinct. Well, I can explain that through evolution. I don't have to use a God to get
It's
that
not
point.
psychological preferences.
So Willie, do you think that this God would hold a consistent moral code right across like all of humanity? If something's wrong today, it was wrong 1,000 years ago, type shit.
I would hope so.
Okay, so if slavery is wrong today, it would mean that it was wrong 200 years ago, which would mean that we could judge them for their wrongdoings.
Yeah, but we just believed in different things at different times.
Wait, the Nazis believed in different things at different times. Do you judge the Nazis?
Yeah,
It was
we all
also
know that shit
socially
was
normal
wrong.
to be anti-Semitic.
Yeah, wait, if you could judge the Nazis, why can't you judge the slave owners? Because like the same thing could be said that it is true that that was like socially normalized.
Because he's irrational.
It's not
Can you tell me the difference, Willie?
Yeah, you are.
If we could judge the Nazis, why can't we judge the slave owners?
I mean, we can judge anyone we want, but it's all subjective.
Okay, so we could judge the slave owners.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't
If
you
it's
judge the
subjective,
slave
it's
owners if you
predicated
judge
off
the
of your own
Nazis?
determination.
But I'm saying, like,
Wait, Willie, if you judge the Nazis, why don't you judge the slave owners?
I judge both.
So you judge the slave owners, but I
it's
thought
not
that
my
we've been...
job to judge. That's what you guys don't.
Okay, so then
get.
you do wait.
think
What do you or
have
do you
this
not judge the slave owners, sir?
moral? Yeah, but
Okay, so you do
think
judge
have
the
this
slave
moral-
owners. So you've been wasting our time for the last 30 minutes when you've been arguing that we shouldn't judge the slave owners.
What's your point?
That you've been wasting our fucking time? Haven't you been making the argument that we shouldn't judge the slave owners?
No, you're just trying to put it.
So then
into
what
your
is the
narrative.
argument that you're making?
I'm saying you can't judge the people at the time.
So you don't judge the slave owners. Which one is it? Do you judge them or do you not judge them? Pick one or the other.
The thing is, if he's using his subjective preferences, he can judge them with his own subjective preferences as of right now. He just doesn't want to for some reason, which is really weird. Like, it's really weird that you want to, like... Why is it so many people today that have been so fucking weird? Like, you guys are really not getting past the allegations. Jesus Christ.
That was a 31-year-old, by the way. We're going to move on to our next guest, chat.
Okay. Thanks for having me up, Dean. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself.
Appreciate you, Matt, as always, man. It's good
Bye,
to see you,
Parker.
bro.
Yeah, bye, dude.
We're going to move on to our next guest. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 38, sir.
And I'm taking a guess, but he's driving.
Yeah, I would love to talk to them, but unfortunately they are driving. We're going to move on to our next guest, Bradley here. Guys, if you want to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in the bio. We get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. That means the world to us. What's up, Bradley? How old are you?
Hey, sorry, I'm eating dinner. I'm sorry. Skip me.
Okay, man. Enjoy your dinner. That's a man. That's a businessman right there. He knows what he wants. Right now, he wants food. Fuck a debate in front of 6,000 people. That man is hungry. What's up, man? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay.
What year you're born in?
19.
Tristan, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Thank you for the love. Moving on to our next guest user.
I just knew immediately it was Refuting.
What's up? Who are you voting for? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
Hey, are you voting for Trump, man?
No, I'm not.
Okay. If you guys are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Moving on to our next guest, everybody. Give us a minute.
Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
For real. W's for Tristan in the chat. Everybody, W's for Tristan in the chat for sending to galaxies.
How long have you
Moving
been
on
live?
to our next guest. Let's see. We've been live for 3 hours and 30 minutes.
How long I don't know how long I've been on.
You've been on for 1 hour.
Vote against the orange.
WJ. You came on at 2 hours, 30 minutes. You've been on for literally
I thought I've
exactly
been on
an
since
hour.
like around 1.
I thought I mean, maybe I'm off, but I thought
Maybe it was
like
around 2. Maybe I haven't been on for an hour.
I thought I like sideswiped it when you joined to see like how long I've been live. What's up, Cross? Are you driving?
What's that, sir?
I'm gonna go and just guess if they are. Moving on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen.
Here, I'll just highlight which message because I need to know what time.
Esoteric, how old are you?
I'm old enough to vote.
What time is it?
I don't believe you.
What time is it? It's 5 to 11.
5 to 11?
Yeah, and I don't live in America, and I'm not eligible to vote. But
Interesting. So you can't vote, okay? Here, I just questioned it.
Stephanie, how old are you? Or you're of age.
I just have a question.
Are you voting for Trump?
Why are you not at the DNC?
Because
we're not paid.
Oh.
I mean, we're both kind of sad about it, right? Like,
Yeah,
we
I wish they
were
invited
at
us,
DC.
honestly. I'm not going to lie. I am kind of sad that honestly, maybe we should have just gone in general ourselves.
I know. What's up, Cam? How old are you?
54.
You voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why the hell would you do such a thing?
Well, number one, he good businessman. He's honest.
He's honest. He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, including the biggest lie ever from a sitting U.S. president with the denial of the outcomes of the 2020 election, and about him being a good businessman. Right? Can you name one other good businessman with 6 bankruptcies, sir?
A lot of businessmen have bankruptcies.
Name one with 6.
Name one good one with 6.
I can't name any.
Mm-hmm.
I still have actually never heard a single person. I've asked that question to like probably over 1,000 people.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Your 2 reasons have been debunked.
Oh, ask me a question then.
Why the
Can
hell?
you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Drilling for oil.
That's not a policy. Also, we drill more oil in the United States now than any point in American history, including under Trump's administration.
Parker bunked.
This is awesome.
Dude, that was like a really good response to what I just said.
You just said a thing for embarrassment?
I agree. I agree with you.
Okay.
You agree with me? Okay.
Okay, anything else to go over?
All right.
All right. Okay. All right. Moving on. Phenomenal. What's
Parker
up, Becky?
Parker debunked.
I'm sorry. I was going to come in and lie and say I was, but I think.
Okay. Moving on to
We
the
can
next
tell
guest.
you want that child tax credit.
Hell yeah. As you should. Slay. What's up, Shauna? How old are you? Dude, there's like 1,000 people in there. What the fuck? Crazy. Hey, what's up? How old are you? All right. No one is there. Moving on to Andy. Everybody give us a minute. We're having so much fun, guys. Woo! So much fun. Losing my damn mind. What's up? How old are you?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're old enough. Are you voting for Chomp?
Hey, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
you voting for Chomp?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I am.
Why would you do that?
So I haven't heard anyone bring this up yet, but there are a lot of us who don't trust the media, right? And so you hear all these points that you guys have brought up, and points that you'll hear on mainstream media networks. But there have also been these obvious smear campaigns. And I
Obvious
just
smear
think,
campaigns against Trump. Can you name one?
yeah, Russiagate being the main one.
And that went through the court process and determined not to have sufficient evidence to indicate that he colluded. But there were people in his administration that were shown to have colluded with Russia. But there was also information they found about Russian interference. So, I mean,
Right.
that was an important investigation, although it didn't show that he colluded with Russia. So the process worked.
I
So
have a
why do you
question.
accept the process in that scenario to make an accurate determination that he wasn't guilty as it relates to collusion, but you don't trust it here?
Yeah,
Well-
like my question would be specifically, just playing off of what a Parker said. If you'd say that a smear campaign from the left was Russiagate, right, and it was proven to be a smear campaign via the claims being disproven in court, would you say that Trump launched a smear campaign against Biden when he alleged that Biden had stole the 2020 election with him, with ultimately 63 courts ruling that he was wrong?
I think that's probably a fair point, if there's no proof of it. But I think there were a lot of people that were concerned
Well, I mean, was it a smear campaign or was it not? Because there's also a lot of people that were concerned with Russian collusion being committed by Trump.
True, that's true. So I think in the case of RussiaGate, it seemed to be, at least the evidence that I remember seeing and hearing about, it seemed a lot more legitimate as something that, they were trying to make something out of nothing. But
something had nothing with RussiaGate. So I mean, it was proven that Rudy Giuliani had met with with higher ups in Russia. Right? There's also like a lot of pro-Trump propaganda being pushed by Russia that was proven in the Mueller report. His dad, Fred Trump, had admitted to working with the Russian mafia. Trump was sued $500,000 in the 80s for working with the Russian mafia. Right? There was good reason to believe that there was legitimate collusion at the hand of Trump. Right? There was just ultimately not sufficient evidence demonstrated. But there's no good reason, right, to assume that there was sufficient evidence for the 2020 election to be overthrown. So why would you call one a smear campaign but not the other? And Rebecca,
I
thank you for the
disagree with
$15
that.
on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Rebecca. Thank you so much. Okay, well, if you're not going to call Trump's denial of 2020 a smear campaign against Biden, I'm not going to call Russian-gate a smear campaign against Trump.
Okay. The reason I disagree is because there were some eye-raising things that came out of the 2020 election.
Such as what?
Especially-
But not to mention, I did name, right, a handful of eye-raising things about Trump. Did I not?
Oh, sure. Yeah, and you have. And,
So this is
and
going to be true in both circumstances. So why would you hold a different standard, right, if this is true in both circumstances?
So the reason is because, as far as I'm concerned, there are. So, tell me this: Do you think Joe Biden's been running the country for the last 4 years?
Yes,
I think he's been
irrelevant.
president, yes.
Irrelevant
so?
to my question.
Okay.
Completely irrelevant to my question, though. May you please
Well-
address my question head on? How is Russiagate a smear campaign, but Trump's denial of the 2020 election, saying that all votes for Biden are illegal, is not?
Well, I think it could be both, right? I think there could be legitimacy to the claims, but they can also be the hands
they're
can
both
be
smear
overplayed,
campaigns?
right? Huh? Sorry.
Are they both smear campaigns?
To some degree, I would say, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, if they're both smear campaigns, why would this give you a reason to vote for Trump when he launched a smear campaign himself?
So back to my original point, I think there's an establishment in the government, right? So it's full of people who are power and money hungry, and those people are primarily on the left, and that's seen through the media, right? Because the media coverage is so heavily on the side of the left, and so.
Well, you said that
are
they're
peop-
power and money
Hannah,
hungry.
thank you for the $1.
What was the point of Trump's smear campaign against Biden, saying that Trump won the 2020 election and Biden stole it from him? It was so Trump can overturn the results of the election and continue to be our president, right? And what did he get while he was president? Power. So wouldn't we also be able to say that there's an establishment from Trump that is power hungry, and that's why he launched the false smear campaign against Biden?
I do think that that's true. I think that being power hungry is the thing that happens at this level of government, right?
Okay. Well, if you admit that this has happened, or in the context of Trump, I don't really care that you'd be alleging it happened in the context of Democrats, because this would make it true of both sides of the aisle.
That's right. But as far as I can see, that it gets murkier on the left than on the right. The
Definitely
truth of-
not. How is Russiagate more murky than the denial of a federal election?
Because Russiagate didn't happen. What they were alleging never happened.
Right. Just like the results of the 2020 election were never sufficiently rigged to be overthrown. That never happened.
Right, but Russiagate started as a smear campaign. The challenging of the 2020 election didn't start out as a smear campaign, as far
False.
as I'm
It totally
concerned.
did. He told his chief strategist and his chief of staff exactly what he was going to do on election night. With the first time he denied the results, a month before the election occurred, before any vote had been passed.
Yeah, but the point is that there are legitimate reasons to question what happened in the last election. I think if you don't see that there are
And there were legitimate reasons to question Russian interference.
True, there are.
Okay,
see,
so then why'd
the
you
thing,
say
right?
it was like then why'd you say it was like some sort of like just like bullshit sort of propaganda spiel that they were just trying to put up against Trump for no reason?
So, well, because that's what it was in the end.
No, it wasn't. You just acknowledged that there were legitimate reasons.
Now, there can be legitimate questions,
I'm
right?
gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, Parker.
Were there legitimate questions, or can there?
Yes, there were, and this is the
There
thing.
were. So if there were legitimate ones, why did you portray it as if there were no legitimate ones?
No, my point was that started out as a smear campaign.
A smear campaign would only be if it was not legitimate. If it is legitimate, then it's not just a smear campaign.
So this is the point.
Then you're
I'm trying
saying
to make.
that Trump denying the election, that's a smear campaign.
Okay.
Now I do think it's a smear campaign because there's no legitimate reason, but like under your view, you have no good reason to say that.
Well, so I want to make a higher point though, and that is that people want transparency, right? We want to know what's going on in the government. We have a right to know what's going on behind closed doors, right? We the people have that right. And that's kind of how we were founded, right? Is that there needs to be transparency, and we're not getting that. So especially on the side of the left, like we're not hearing Kamala give interviews, right? We're not hearing.
She has. I can show you. I can literally show you her taking interview questions.
Right, but only from people who are on her side, right? Like she won't go into
no, just from a reporter that was asking about her policy, and how she was going to pay for it, what she was going to do.
I'd be curious to see that actually, if you could let me know about that.
Yeah. Literally, just look up Kamala Harris interview with a reporter.
Okay, yeah, I'll look that up. But what I'm saying that's the concern that a lot of people have, right? Is that there is not transparency, and especially with.
I agree, there should be transparency, but Trump doesn't create broader transparency. Trump actually derails that transparency. People on the left are very huge about
Trump
transparency.
is who he says he is. I think he opens
No, he's
his
not.
mouth more.
He said that he didn't have sex with Stormy Daniels. Now, do you accept? Do you think that's true?
I'm not going to say he's honest all the time, but what I will say is that.
Would you say that transparency implies honesty?
Yes.
So I think there are a lot more sound bites of Donald Trump saying things than there are of anybody on the left. Like,
Would you say that transparency implies honesty, sir?
So Trump lies more, but he's more transparent.
Okay, so yeah, if transparency implies honesty, right, we'd expect Trump to be honest if Trump were to be transparent. But Trump is not honest. He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, one of the biggest lies that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election, and incessantly lies every single time he gives a speech or is interviewed. Most recently, he said no one died on January 6th. He said he was in a helicopter crash with Willie Brown. That never happened. Willie Brown even confirmed that, called Trump creative, right? And we even had an advisor of Trump's 2016 through 2020 presidency state that Trump didn't know the difference between things that were true and false. He just simply spoke whatever he wanted to, and if it happened to be true, it happened to be true, and if it happened to be false, it happened to be false.
Yeah, but if a politician is talking, they're lying, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, then how do you say
You're just used to that with Trump.
No, that is. I could think of so many.
Trump
times
literally
before.
branded the other side as, oh, they're liars, they're politicians, they don't get anything done, and then literally did that.
Yeah. Okay. So I agree. Trump has lied many times. I also.
Then
think,
how can he be transparent?
I also
Yeah,
think
they're just
Kamala
like
has
isn't
lied
government.
many times. I also think that the
Yo,
media
if
lies
Trump
more
has-
than
Can you name one lie of Kamala Harris?
Can I name one lie of Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
I probably could if you let me think about it for a second.
We'll give you a minute.
Oh, you'll give me a minute?
Uh-huh.
Okay. But will you give me this?
No, I just want to hear a lie.
You just want to hear a lie. Okay.
Use your thinking cap, put it on. Let's wait.
She said she wanted to ban fracking.
That's not a lie. That's having a different position. Now, give me a lie.
No, that was a lie.
No, that's called different position that she had in 2019
So
compared
she
to now.
changed her mind.
Yeah, JD Vance said that Trump is America's Hitler.
Yeah, I know that. We weren't talking about that. We were talking about Kamala's lies.
Do you think so do you think that's a lie?
Do I think what's a lie that JD Vance said that?
Yeah, that he doesn't believe that now because he said that back then.
So yeah, people can change their position. Sure, I believe that.
Bro.
Okay.
Dude. Andy, you're so fucking dense. This is incredible.
Yeah, am I?
How can you not fucking 1 second? How can you not like use your brain to recognize the incredible contradiction you just made? Like that was insane. Like all we had to do was replace the name Kamala Harris with the name JD Vance, and you all of a sudden got it.
Fair
It's so
enough,
fun,
but level with me for a second, right? You're going to tell. You want to tell me?
I'm still looking for a next guest, bro. Go ahead.
No, good. Have a good day, guys. You can go on to the next.
Andy,
guest.
are you a little bit mad? Are you a little bit sensitive right now? Do you need some
not
baby
at all.
bottles?
I appreciate the discussion, fellas. Have a good day.
Okay,
Karen,
little snowflake.
Karen, are you voting for Trump? Karen! Karen's not here.
You're a little teapot, short and spout.
All right, guys, we're going to get our next guest up in here. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody give us a minute to get our next debate going. We got CJ loading in. If anybody wants to support either myself or Parker, we have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in the bio, y'all. We get 100% of the proceeds on that platform. We'll give y'all a shout out as well. We're just currently looking for our next guest.
Maybe, yeah, probably.
Maybe if you do. All right, about that. Because we're coming up on like 4 hours. I was probably going to end my stream at about 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Okay, I'll probably go live then.
Bet. What's up, Gage? How old are you? All right, Gage is not here. Kyle, how old are you?
30 years old.
Are you driving?
No, I'm working.
Perfect.
I'm not
awesome.
driving. I'm like inside a vehicle though, but I'm not driving.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right. Why are you doing that, man?
I'm with the last guy. The media definitely pushes their own.
I'm just pretty sure he was driving. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box, guys. Everybody just be patient. We're going to get our next guest, Jay Money, up in here, guys. So everyone just give us 1 minute here. Right. Also, do double tap on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 3 million likes, y'all. You guys already know the drill. We got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. So everybody just do be patient. Johnny Thunder got you invited. I want a crazy MAGA supporter. If you're like a straight like MAGA
Yeah, I'll
lover,
probably give it like one more person, then I'll start my live. If we can't get someone in the next like 5-10 minutes or so, I'll probably
sounds
start
good,
my
bro.
live.
If you want, I could hit you with a raid. I was gonna spend like another like hour and a half on live. If you want to coast for like an hour and a half on yours.
Yeah, we can do that.
I bet, but it's up to you. What's up, Zay? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Tristan, thank you for the galaxy. Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not. I just wanted to.
All right, we're gonna give it one more try here, folks. If we can't get a debate on this next guest.
Tristan, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Tristan.
Chris, are you voting for Trump?
Hi.
Hi.
Yes.
Okay, why?
I love you guys. I'm not voting for Trump.
Okay. Parker, you want to go start your live?
I'll probably wait for like 1 or 2 more people to try. If not, I'll go start my live.
Bet. Everybody, give us a minute. Give us a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a minute. Just be patient. Be the most patient you've ever been.
Bigly, right? We're gonna get it bigly.
We're gonna be bigly patient. Lilith, are you voting for Trump?
No. Make America gay again.
Okay.
They were spamming MAGA in the chat. That surprisingly does align. That's kind of funny. That made me giggle. Moving on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. They were only spamming MAGA in the chat. To be fair, they weren't saying that they were voting for Trump. All right, moving on to our next guest. Ellie, I sent you an invite. Huge invite.
The only MAGA that we're okay with.
So true.
I love you so much. Please say edited by
Oh, you got glitched into the live.
Hello?
Oh, hey, Ali, are you voting for Trump?
I am, but I just wanted to say something. You asked the other gentleman about one lie that Kamala's told.
Edited by Jay.
Right?
Sorry, go ahead.
You were asking about a lie she's told?
Yeah.
I could think of a couple, but
Go for one.
she said that they asked her if she ever smoked. You know.
Oh, don't say the name. Don't say the
it.
name.
I'm not saying it. Relax.
Say the
Bill
name.
Dean, take a breath. I know. It's okay. So I say, yeah, in college. Oh, and what did you listen to when you did? Oh, Snoop and Tupac. She was in college in 1981, 83, 84. Snoop and Tupac didn't even come out till the 90s. There's a lie. It's a simple lie, but
Can
it's
you
a lie.
tell me where she said this?
It was an interview on. Hold on. It was an interview. It was like on. They called her out for it. It was an interview. You can just look it up. You'll find it. I can't look. I don't have a. I don't. It'll kick me out if I look.
I know. Won't.
Let me see.
We just won't be able to hear you until you come back.
I actually found a fact check by Reuters stating, fact check, Kamala Harris did not say she listened to Snoop Dogg and Tupac while smoking in college.
She didn't say. There was a clip of her saying it. It was not AI. There was a clip of her saying it literally.
Well, that's not what the fact check indicates. So, would you like to provide?
Can I see it?
Yeah, he'll just tell you the title.
Yep. Search up Reuters. Fact check. Kamala Harris did not say she listened to these artists in college.
Okay, I'm gonna check. Can I just I'm gonna get out of here just to look, and I'll come back so you can.
So I mean, I could just clarify what happened in the clip.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happened? In the interview, DJ Envy asked Harris what music she listened to before she has a chance to answer. Charlemagne the God interrupts by asking what music she listened to while she was in college. Harris laughs but ignores the second person's question and responds to the original query of what music she listens to now by saying Snoop Dogg, Tupac, and she adds that she loves Cardi B.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So do you have a lie that Harris has told?
I mean, I can't think off the top. I mean, there's she lies a lot.
Yeah, I'd like to hear a lie.
Why is it taken like?
Because I didn't come up here prepared. I just came up.
Interesting.
I just said MAGA and you invited me up, so I accepted it.
What if I ask you a question? Why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist.
Why do you care about someone who thinks you're stupid?
Well, if we're so smart like
Because
Trump
Kamala
says we
thinks
are,
anybody
if we're so
18-24
smart like Trump says we are, then why are we voting against him in predominant numbers?
Well, your Kamala thinks anybody 18-24 is stupid.
So without interruption this time, I'm pretty sure there's a big difference between Kamala's attack on young people by saying that they're stupid, and then Trump's attack on women by like being held civilly liable.
Also, literally, Trump said we're smart and we're predominantly.
I get it.
No, but Trump said that we're smart and we're predominantly voting against him. So I agree. Yeah, we're smart. We're smart. I agree.
So yeah, why would you vote for someone that doesn't care about you?
Well, because you guys are looking at his past. I'm looking at the future of America. I'm not really
Yeah, but how do you expect him to effectively legislate?
If you were actually looking at the future of America, you'd care about things like climate change. You'd care about Trump trying to overthrow the government. You'd care about women's rights, right? I don't know, things like that. You care about healthcare policy.
When it comes to abortion, for example, I mean, first of all, he was in office before. They didn't take it away.
They did. The reason why they took it away is because Trump put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
Okay, so if abortion, first of all, they're not taking it away. They're just putting a cap on it at a certain amount of time, which is fair.
No, they are taking it away. And it depends on the state, though.
They're not taking it completely away.
In some states, they are. Yes, they are.
In some states, but he can't control what happens.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can. He could have kept the federal protections for abortion access.
Parker, if there's something wrong, or if it's up to 8 weeks until there's a heartbeat,
the $5. Thank you so much.
Or I think it's 12 weeks.
Do you think abortion is murder?
Do I think it's murder?
Yeah.
After, you know what? I'm not. That's not my big. It's not my biggest thing, but I used to be pro-choice until I went.
Do you think abortion is murder?
Yes.
Okay, so why do you think murder should be left up to the states?
I don't have an answer for that.
Damn.
Well, I don't necessarily. It's not that I don't think it's murder per se. If you do it within a certain amount of time. I mean, if you do it at like 18 weeks, yeah, it's murder. It's a baby.
Oh, okay. So again, the point that we're making there is that, again, then you think murder should be left up to the states.
No, not murder. Abortion. No, I don't think it's murder. I don't think abortion is murder. No.
Okay, so abortion isn't murder. So why do you want to restrict women's access to abortion by voting for Donald Trump?
To a certain point, because
no, it doesn't. It doesn't just do it to a certain point. There are great victims. There are great victims that couldn't get access to abortion.
You have to look at the whole picture. You can't.
Some of these abortion laws are like 6 weeks. Okay, they're heartbeat bills.
It's not. Listen, getting an abortion is not going to ungrape a woman. It's not going to change the situation.
It is going to allow for them to have autonomy over their body in a scenario where they didn't have autonomy prior.
Okay,
so what you're doing is you're trying to strip women and strip girls of their autonomy when it's already been stripped of them. So why do you want to add to a great victim's restriction of autonomy? Please tell me. I'd love to hear the good reason why you want to restrict the great victim's autonomy even further than it already has been.
Okay, because that baby didn't do anything. That baby, unless it's like incest.
And why does she have an obligation to take care of a non-sentient embryo that quite literally she did not cause?
She doesn't have to take care of it. She could put it up for. She
does have to take care of it. You're saying that she has to go through the context of pregnancy.
Yeah, because
that is taking care of it.
That baby is that baby's innocent. That baby didn't do anything. It's not going to ungrape her.
It's literally non-sentient.
It's not going to ungrape her.
Wait, but you're gonna take away from her autonomy even more than it's already been taken away.
Yeah,
listen. Hold on.
Ellie,
getting an abortion is not going to stop her from.
It will stop pregnancy. It will stop the.
It doesn't stop pregnancy.
Are you saying it's not taking away her autonomy even more?
Hold on. An abortion doesn't.
Why do you want to take away the autonomy of a great victim?
Make it so they're not. The abortion doesn't make it so they're not pregnant anymore, or like abortion.
It actually does.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? Abortion is a termination of pregnancy.
I'm sorry.
It literally makes it so they're not pregnant anymore.
It doesn't make it. It doesn't keep them from not. They still have to. That baby's still coming out, is what I'm saying. Whether it comes out dead or alive. That's the difference.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify, Ellie.
Whether it comes out 9 months or in 6
the reason.
Okay, so take it out early on and let it try to survive on its own.
What?
Yeah, take it out earlier on in the pregnancy and see if it survives on its own. It's not going to. Okay, so what's your point?
My point is that it's not. That doesn't even make sense. What you're saying?
Yes, it does. You're saying. You're
pivoting. That makes no sense.
What?
That makes
you're saying it has to come out either way. So if you're like, okay, all right, we can take it out. If it has to come out anyway, well then take it out and see if it survives.
Yeah, listen, when we're referencing great victims getting abortions, the point isn't to kill a baby. The point is to recognize the bodily autonomy of the mother that should be maintained. In virtue of recognizing that the mother shouldn't have an obligation to provide the resources necessary to sustain the rights of the fetus. I believe that victims of rape especially are completely well within their rights to revoke consent to be supplying the fetus with the necessary means to live, or in other words, allow its bodily resources, like such as the uterus and the other bodily resources provided like through the umbilical cord, right? And the argument here is that the mother's under no obligation to provide.
Hold on, can I say something?
Do you think that the mother's under an obligation to provide the fetus those things?
Yes.
Okay, so if I walk up to you with an IV cord and I just jab it in your arm without your consent and I tell you if you remove that IV cord from your arm that I will die as a result, are you obligated to keep that IV cord in your arm or are you not obligated to?
That's a different situation.
Do you mind answering?
Well, I don't know you and I wouldn't. No.
Right, you wouldn't be under an obligation to provide for me to sustain for my life because that IV cord was entered in your arm.
Well,
but this is exactly what is being said about rape victims. Like they didn't consent to sex. They didn't consent to the pregnancy. They didn't consent for that conception. They didn't consent for that fetus to be completely and utterly dependent upon them.
So how about non-rape victims? We could have that conversation. Okay, let's have that conversation. Okay, fine.
You're
fine.
pivoting. So would you now recognize that great victims should have access to?
Yes,
would you recognize that great
victim-
victims should have access to abortion?
I agree with that. I'm just saying in general, like
So don't leave it up to the states, because then that makes sure that there's no federal protections for great victims.
I agree about the great victims and that. I do agree with that. I'm just saying it won't ungrape the woman.
Amanda, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo
I'm sorry, Ellie,
for
but
protecting women's rights. Thank you,
Ellie-
Amanda.
Ellie, no one said that's going to happen. Okay? Why do you keep saying that? Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. Like, that's like the point you've said like 7 times, and again, no one said that.
I'm just saying that. Well,
I get you're saying it, but no one said that, so I don't know why you keep saying it. That's what I'm asking.
I don't know. Anyway,
Because it's just like an alt-right talking point, because you don't really know what the hell you're talking about. Like when it comes to the abortion conversation, what I've like consistently seen, or is a demonstration of utter ignorance from every single defender of legislation to impede upon the rights of women.
I'm just saying the overall.
Like I just think that it's so gross that you're literally advocating for, this decision to be taken out of the hands of a woman and her doctor, right, and put into the hands of white men in Congress.
But it shouldn't be
that are
past
just as
8
ignorant on these
weeks. It
issues
shouldn't
as
be
you
past
are.
8 weeks.
Ellie, why are you
Especially
incessantly interrupting me when I'm disproving everything you're saying? It's almost like you don't want to hear what I have to say because you know that it makes you and your beliefs look incredibly silly.
I used to be pro-choice, and I'm not completely pro-life. I do agree about I do agree with that. However, it shouldn't be past a certain point, like
what point?
After the 8 weeks, 12
weeks after the heartbeat. So yeah, why should elective abortions not be allowed after the point where the heartbeat occurs?
Because once the baby has a heartbeat, it's
what?
It's a human life.
It's a human life from the moment of conception. 97% of biologists would agree with me here. The heartbeat does not begin the human life.
But it's like I don't know. That's just how. It's my opinion. It's how I see it.
Okay, so I just want you to recognize that I ask you for.
But you keep saying, "What
Ellie,
about
Ellie?" Without interruption, I'm really sick and tired of that shit. Okay, allow me to speak without you jumping in here.
Okay.
So I just want you to recognize that I asked you why you think that women shouldn't be able to access health care after they've been pregnant for 8 weeks, and your ultimate response is that you have no fucking clue.
Well,
right?
it's dangerous for the woman.
Ellie,
too.
what did I just fucking tell you? What did I just tell you, Ellie? Did I tell you not to interrupt me?
Yes, sir. I'm not a kid, Dean. Relax.
I'm not calling you a kid. I'm just simply asking you to stop interrupting me. This is my 3rd time having to ask you this.
You don't stop talking, so it's hard not to interrupt you.
I definitely have stopped talking, and it is not hard not to interrupt me. Just simply wait your turn.
Okay.
Okay, so now I'm going to go back to what I was saying. But first, Chad, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. So back to what
I'm gonna go start my live. I'll see you here pretty soon, bro.
All right, I'll send you right, Parker. Have a good one, man. Have a good one. Anyway, so back to what I was saying, Ellie. So particularly speaking here, right, I asked you why you think that women shouldn't be able to access health care after they've been pregnant for 8 weeks, and your ultimate answer was that you had no fucking clue. Don't you think it's a little bit unfair to every single American woman and girl out there that wants to be able to have the right to decide about medical decisions and pertaining to their own body, right? When you then turn around and say that this should instead be taken out of the hands of the woman and her doctor and be put into the hands of the white men in Congress for the reason that you have no fucking clue? Yo, Parker's back.
Okay. So again, I agree about so what point do you think abortion should be allowed all throughout until what? Until 9 months?
I think that elective abortion should be allowed until about 20 to 24 weeks gestation, for the reason being that I don't value
It's dangerous for the woman too, though.
Good.
It's dangerous for the woman to have an abortion that late as well. You could bleed out. You can have serious complications.
So giving birth is more dangerous than abortion at any point. But anyways, back to what I was saying, right? I believe that elective abortion should be allowed until about 20 through 24 weeks gestation, right? For the reason...
That's crazy. That's wild.
With what reason? Give me a reason, Ellie. What's your reason? I have no fucking clue.
There's babies born at 20 weeks and survive. That's insane.
False. The earliest baby we've ever had born is at the point of viability, and that's exactly when I'd say that elective abortion should be allowed.
I know people that have given birth. I know somebody that had a baby at 23 or 24 weeks.
Yeah, you do, right? So that's why I say that the cutoff of elective abortions should be the point of viability. But back to what I was saying, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You've demonstrated complete and utter total ignorance when we've been talking about abortion and why you're pro-life, but then pro-life legislation ends up impacting women and children in society as a whole severely, right? First of all, it strips women of their most basic rights to bodily autonomy, integrity, and access to healthcare. Second of all, it's placing unwanted children in unready households, shifting the American dynamic away from financially well-off adults that consent to having children that desire to raise that desire to start a family, to forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into doing exactly that because the state is denying the woman access to health care, right? Then third of all, right, we see that it increases rates of poverty, decreases levels of education, and decreases levels of income, all for the reason that you're forcing people out of school, out of employment, to stay at home and raise their child that they didn't want to have in the first place. Right, and all for the reason that you don't fucking know, which was the ultimate response that you gave me when I asked you why elective abortion access should be cut off at 8 weeks.
Okay, so what about non-great victims?
Right, I told you I don't value non-sentient life forms, so I'm going to say that the life of a fetus is morally invaluable until 20 through 24 weeks.
Okay, fair. That's fair.
Right, so you'd say it's fair for me to say this. If you'd say that it's fair to give women access to health care, and the man you're voting for, Donald Trump,
that one single thing is not going to
reason not to vote for Trump.
That's not going to. That one reason is. I just feel like Kamala lies. Listen, all politicians lie. Trump is not perfect. Trump is actually he's the scumbag. He is. He's not. But I'm not trying to date him. I'm not trying to bang him. I'm just trying to have a future for my kids and for.
Right. What good do you think Trump is going to do for America?
Well, first of all, taxes have the tax on tips. My mother.
Kamala Harris supports no tax on tips. Mo, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you.
She says that, but how come she didn't do anything about it for the past 4 years?
How come Trump didn't do anything about it for his 4 years? Crazy.
There wasn't tax on tips then.
There certainly was.
Oh, all right. Well, I don't know. All right, that's all. I came up to you asked about a lie that she told. I came up to say that, so I don't know.
All right, appreciate you for coming up. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
All right, guys. Well, if y'all could spam Parker's out in the chat, we're gonna go ahead and give him a raid. We're gonna hang out with him for a little bit. We've had a good day here. Yo, guys, if you want to support me on your way out, my Venmo, my PayPal are in the bio. Right, so I'm fully funded by donations, and we do a lot of fun with them. So I'm actually going to be flying out to LA here very soon to film a video for Jubilee. I'm really, really excited. So if you want to help me out with my travel expenses, my PayPal, my Venmo, and they're in the bio. Of course, you don't have to, but it would be greatly appreciated if you do help. And I love everybody that's been supporting me lately. You guys have been so kind. Jen, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Jen. Massive W's for Jen. So yeah, I got to get the plane ticket. Then I also have to kind of like clean myself up before I go out there. I'm going to get a haircut tomorrow. Super excited. Haven't cut it in months. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun. So yeah, if you want to help out, if you want to support the travel fund, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. But I'm going to go ahead and end the stream now. Head over to Parker's. Can y'all spam at Parker's in the chat, whatever he's live on right now? We're going to go ahead and send him a raid. I don't know what his ad is, what like account Parker's live on, so spam that in the chat. Sin, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for Happy Travels. I really appreciate you for that, man. Massive W's for Sin. All right. Yo, everybody that's saying that Dean is asking for money, I have been fucking signed up for Trump's email list for the last 4 years because of how hilarious they are. I get an email from Trump about 7 times a day asking me to donate $50. The billionaire. Awesome. Everybody head over to @ParkerNeedsAJob. Spam Dean Raid in the chat. I'm going to be over there very, very, very shortly. So go show him some love. Spam Dean Raid. We're going to do a little bit of a co-host. I love you all. I will see you all over there just in a moment. But yeah, head over to @ParkerNeedsAJob. Spam Dean Raid. We are going to continue our debates over there. Love and appreciate you all. Adios.
The data is illegitimate. How do you know more people are coming into the country?
Because you can see, you can watch, you can actually see people coming through the border.
But you couldn't watch in the past, so you couldn't.
I don't know what I can say on here, but
you couldn't watch always. So how do you know that the numbers in the past are accurate?
How they be putting data when you can't always watch?
What'd you say?
Well, you can't see the coming. What's insignificant? Yeah, the data is insignificant. Excuse me, I can't talk today.
If the data is insignificant and it's not legitimate, well, then you can't trust the data of the past. And if you can't trust the data of the past, well, then you're not going to be able to demonstrate that we
It's
have
not 100%
higher.
accurate.
You're not going to be able to demonstrate that we have higher rates of immigration now.
It's not 100% accurate.
Secondly,
and even with
secondly, we actually have lower levels of border crossings right now than we did under the Trump administration. Appreciate the good afternoon. Thank you so much.
This is a record 10 million. How are you getting that number?
So I'm talking about border crossings daily now. So we've actually seen border crossings reduced.
That's being reported.
Yeah, we're talking about the border crossings have reduced by 40% since the adoption of Biden's recent executive order.
That's being reported, though.
Yeah, so you just don't accept these facts, but these are the facts.
And how can you prove that it's 100% accurate?
What I'm saying is it's most likely to be accurate.
Most likely,
coming
but it's
directly
not.
from
And there's been proven that
Mayorkas
there's been
and the
tens of millions coming through.
DHS.
Hey,
So when you
Jen.
say
Okay, yeah,
tens
and
of
you know
millions,
DHS is also that.
hey, Janine, when you say tens of millions, in order for you to get that number in the first place, you have to use the same outlets I'm using right now. So I think it's ironic that you would justify those and you say that they're okay as it relates to that because you didn't count the millions.
You're being hypocritical
because
you're saying
no,
you lie on
ma'am,
data,
please
but
be
don't
quiet.
lie on data.
Please be quiet. So you're denying the numbers, right? And then you're saying that you accept this particular set of numbers, but you couldn't have possibly known just by looking at the border because you can't count tens of millions of people. You live in one area. You weren't across the entirety of the border. I think that's illegitimate.
Okay.
Okay,
It's
so
not,
then
but
how do you know what information is accurate?
Well, how do you know? Because again, I could use the same argument you were. You can't necessarily guarantee what's coming through. So again,
Well,
it's
I'm
still
not asking you for something that necessarily guarantees it. What I'm asking you for is, well, what would you have best reason for? And what I have best reason for is to accept the numbers that come from the Department of Homeland Security and Mayorkas because they are most likely to be accurate. We are able to test this information that we've had for decades. So, like, the fact that we've been able to do that demonstrates how effective and good that this information is. The fact that you dispute it, I think, is ridiculous.
I have a question. Do you accept customs and border protections as a legitimate source for number of border crossings?
Ryan, 50-50.
So, okay. So you don't, right?
No.
No, you don't. So do you know what was on the screen behind Trump at the time he was got shot?
Yeah, the border statistics. Yeah. But even
the
again,
statistics,
I'm not saying
one second, the
100% right on
statistics
that.
of immigration into the U.S.
Statistics are not facts.
And do you,
wanna know where it
what
was
Trump's
from?
source was?
Okay, tell me.
Customs and Border Protection.
Yep.
Okay. And again, I
So
don't...
do you accept the source or not?
No, I don't. On either side, no.
So tell that to Trump. You don't accept Trump's source?
I mean, I think he's using it as a base, just like you guys are using it as Biden is doing better at the border than Trump is.
Wait, so are you going to accept it or not?
I really don't know. Again, I don't think that statistics is all true. I don't think that they can actually necessarily guarantee.
Yeah, Trump is really lying to you. He's definitely
And
lying.
is it? Do you deny that there's a border crisis?
Anthony, thank you so much for the $25 from Melania Trump. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Anthony, for the $25. Thank you so much. Do I believe what?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Do I believe what?
Do you think that there is a border crisis right now?
No. No, I don't. I don't think that when we say border crisis, right? My thoughts are that we're gonna have like insanely bad data and that everyone's gonna see a big issue with it. At the end of Trump's administration, people weren't making this big issue about the border. So if there wasn't a crisis then, well, then I don't think that there's good reason to believe that there's a crisis now. Now, if you did believe that there's a crisis then, well, then you would have a good reason to believe that there's a crisis now. But I don't think that you're really willing to
I
accept
think there
that.
was, yeah. But I think
Emily,
that
thank you for the
Trump
$10. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
I think there was a crisis then, but I think Trump was handling it a lot more. And he also was getting...
Actually, we have lower border crossings now, so it's not possible that he was doing better.
Crossings reported. But do you
But
think
that's
that
literally
it's
what he was
safer-
citing. So how do you what are you citing to say that they had lower border crossing numbers?
That's just my opinion.
That's just your opinion. So it's just whatever you feel like. So here on my channel, we take facts over feelings. We don't accept just feelings. And if you do accept just feelings, well then I can say I feel like you're wrong, right? And my view that I feel like you're wrong is just as legitimate as your view that you feel like you're right.
Okay.
Yeah. right? So like, do you think that's also my feelings that I am Superman are also just as valid as your feelings, right?
Okay.
Like I'm Superman. Did you know that?
Yep.
Okay, so do you want to give me something legitimate, or do you want to keep believing in something that is just as legitimate as me being fucking Superman?
You have to curse at me? I'm being respectful to you.
I'm being respectful.
No. Pointing out profanities and using sarcasm is not respect.
I'm sorry. Do you need some tissues? Do you need some?
No, I don't need a tissue.
Okay. Do you need a baby bottle? Appreciate the Forever Rose. Thank you so much.
Oh my god. Okay, well, so now he just like caused my train of thought. But there is an issue with immigration because now they're coming over here getting free loans, they're getting insurance, they're getting welfare, everything, healthcare, where I can't get shit when I need it. And
Okay,
again,
so if you want access to healthcare, well, Trump trying to get rid of the ACA with no plan to replace it isn't going to help you with that. Can you tell me what Trump's healthcare? Can you tell me what Trump's healthcare policy is?
You get a job and you pay for it. I don't know exactly what his policy is.
So the people who are dying of cancer. So the people who are dying of cancer, they should just get a job and pay for it.
They're going to get treated no matter what.
Yeah, but then they're going to have hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical debt. And a lot of those people don't want to put their families through that much debt. Appreciate the confetti.
It's unfortunate and it's tragic, but that happens.
So the people dying of cancer should just get a job.
I didn't say they can get a job, but they will.
Wait, but you just said you should just get a job and pay for it. So the people who are dying of cancer should just get a job.
Hold on, one second. Stop it. I'm gonna snap it. I'm sorry, my dog is.
Your dog is totally right.
What? Shut up! Get up! Are you done? Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, can you go back to what you were saying? I'm sorry.
I kind of forgot.
You were saying about somebody having to pay for it or have to go to work when they're sick.
Oh yeah. So people who have cancer and are dying of cancer should just get a job and work for it.
I did not say that.
So what's Trump's healthcare plan to help those people?
First of all, I don't know exactly, and I will say I don't know. But again, that is people get sick. That happens.
Wow, I didn't know that.
But there is help out there. There's fundraisers. There's all kinds of help out there for people who have
so just go beg for it on GoFundMe. That's Trump's healthcare policy.
No, there's people. I didn't say
Trump's healthcare policy is just go beg for it on GoFundMe. GoFundMe it up. I promise you'll win bigly.
You're going off topic and being sarcastic.
No. Yeah, dude, because you have no healthcare policy. He's been running for 9 years and he still doesn't have a healthcare policy.
I'm sure he is, but I just haven't looked it up. I don't sit in front of
he actually doesn't. He doesn't have a healthcare policy.
Okay. Well, I'll look that up.
Go for it.
But again, you can still get treatment. Yeah, it sucks. You get billed and you're going to have to pay for it, but life happens, unfortunately.
Those cancer patients, yep, life just happens. Got to pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hundreds of thousands of dollars in treatments. You're making cancer patients pay for it, or their families to go into hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical debt. Now, to me, I think that's wrong. I think that's unethical. I think that people shouldn't have to go through hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical debt just because they got cancer. But under MAGA's worldview, if you have cancer, pay for it yourself, fucker. That's basically what they say. They say, fuck off.
Services that can help you
out. They say, I don't want to pay for your treatment. I don't want to help out you. I'm going to let you die. GoFundMe. Look it up. Search it up. Go on Google. Look up GoFundMe. And maybe you'll get some help.
You know, my mom was sick with cancer, and she even had insurance, and she still had to pay out of pocket for her treatment. That I'm still paying for to this day.
Wait, I prefer not to have to do that?
She's literally arguing that you should have to be paying your medical bills right now. Right after someone had cancer, I don't think you should have to pay for that. I think that we should have universal health care.
This is not a third world. We don't have to pay for everybody's health care.
Oh, okay, I got you. How about this? So should we get rid of the firefighters? Because like honestly, I shouldn't have to pay for your house, like me putting water on your house. Let it burn.
Civil services.
Let it burn. Let it burn. Let it shrivel up and burn.
Civil services are different from that.
Wait, but how is that different? How's that different?
What do you mean? It's civil service. There's different.
Yeah, but they're both civil services.
You also pay into that.
We pay into healthcare too.
Paying into that.
But we can pay into healthcare too.
I'm getting worse.
So if we can pay into healthcare, what's the difference between firefighters and healthcare?
We're not paying. They're paying it themselves.
So why don't you pay for your own house to get the fire to get put out? Otherwise, just let that fucker burn. Let that fucker burn. Let it burn.
Okay. That's what taxpayer money is for.
Yeah, exactly. Taxpayer money is to take care of people who have cancer and need their treatment paid for.
For Americans, not illegals, not people who are coming over
Why
here.
did you just randomly say that? You're not advocating for universal health care. You don't even think U.S. citizens should get that.
I think that people should pay into their insurance, yes.
They should pay into their insurance. Okay, but if they can't afford insurance, do you think they should be covered? Think of the cap.
Why can't they afford insurance?
Okay, so if you can't afford to get firefighters for your house, should we just let it burn? Colleen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Oh well, we can pay taxes and then use that money. We can pay taxes. We can pay taxes.
I know what you're saying.
We can pay taxes and then use that money to pay for people's health care who have cancer.
I have a question. Would you support spending like 1.7 trillion dollars on like universal health care for everyone?
No.
Okay, so why would you support Trump spending 1.66 trillion dollars on tax cuts for the top 1%?
Because that actually helped me. Because that helped
Dude, what? Dude, universal health care would literally help you. You said you're fucking paying medical bills. You're paying medical bills, ma'am.
No.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh my God. You guys love twisting things around.
By the way, that figure that I just gave you,
And I'm actually
that
nervous
was
on
just for his tax cuts for the top 1%. I factored in the tax cuts for the middle class and excluded them from the debt-related spending bill. The
Jesus
TCGA spent $1.66 trillion on tax cuts for people that make over $400,000 a year.
Jesus fucking Christ, that's insane.
Like, how can you support that, then turn around and say, fuck $23 billion in homelessness in America for a year. Fuck, fuck any comparable number for universal health care for all. Why are you so complicit, right, with giving, right, all the millionaires and billionaires an extra yacht trip per year, but then you turn around and you look at the people starving and dying on the street.
They're like, no money for them. We don't have enough money. How much is that going to cost again?
They pay 50% of taxes. The 1% pays more taxes than anybody else does. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, so I think it's hilarious that you guys ask, how are you going to pay for that as it relates to, like, universal health care? But then you never ask the question, how are you going to pay for the $3.9 trillion of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act revision that you have to put in place? Appreciate the glove. Thank you so much. Otherwise, you're going to have people who are part of the lowest quintile and the middle class having a higher after-tax or lower after-tax income, whereas people who are rich will have a higher after-tax income. So that means that money will go from poor people in the middle class to rich people.
I just want to let you know that universal health care for every American citizen would cost less money for 1 year, right, than what we saw the tax cuts for the top 1%.
And when people can't, when you can't get a procedure that the doctor wants you to get because your insurance ain't going to cover it or they ain't going to approve it, is that okay? Because you want the government,
What?
you don't.
Wait,
you want the
say that one more
government to
time?
control your healthcare?
Say that one more time.
Do you want the government to control your healthcare? Because if you have
yes,
to get a procedure,
yes.
you have to get something, and they're going to say no, you don't need this. It's cheaper to do something else.
Wait, that already happens.
Yeah, that already happens with your
So people-
insurance.
yeah.
So we'd actually have more under Medicare for all. We'd have more rights to determine what type of care we want than if it was under the context of a private insurance system.
But if you do universal health care, you think you're still going to have those options?
Yes,
I don't.
they do in other countries, and yet they spend half as much per person.
Yeah, and there's more people that work, and there's more people that don't work, and we have illegals, we have all different. It's more population.
Wait, why do you keep talking about people who are here who are undocumented? You referring to them as illegals, one, is just stupid.
Why do you
But
think
two,
Canadians come over here and get health insurance?
Why are they
because they're rich.
I mean, I'm sorry,
Because
healthcare. I
have,
apologize.
we have a
Healthcare.
two-tier healthcare system in the United States. For rich people, our healthcare is incredible, but for the average person, our healthcare is horrendous and it's incredibly expensive. But if you're rich, yeah, you're going to get very great healthcare in this country.
Okay.
So rich Canadians come to this country. Wait, you understand poor people in the United States go to Canada to get insulin, right, prior to the cap on insulin? They would literally do that because it was $6 a vial in fucking Canada comparative to here. Like literally, like they had to go across the border and they would get it way cheaper.
I think I just sniped someone in the comment sections. Scamp, you should accept the invite to come up, man. I'd love to talk to you.
Jesus Christ,
Scamp.
I see no response.
Scamp, please accept the invite to join. Please, Scamp.
Do you have any response to that, or are we just gonna sit here and be quiet?
I was like, oh, fuck you, dude.
Wow, nothing to say.
Jesus Christ, that was a really good argument. I never thought that.
First of all, you went on a
Remember,
tangent.
when you're losing in a debate, all you have to say is "fuck you," and
You
you
two are
automatically
talking
win.
over me and talking over each other, and I can't even understand what you guys are saying.
Wait, why are you being so rude today? You just got mad at me using a swear word. Now you're using a swear word and used it directly at me. I never used it directly at you, but used it directly at me. And it's okay when you do it, but me just swearing in conversation, not even directing it towards you, is
Because
bad
I want
for
to.
some reason.
Because I want to.
Do you see the hypocrisy? The hypocrisy is just not blatantly obvious.
Okay, you're right. You're right. I
Is this a
apologize.
crash out on live? So when you lose a debate, do you just start like saying like "fuck you"?
First of all, I'm not losing a debate.
Yeah, you
Why
totally
is it
are.
about winning or no losing? Isn't
Dude,
it a
you're
debate
like
to talk
totally
about
like losing a
differences?
debate. Like you understand that like Parker just like schooled you on universal healthcare, and your response was "fuck you."
No, the sarcasm was when I said "fuck you" too. No, I think the whole idea of universal healthcare is a good idea, but it's not going to work in America. There's too many people, too many situations, and it's just not going to work.
Yeah,
Because
universal
too many
healthcare
people?
works in countries around the world. So, do you think the United States is the best country in the world? Hey, also, do you think the United States is the best country in the world?
What are countries like? Wait, hold on.
Is the United States the best country in the world?
No.
What country's better?
You're no patriot.
No, just give her a second. Give her a second. What country's better?
I'm going off.
She's gonna leave. You're gonna leave instead of telling me what country's better?
Hey, anonymous, thank you for the $1.
Can you just tell me what country's better?
Nope.
She left. Wow. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's go to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. That is the best place to support me. Let's get on to the next person, though. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Thank you so much for the confetti. I appreciate it.
I'm booking a haircut. I'm gonna get a haircut. Let's see.
Good. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, are
Oh,
you voting
dear God.
Trump? Mary, are you voting for Trump? And why is that? Medicaid. Oh, but you have to mute and unmute. Can you mute and unmute real quick? Because people can't hear you in the chat. People can't hear you in the. Ma'am, no one can hear you in the chat. Can you mute and unmute real quick, please?
Crazy.
Okay. All right, do give it a second.
Is that
Can
good?
y'all hear her now, everyone? Yes, people hear you. Go for it. Mary, are you there?
Okay, hi. I even put my camera. There I am. You hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So, just wanted to bring up a point. If you're unable to work in this country because you have health concerns, you can apply for Medicaid, Medicare, one of those, and that will give you the help you need in order to pay for your medical bills if you're because you're ill and you can't work.
You're
So
lagging
I wanted
out.
to address that because you had just.
Yeah. So secondly,
Am I logging
also
out? Am I
it
doing
doesn't pay for
something?
it doesn't pay for everyone's bills. Not everyone applies, and it is insufficient in plenty of scenarios. So what I'm advocating for is to ensure that everyone is taken care of, and that no one has exorbitant medical bills that they have to pay because they got cancer.
Hold on. So yeah. So my son is actually in that particular situation. He's unable to work because of his medical bills, because of his medical condition, and it does pay for all of his medical bills. Everything. He doesn't have to worry about anything.
Yeah, so I understand that in that scenario it could be the case. That's not true for everyone. So if that's not true for everyone, I want to make it true for everyone. And would you want to make it true for everyone as well?
Well, I wouldn't understand why if it wouldn't be, because as far as I know, when you're unable to work because of you're just deemed unable to work because of your medical condition, you automatically get approved. So I don't know why it wouldn't be true for everyone.
So again, the point that I'm making is that again, they're effectively like I think it's around 30 million to 80 million people in this country are uninsured or underinsured. Okay, so they don't get full payments for these things. 137 million Americans have medical debt. Okay, so it definitely doesn't just go away for people. So I do think that we should create a system like that. Medicare for All is that system, and we can get rid of these issues. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Mary, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate it. Thank you. Or Marie, thank you so much.
So right now, do you hear me? Yeah, okay. So as far as anyone that is unable to work, yes, they do get that in this country. So I'm grateful for that. If you are able to work, then you should go to work. And then companies should provide medical insurance for their employees. So, but as far as health care for all, that is tricky. Yeah, but unfortunately, in this country, we have we have some concerns. We have a lot of non-American citizens living here, and they are receiving health coverage through applying for low income. They are receiving health coverage.
So I just want to clarify here.
True.
Right.
Well,
so one criteria to receive statewide,
they are receiving
like,
SNAP
healthcare-
benefits. They are receiving SNAP
Mary,
benefits.
so you don't just have to meet like low income requirements. You also have to meet state residency requirements. So it is the case that you can only get these federally funded programs, these state funded programs, like if you also meet the residency requirements, which like undocumented migrants want to meet. But Gabriella, thank you so much for the $47 on Venmo for universal healthcare. Thank you so much for the $47, Gabriella. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Gabriella.
I'm not sure. Okay, there I am. So I'm sorry. So I misspoke. In Rhode Island, where I live, they do receive SNAP benefits, which is a food program. So I misspoke.
That's
and
also
we
not
don't
nationwide.
have. Yeah. So where I live, they do get that, but we don't have the program like they do in New York, which is guaranteed housing.
Hey, I just wanted to fact check you on this. So this is coming from
Not
USDA.
programs.
This is coming from
Gabrielle, thank you so much for the $47 for universal healthcare. Can we get some W's for Gabrielle in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. W's for Gabrielle in the comment section. Thank you.
I just wanted to fact check you real quick. So I looked up USDA SNAP benefits undocumented migrants Rhode Island. So actually undocumented non-citizens are not and have never been eligible for SNAP benefits anywhere in the country, including Rhode Island.
In Rhode Island, they do, and I can tell you you're wrong on that. In Rhode Island,
I'm literally,
they do.
I'm literally
Sorry,
sourcing
I
the
live
USDA.
here and I know for a fact. Well, I'm not sure why that's saying that, because my son is a child that is 21 years old, and at 22 he's able to apply. And I just spoke to someone within our state regarding all that, and I've been told through the state that they are able to apply for SNAP benefits in the state of Rhode Island. We don't have they don't have the right for shelter, but they do have the capability of SNAP benefits. I'm not sure what.
Bro, literally go on USDA.gov, Food and Nutrition Service, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Right here, non-citizen eligibility.
Don't know what to
Only
tell you.
US
I mean,
citizens
maybe that's
may
that's
receive
not
SNAP
correct.
benefits.
Okay, well, I don't go on Rhode Island. Maybe Rhode Island site instead of USD Gov or whatever.
Yeah,
And
another
look up
source
the
here,
qualifications.
rhodeisland.gov, eligibility for SNAP benefits, you must be a U.S. citizen. Undocumented individuals are not eligible for SNAP benefits. So this is actually coming from the Rhode Island Department of Human
Jarek, thank you for the
Services.
$2 for healthcare. Thank you so much.
Wait, shit, yeah, no, I have a source from Rhode Island Department of Human Services. One second, Mary. I have a source from Rhode Island Department of Human Services, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Programs, facts. One of the facts is that you must be a U.S. citizen.
It's pretty funny how you're reading that pretty quickly and looking that up because it's a pretty challenging website to look all that stuff up. So it's pretty funny how you're looking at
$4.20 for the haircut. I appreciate that. I literally have the PDF from Department of Human Services.
Well, you can agree that there are states that have guaranteed shelter,
Glenn,
right?
thank you for the $2.20.
Like the state of New York has to provide
everywhere should have guaranteed shelter.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and head out, get that haircut.
Why would that be? Because that's under taxpayer. That would be under taxpayers. So why would you agree with that if you're a taxpayer
Because
would have?
I think basic amenities should be provided for everyone in this country.
So-
And that
so when
includes
my-
healthcare, housing, food, childcare,
Even
basic
if you're
amenities.
not an American citizen, even if you're not an American citizen.
If you're not an American citizen, those things wouldn't apply, right? If you're an American
Yeah,
citizen,
so
these
you-
things would
so-
apply.
So in New York, they have guaranteed shelters. So that's why
you would have guarantee. I do think that while you are in this country, you should have guaranteed shelter, right? Obviously, we should treat you with decency, right? But I don't think long term there would be provided shelter.
you know that-
also,
you know
I think
that
there should be
taxpayers
civil.
are providing that.
That's totally fine. I think it is the case that we would provide that for people in the country who are here who are tourists, but they specifically can't afford it.
That's okay
and
for you to say.
Listen. If
That's
people are
okay
here
for
who
you
are
to say.
tourists. If people are here who are tourists, can't afford it, and they would have nowhere to sleep because of, like, say, a flight being canceled, right? What would you do?
Well, if flight being canceled, the airline should take care of that. But can I just say that's okay
Let's
for
say
you
the
to
airline
say
doesn't.
if you're not paying a mortgage. Well, airlines should. We should make them do. If they have a flight canceled, your airline should give a voucher to go to a hotel, and I think they usually do that. So I don't know the argument with that, but I don't think that's a thing.
I'm giving you a scenario where that's
quite
not
often.
true. Jess, thank you for the hand art.
Well, can I just go to taxes are significantly high in this country, and if you own a house and you're paying property taxes and you're paying taxes on your residential taxes and your
Yo, Elise, thank you so much for the $25 or the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elise. I appreciate it. Thank you so
You're
much.
a young kid.
That is definitely true.
You're a young kid.
And Ben, thank you for the
You're probably
$6.66 for Snap. Thank you.
You're not probably a homeowner yet, et cetera. And it gets pretty much of a burden, and especially as a senior when you have to go on Social Security and your Social Security is a tax, that it becomes almost unlivable in this country, especially as a senior, that it's not easy for us as seniors to just say, okay, pay this, pay that, pay this. You got to start thinking about maybe seniors as we get older.
Yeah, I want to take care of seniors too.
Well, we're not being taken care of. We're not.
Well, I'm advocating to do that, whereas Republicans are advocating to cut your services.
No. Trump just said he's just said no more tax on Social Security.
Yeah,
so
he's saying like no taxes on anything. How is he going to pay for this?
No tax on Social Security is a big.
Now listen. I want you to listen. I want you to listen.
Okay.
Please tell me how he's going to pay for no income tax. How he's going to pay for specifically no tax on tips. How he's going to pay specifically for no tax on Social Security without increasing taxes. Please tell me.
Well, he's talking about.
How is he going to pay for that? Please tell me how he's going to pay for that.
Well, let me say. He's talking about tariffs. He's talking about
tariffs. You'd have to have over 85% tariffs on every good coming into the country in order to pay for that.
He's talking about tariffs. He's talking about other
that would cause massive inflation.
Other programs that
like what?
He's also talking about energy independence.
That's not gonna pay for this. Also, we're already
building up our country.
That would cost money to be energy independent.
Back jobs.
To become energy independent, that would cost money. I hope you know that.
I mean, you could say that. How is that going to cost money, energy independence?
Because we have to build up the infrastructure to be able to be energy independent. We do not currently have the infrastructure to be completely energy independent.
Well, even if you want to say with the climate, with regards to electricity, you would have to say we have to build that up as well. So
yeah, I'm not disputing that. Yeah, but like I would actually have a process to pay for it, because I don't say that we don't need to increase taxes at all. Obviously, I can acknowledge that I can pay for it through those means, but Trump has not acknowledged any mechanism to pay for any of these policies. Right? If tariffs are the way to pay for it, that's going to fucking destroy the country. I hope you know that. Any economist would agree with me. Hello?
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I just have my son, as I told you, has medical problems and he's not feeling well right now. So I probably have to.
Okay,
So take care.
Take care. All right, everyone, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Matt, I haven't mentioned one today. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because I can.
Well, just because you can.
I actually got a question.
Okay, so then why don't you write?
Kamala?
Wait, so then here's my question: would you write in?
I'm asking you a question. How is Kamala going to pay for the no taxes on tips? How is she going to pay for the 25,000 first-time home buyer program? How is she going to pay those?
Yeah, by increasing taxes on people's income over $400,000 a year.
So she's increasing taxes for people that can't afford to pay taxes right now.
So increasing taxes on people's income over $400,000 a year. People who are making $400,000 a year can afford that.
So they're not doing that now?
Well, they're not taxing them to the degree that they would under the context of the Harris
administration. Why not? They've been in office for 3.5 years.
Yeah, because the tax policy is determined by Congress.
Parker, do you work?
I do. Yes, this is my job.
This is what you do for a living?
Yes.
Do you have kids?
No.
Do you own a home?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that supposed to be like a critique of anything I've said?
Yeah, because you don't fucking know. You're not in it. You can go off the statistics that you want right now that is made and put into a computer by people. Yeah. Of course, they're not going to come out and say that they're statistics.
So wait, are you telling me?
Right now.
Are you telling me you never look at statistics?
Yeah, you can, but they're made up. They're input by people. Why would the current government?
So are you telling me that you would have better information than this? So you're telling me you have better information than these statistics?
I don't believe half of them.
Okay, so if you don't believe half of them, what is the right information?
Nobody knows.
So if nobody knows the right information, then why?
You could be
wait,
wrong,
so if nobody knows the right,
going off of experience and life experience.
So if nobody knows what's right, then why are you any better than me, than my position? That's just fucking
laughable. I'm not saying I am, but I'm saying I'm voting for off of pre-COVID. I was doing really good. So were a lot of people.
Okay, so why do you cut out COVID?
Because anybody who was in office during COVID would be shit.
Yeah, and same thing true now when there's been global inflation. So you blame a global pandemic on no one, but you blame a global inflation on the Biden-Harris administration. Got it.
But the same people. Oh God, now you sound like that one dude that eats and go, got it.
Appreciate the laugh. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, maybe I should make that into a video. You don't blame Donald Trump for a global pandemic, but you do blame the Biden-Harris administration for global inflation. Got it.
No, I didn't.
I'm gonna make that into a video. Thank you for telling me I should do that.
Dog, they've had 3.5 years to change it, and nothing's changing. It's just getting worse. And you're voting for the same person, and then you're saying Trump's gonna promise no taxes on tips, blah 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 blah. Yeah, cool. So is Kamala. Kamala's promising the same shit. So yeah, they can tax over 400,000 people that make over 400,000 people, but they're not now. So why aren't they doing it now? They could have been doing it.
Because that's
I just kind of find it odd. People that make a lot of money, especially like actresses, actors, all those people with
Can
a
I
lot
like
of
respond to
money
that, or do you just want to keep yapping? So,
tend
so
to vote
I already
Democrat.
told you this, but you didn't get it. So I'll say it to you one more time.
I did get it. You said they're going to vote. They're going to tax people that make over
No,
$400,000.
modern. What I said is Congress has to determine that, genius. I said that multiple times. Sam, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sam. And Madison, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Madison. Can we get some W's for Madison in the comment section right now for the $50? And Sam, thank you for the $10. Thank you for Parker for President 2040. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'm going to get it. I'm going to get off here, but I'm going to give it a couple years, and I guarantee you change your mind.
Wait. Instead of engaging with
once
me in
you
terms
get
of,
into the workplace,
wait, so instead of I am in the workplace.
No, this isn't. Once after November, this is gonna funnel out, and you're gonna have to find a new job, dog.
This is gonna funnel out.
Oh yeah,
Amaris, thank you for the $1. You know I've been doing this for years, right? Prior to doing the election.
Hey, so have I. You could go watch the video I post on it. You do it just for money.
What reason do you have? Wait, so I have a question.
I know how much money you can make on this.
Modern. I have a question then. Then why have I been doing this for years, even before I made any money?
Because now you're in the workplace where you have to start working to make money to survive because you moved out of your parents' place.
But I was doing this during college.
Right. And did you get any grants? Did you get any loans? Did you get anything to live on?
No.
You didn't get any of that stuff.
No.
How'd you pay for it?
How'd I pay for school?
Yeah.
So one, I went to a school that was near me that didn't cost that much, and two specifically, I paid for it myself. Right, I was able to pay for it through specifically money I have made, right, prior to this, and money I've made here, along with like help from my parents prior to like me making money.
That's what I'm saying. Whenever you get out and you have to start making more, and this dies down, because mark my word, it will die down. I did it for 2 years too. Mine was just it was funny shit. It will die down. All these lives and everything, and people sending you money. It will, so just have a backup plan in the back of your head.
Why are you not engaging? I think you're just saying that I'm like fucking doing this for money and nothing else.
Because you are.
Because I've been doing this for years. I made no money off of it when I did it for years. And if I was just doing it for money, why would I literally take zero fucking?
How much
breaks?
money did you make last week?
I'm not gonna tell you how much money I made.
Yeah, because I fucking know.
What's
how
your
much
social security number?
Right?
Take a guess. Take a guess.
I bet you made over $2,000.
So do you want to engage with reality now, or do you just want to sit up here and be like, oh, you're doing this for money, right? You just sound jealous. You sound jealous.
I did. Once after a couple of years, once you realize and you're actually out there working.
I am working right now.
Because this isn't work, Doc. This ain't work.
Modern. I'm working right now.
I'll show you work, Doc.
What's work?
This ain't work. Scamming money off of people to make a living is not
scamming.
Work,
how am I scamming people?
Scamming.
How am I scamming people?
Not scamming people. I mean, I guess I admire.
Guess you
the
just
hustle.
like made that up. Sam, thank you for the $5.
No.
Nina, thank you for the $5 for scamming you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Jakari, thank you for the $10 for scamming me. Thank you so much. Look at all these people I'm scamming.
Do you have any word blockers? Like when people type in something, does it block them automatically?
There's probably some
like
things
scam. Do they block scam or like
the
friends?
Thank you so much. No.
Or all that.
Jules, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So there are some blocks that just comes up due to the automated process for whenever you mute something. It like automatically blocks it because there's spam in the comment section. But Matt, thank you for the $5 for scamming you. Carolyn, thank you for the $1 for scamming you. Thank you so much. Janelle, thank you for the $5 for scamming you. Bethany, thank you for the $7.25 for scamming you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh,
look at all those scams. Scamming them bigly, very bigly. Tremendous scams. What a tremendous scam. So bigly. Winning so bigly here. Look at that. Yo, Yama, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Marilyn, thank you so much for the $5 for scamming. Thank you so much. King Tate, thank you for the $25 for scamming. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Cindy, thank you for the $10 for scamming you. Christine, thank you for the $5 for scamming you. Thank you for the Elephant. Thank you so much. Look at all these people I'm scamming. Scamming so great. Yo, Ethan, thank you so much for the $5 for the very big, very great scam. Rachel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Rachel. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Are you voting Trump?
Let me
Hello?
get this audio to work. I ran to my car. Yo.
Okay, well, if you're in your car, you can't. But let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. So, Harla, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Christina, thank you for the $1 for scamming you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Someone said the DNC got bot accounts to pay for him. That's crazy. That's so crazy. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second, y'all. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Thank you so much, everyone joining in. Brian, thank you for the $5 for scamming us all so well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Brian. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What up? I'm 24.
Boxing up, thank you. Okay, so are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah, baby.
Why so?
Taxes, cut down inflation.
Darnisha, thank you for the $10 for the scam and election rigging. Thank you. Wait, what's up?
Taxes mostly, and crypto especially.
Okay, so in terms of the taxes, what about the taxes?
Well, during the Trump's policy, he brought down taxes 2% for every single class at
Okay,
least.
do you think taxes are too high right now?
I mean, like, yeah, but I know he already cut them down pretty significantly, but he's trying to continue to cut them down more, which I like, and obviously...
Did you know we're still under Trump tax policy?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to extend the Trump tax policy, did you know that would cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so how are you going to pay for that?
What do you mean?
How are you going to generate $3.9 trillion in governmental revenue to be able to pay for the tax cuts and Jobs Act to be extended?
I don't really care about how...
Stephanie, thank you for the $1. Jessica, thank you for the $5. So you want to add to the debt?
In the people's pocket. I don't give a fuck about the government.
If you don't care about the government, okay, so if you just want to put more money in people's pocket, why not give people $100 million each?
Well, that's retarded. You just said you have
you're just going to use a slur. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Tracy, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Tracy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Tracy, for the $25. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
She backed out.
Okay, well, oops. Yo, Chad, thank you for the $50 for scamming me on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Chad in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Chad, for the $50. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Chad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 31.
Are you voting for Trump?
I just wanted to say I'm from Europe, and I hope Kamala Harris will win.
Yo, base. Let's get some W's in the chat for them right now. Thank you so much, man. Let's get some W's. Love the European support. Yo, Portsmouth, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why is that? Tax cut.
Not really sure. Just that it cuts money.
So how are you going to pay for like extending the tax cuts? $3.9 trillion over 10 years.
I have no idea, dude.
No clue? So you want to add to the debt?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so if you don't want to add to the debt, then why are you cutting taxes without any way to pay for it?
Yeah, I'm clueless. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not into the whole.
Yeah, would you vote for someone who has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No.
Okay,
No.
so Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll, so you wouldn't vote for him, right?
No.
Okay, all right, appreciate you coming up, man. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up, howdy? Yo, Noel, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Hello?
15.
Oh, you got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules. Plus, you can't even fucking vote, so. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, Burger, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm 24, by the way.
Why so?
Dude, I think he was just a better leader, if I'm being honest, and whole lot, just all his policy and stuff.
What makes you think he's a better leader?
Just overall, I mean, he just projected, better, and his policy was stronger, I believe.
Can you name me one policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Well, his tax cut was good, for sure.
Yeah, so what did you like about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Well, he increased the standard deduction overall, right? And he increased the child tax credit, right?
Yeah, so the Biden-Harris administration wants to increase the child tax credit to $6,000 for first year of child's life and increase it from $2,000 to $3,600 for each kid, right, after that.
I heard
so
that
that's a major increase to the child tax credit and a decrease in taxes for the middle class. Not only that, but specifically as it relates to the tax cuts, predominant amount of the tax cuts in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act went to people that are in the top 1%. So why do you support the policy given that a predominant amount of these taxes went to the wealthy individuals and went to large corporations?
I wouldn't say a majority of the tax cuts went to the upper class. I mean, like it was a smaller percent, but it was more money overall for sure because it's a smaller percent, but the amount of money
it was the same percent but more money. So nominally speaking, it was more money, same percent in terms of the taxes that was decreased. Like for example, if I make $100,000 a year and you make $10,000 a year, and they decrease our taxes by 10%, that's going to give me more money than it gives you.
Right, but also if you factor in the standard deduction and the tax credits that get phased out at the higher percent, I mean, so the lower classes are getting a higher percent overall, and all the other deductions that were available.
No, they're not. If you look at the overall tax cuts, most of the money goes to the highest class and the top 1%.
Yes, most of the money. Yes,
most of the money, yeah, like
a
significant majority.
Higher money is more money.
A significant majority.
I mean, sure.
Karen, thank you so much for the test. Thank you so much, Karen.
$6,000 tax credit for child, right? She came out with that 5 days after Vance said he wants to do it for $5,000.
So they want to do more than that. Wait,
right,
that's just whenever the policy came out.
I know. But
Karen, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Karen. And Kat, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Did you see how the media projects it?
Projects what?
The tax credit. When Vance brought it up, they're like, "Oh, the $5,000 tax cut for child could be difficult," and they say a bunch how he's against fucking.
No, I think it's ironic because Democrats actually propose plans to pay for these things, but Republicans never do. So we always get asked about how we're going to pay for our policies, and you guys never do. So if you want to talk about the media doing that, let's talk about that.
What do you mean?
Let's talk about the fact that they never ask you how you're going to pay for your policies. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. But they always would ask progressives how they're going to pay for healthcare, how they're going to pay for food, how they're going to pay for making sure that people's basic needs like housing are met.
No, yeah. I mean, I think also, Trump is talking about having an efficiency. I feel like we do spend a lot of money unnecessarily. I mean, we both have to agree on that, right?
Okay.
I mean, if we get an efficiency committee like he was talking about and just see where money is being spent inefficiently, do you think that would not be a good idea?
It's sure that'd be a good idea, but it depends on what they classify as and what's their standard of efficiency.
Definitely. I mean, I don't know, but I think it's a good idea to at least start, something like that, right?
I think that's not bad.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely do spend more. Like, I mean, you see when people, sorry, my bad. What am I trying to say? A lot of these departments or whatever, they'll spend money just so they don't get budget cuts and stuff, right? Like when they're not going to meet their budget, they spend money so they don't get their budget cuts.
Okay, I don't know what you're trying to say here.
Just in general, like money is spent where it doesn't need to be, and
okay, and that's what happens when you give money to rich people. It's money is spent where it doesn't need to be. We could be giving people healthcare, housing, childcare. Right. We could be, getting rid of homelessness in this country, but instead they're giving big tax cuts to large corporations and to millionaires.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I mean, the benefits and stuff are nice. I mean, for sure. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, a lot of the money that we do spend is unnecessary.
Okay, so can you give me an example?
I mean, I don't have an exact example, but
you don't have a single one. I thought we spend so much money on unnecessary things. You can't tell me one thing we spend money on that's unnecessary.
I mean, especially so what is it? The Trump wall. What was that going to cost? $5 billion or something?
I don't know how much the Trump wall would cost.
I seen a figure. It was around $5 billion, right?
How much of the new wall did he build?
No. It was the projected wall was going to cost, I think, $5 billion.
How much of the new wall did he build though?
Well, he didn't get as much funding as he wanted, so it didn't get built.
So how much of it?
What, a couple hundred feet or something, man? I don't know.
Couple hundred feet?
Well, I mean, a couple hundred miles. Sorry, a few miles or whatever. I don't know.
47 to 52 miles. Yeah. So that's 3.7%.
Yeah. I'm not saying it wasn't successful, but I mean, a lot of the funding wasn't granted.
Yep. He really built that Great Wall and made Mexico pay for it.
I mean, I feel like it's disingenuous to like say something wasn't accomplished when it was blocked.
Oh, okay. So in that same way, you could say the same thing with the Biden-Harris administration as it relates to the border bill, right? When Trump blocked the border bill.
I don't have to agree with that.
No, you don't blame the border on Biden-Harris.
Well, I mean, when were these bills blocked? Like this year?
It was blocked in 2023.
2023, last year. I mean, so 3 years run rampant with no action.
No, 2 years.
2 years, okay. But still, I mean,
and I don't think run rampant is the right way to refer to it.
Dude, Congress doesn't ever get together. I mean, there's issues.
They objectively did get together.
Yeah,
and they objectively had like a policy, and Trump blocked it by getting people in Congress to not vote for it.
The solo border bill was what, voted 41-50 or something.
Yeah, even the solo border bill didn't go through. So like, why didn't?
No. But like, even the Democrats didn't get together on that. They had, I think, 6 Democrats vote against it, and 3 not even vote at all.
Okay, that is not at all.
No, I know, but it just doesn't say it was a bipartisan. That
does. If only fucking 9 didn't, that definitely indicates that it's bipartisan.
That's 20% that didn't.
So that still doesn't indicate that it's not like a lot of people. That's still bipartisan. If 20% of the party didn't vote for it, 80% of the party voting for it is bipartisan.
All right. Wait,
80% of the party voting for it on both sides is bipartisan.
Yeah, but they didn't.
Okay, but I'm just telling you that would be bipartisan.
No, I know. I mean, I read the bill, and I will say it sounded good in nature. I don't know why it wasn't passed, if I'm being honest.
Because Trump wanted to use it as an argument.
I don't know if that's
literally what he said.
He said that?
Yes. He said, blame it on me if the border bill isn't passed.
Well, I heard that, but I don't know if that's the reasoning. I don't know if there's other reasoning behind it. I don't know.
That literally was
the bill did sound good in general. I will say that. So
that's what Lindsey Graham, that's what Mitch McConnell indicated.
No, yeah, I would say the bill. I read the bill and it sounded good in nature. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
I don't know. Do you want to talk about anything else?
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's run it to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're a car? Driving? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. What time is it right now?
Bro, I'm not leaking my state.
Just tell me what time it is. You don't leak a state.
I'm not leaking my state, dude.
If you don't tell me what time it is, I'm going to kick you from my stream.
Are you going to debate me or are you going to just run scared, bro?
Okay. That's what I thought. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Literally, bro, doesn't even know time zone, does not dock state at all. Do you prefer Biden or Harris? Harris. He drained the swamp?
Well, he said it was...
They drilled less than the Biden-Harris administration.
Nah.
Okay, you're not 20, there's no way. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Lock her up. So real. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I just feel like stuff was more affordable. When he was president, I bought a house last year. Groceries are more expensive. Everything is more expensive to pay for in terms of my eyes. And I know things like, he had tax cut for the big corporations and all that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, that stuff kind of trickles down to the people that own corporations and own things that the regular person has to buy. It trickles down. If they get taxed more, they're going to charge more for the stuff.
Can you name me one point in history where trickle-down economics worked?
No, I'm not trying to argue. I'm just giving my perspective. It was just kind of cheaper living, cheaper things when Trump was in office.
Okay, so if it was like a quote-unquote cheaper living, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation to go up?
Well, they gave away too much money during the pandemic. Too much free money.
Actually, Trump gave more money out during the pandemic.
Oh. Well, that's not what I've read. And again, I'm not trying to argue or be nasty.
It's factual, though.
A perspective. I disagree, but it's okay.
Well, it's a fact, right?
No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It is. Why do you dispute?
Because I saw how much the Biden administration was giving in PPP loans. I actually worked in payroll at the time.
No, you can look at the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. There was more spending. So as it relates to debt-related spending, there was 2.2 trillion under the Biden-Harris administration, according to the American Rescue Plan. As it relates to Trump's administration, there was 3.6 trillion debt-related spending of COVID-related spending. If you want to look at non-COVID related spending, 4.8 trillion for Trump, 2.2 trillion for the Biden-Harris administration.
That's fine. Can I ask you a question? And this isn't, again, I'm not trying to argue or anything. Do you think it was a bit unfair for everyone who voted in the primaries for Biden, for the Democratic Party, to just then go and select their own candidate? Or what are your kind of views on that?
Not at all. Not at all, because it is the case that we voted for Biden-Harris. So if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. That's just how it works.
Okay, but do you think that Harris would have received the same amount of votes if she was by herself without Biden?
I think she would receive it without, yeah. Michelle, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Michelle. Thank you so much.
All right, man. Well, that's kind of all I had. I'm not here to argue. I just wanted to give a perspective without being nasty or causing...
Sure. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well... How old are you?
22.
Do you have kids?
No.
Okay. I've got 3 kids. I work, but myself and my wife, we both work extended hours, tons of hours every week just to make ends meet. And 4 or 5 years ago, we didn't have this problem. We made ends meet on 40 hours a week. We were able to save. We have not been able to do that. And it just appeared to me that the day that Biden took office, everything drastically changed. Energy went up. Cost of living went up. Groceries went up. And you can try to attribute it to, okay, the pandemic and other issues like that. I don't see it. It's hard for me to see. And the reason I asked your age and stuff like that is just because you might have a little more understanding. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so this happened globally. This happened in Africa, in Asia, in South America, Central America, in Europe. So there was a global trend of inflation. So if it wasn't caused by the pandemic, why did it happen globally?
Well, and you're right. I understand, and it affected every nation differently. Obviously, other nations were affected worse and were worse off than we were. Our economy was, a lot stronger and more resilient than others, and I get that. But still, regardless, I think it's irrefutable to say that things haven't been worse.
Okay, no, obviously, actually, things have been worse under the Trump administration. Remember, there was higher unemployment, right? Significantly higher relating to the pandemic. So then I don't know why you only look at things like that were bad under the Biden-Harris administration, but you don't look at any of the things that were bad under the Trump administration. Thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I don't want to disclose what company I work for, but I work for a very, very big company. Okay, I'm going to give you an example. And I saw this, direct relation. When Trump gave the tax cuts, my company took the money and they gave everybody 5% increases that year. I've never seen that. I've been with the company 10 years. And they invested billions of dollars in our infrastructure and with new equipment and new technology and new personnel. And it did trickle down to us. We saw it. We saw drastic changes. So it really did help the economy. And I'm not
so that's anecdotal. So like that was not a common trend across the entirety of the economy. That was not a common trend.
Maybe not so much for small businesses, but I think for big companies such as mine, yes, it was.
No, not at all. So if you look at when trickle-down economics is adopted, appreciate Curtis. Thank you for the dinosaur. Thank you so much. In the 80s, for example, it is the case that it went from wages increasing with productivity to after trickle-down economics was added, that wages did not increase with productivity because there's less of an incentive to give that money to the workers. What you want to do for a business owner is say either you're going to pay more in taxes or it is the case that you're going to give that money to your workers. Okay? That is the best way to incentivize them to increase workers' wages if you do not use unions. Otherwise, making sure that unions are strong in this country, like there are in, say, Scandinavia, where they have like 60 to 70% of their labor force unionized, then they could bargain for higher wages. So we need to create some type of incentive for business owners to increase their workers' wages. And that just does not exist to the degree that we need. But yeah, like a certain business can do good with getting tax cuts. That's just not what a predominant amount of businesses do in the economy, given that tax cuts are involved.
Well, don't you think that's kind of contradictory too? I mean, okay, case in point, when Gavin Newsom decided to raise fast food workers' wages to $20 an hour. I mean, it's always been the test of time that big companies and the rich always win, right? What happened when they raised it to $20 an hour? Food prices soared.
No, so actually,
the consumer.
You can look at Australia. Look at Australia. They have higher wages for their fast food workers than we do in plenty of places in the United States. Yet they're literally have cheaper food. Okay. So don't talk to me about, we can't increase the minimum wage with it. Please listen to what I'm saying. How can they do it in Australia and we couldn't do it here in the United States? That's incoherent. You think Australia can do more than we can?
Evidently, if that's the case.
Oh, okay. That's a ridiculous statement. That just tells me there's corporate greed involved. Secondly, as it relates to this, we wouldn't have to increase minimum wage to the degree that we do if we had our labor force unionized. But we do not. It's 9% of our labor force is unionized. If we had it like the other Nordic countries that have 60 to 70%, which don't have minimum wages, then we wouldn't. Right? But we have no bargaining power for workers if you get rid of that or if you don't increase it. Tell me, how are they going to bargain for higher wages?
No.
Adrian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. So what's Trump's plan to deal with inflation?
Well, and here's the thing. I'm no economic guru. I don't really dive deep into the political spectrum, and I don't listen to news every single day. It's fucking depressing. I get it, but do you know a single policy that he has for for inflation? I'm just a blue collar man that works my ass off trying to provide for 3 children and a wife.
And trust me, I get you, and I want what's best for you. But the point I'm making is that Trump's economic plans are not to benefit you. Just because things happen bad under the Harris administration does not mean it was caused by the Harris administration.
And listen, and I'm not, and here's my thing too. Level with me here. Do you really think that either political party, either political spectrum, whether it be Harris or Trump, is really out for the good of the people?
Absolutely. Harris is absolutely out for the benefit of the people.
And do you think that Biden was too?
Yeah, generally.
You don't think that, okay, looking at the past 4 years here, it's really been kind of a shitstorm? You don't think it's been a shitstorm?
I think that, yeah, there's been a shitstorm, of course. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying, though, is that it's not caused by them. You're saying it's just caused by them because they were president, but you don't give that same service to Trump because all the negative impacts from COVID, you don't blame on Trump. Thank you for the hand arts.
Well, my only, my disputes with Trump is if the guy would just keep his fucking mouth shut. He sounds like an absolute moron when he talks. If he just would shut up and maybe not tweet and speak irrationally the way he does, okay, maybe he'd have more of a liking. And again, I don't know his policies, but it just appears to me, and again, we lived it, life just seemed a little more comfortable when he was in office.
That doesn't mean it was caused by him. This is a correlation causation fallacy. All right, I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration. Is that a good reason to vote for Harris? No, that's not a good reason. Just because it happened under the administration does not mean it was caused by the administration. That's a laughable reason, actually. If I told that to you as the reason I was voting for Harris, he'd be like, what? But that's what you're doing right now.
Well, all I'm saying is you know what? My 7-year-old son, okay, when he was in formula and diapers, formula used to be $26 a tub. My daughter and my youngest daughter, she's in formula.
Prices have gone up globally. I've already told you this.
$59.
I've already told you this.
The price.
Hey, I get it. Prices have gone up. I think that's bad. I acknowledge that. Right? You're not understanding my point. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. Just because it happened under the administration is not caused by them. Secondly, Trump's tax policy is quite literally inflationary. He wants to advocate for tariffs on all goods coming into the country, which would cause inflation on the goods because it increased the cost of goods coming into the country. Because it's a tax on goods coming into the country. That's what a tariff is.
I know what a tariff is. I know what it is.
So if he's advocating for tariffs, that quite literally increases the cost of imported goods, which makes the overall goods in our economy more expensive, which makes inflation worse off. He wants to give tax cuts. Tax cuts give people more money, which would cause inflation. That increases demand.
Okay, then what's Harris's fix here? I mean, to me, it just sounds like it's all.
So they don't want to do that specifically. They want to cap pharmaceutical drugs to limit price gouging. They want to provide help in terms of affordability as it relates to subsidies for new homes, right? $25,000 subsidy for new home buyers on new homes, specifically to incentivize the building of houses.
Okay, those are
to make
two
it more
things.
affordable.
Now, here's my question. Okay, those are two things that that she just recently came out with and said.
Yeah.
But if these are all these ideas, why weren't these ideas implemented? Granted, she's the vice president. I get
Congress.
right. Okay, so she has all these ideas. You're right, and nothing can't be passed unless it goes through
She's
Congress.
added things like the $35 cap on insulin and other types of caps as it relates to the pharmaceutical prices in terms of and the bargaining power in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act. A lot of that was added by Kamala Harris, especially with her tie-breaking vote.
I'm not gonna dispute. Hey, bravo to people that my mom's diabetic, and that's great that helps them, but God bless me and everybody else out there that are healthy. I don't have that fucking problem. So how are they going to help me with my rising property taxes, the rise in grocery bills, the rise in gas
property
prices?
Property taxes is dependent upon.
I know. I'm just ranting here. Okay, the rise in grocery bills, the rise in gasoline prices, everything's went up.
Grocery bills and gasoline prices; those things are based on global markets. Respectfully, the only way that we can help you with that is by increasing your wages long term. Right.
And that's the irony too. And that was something I heard actually recently on the radio. It was about 2 weeks ago. They said during this administration that wages have kept up with inflation.
They have. Since
Dude,
2019, real
I've
wages
only
have
gotten
increased.
3% increases each year, which equates to
Brian,
about
Brian, I'm sorry to break it to you, but you're not the entire economy. Okay, respectfully, if you look at the overall economy, it is the case that real wages have gone up since 2019. That's a fact. Okay,
I'm
you
the
can
middle
sit there and you can
class,
say, "I've only gone up
Hold
by
on,
3%."
I'm the middle
That's just
class.
you. That is just you.
No. It's not just me.
It
the
is
middle
just
class
you.
makes up for over, what is it, 60, 70?
Brian, I'm referencing the median income. Okay, that's the middle of the data. Okay, I'm not referencing bullshit. I'm referencing the real median income. Okay, real median wages.
Well, $100,000 a year doesn't get you very far anymore, dude. It just don't. Especially
in most places in the U.S., you're going to be fine with $100,000 a year.
Oh God, you're young, man. You've got a lot to learn, bud.
Do you know what the median household income is in the United States?
I believe it's 60-something thousand.
So okay, you think
and
that,
between me
you
and
think
my
that
wife,
in most places in the U.S. that $100,000 is not going to keep you going, even when the median income in this country, household income, by the way, is significantly less than that.
And how many people at that income, the median income, are on government subsidies like food stamps and stuff like that?
At the median household income, not much.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot.
You don't get much at the median household income. You do not get much for like Medicaid, or you don't get much for SNAP or anything like that.
Because I don't know, we go.
If you want things that benefit the middle class,
nothing but people.
How about this? Let's increase the child tax credit.
That'd be real nice, because that was
that's what Kamala Harris is advocating for. $6,000 for each kid in the first year of their life, $3,600 for each kid after that, which specifically would decrease taxes on the middle class and incentivize family creation.
Yeah, well, talk is talk, dude. Let's see if it comes.
I'm not just saying talk. Wait, you could say anything is talk, right? But like, she specifically set up plans. Right? What does Trump set up specifically to help you? Do you know a single policy Trump influenced get passed when he was in office?
And I don't know a single policy that Biden passed. All I know is that life has been significantly harder under Biden.
That's not good reasoning. To respectfully, that's not good reasoning. Okay, you have to be more critical with decisions like this. You have to. Like, it's like, you can't just say, "Oh, I'm better off now, I'm worse off then," or I'm better off then and I'm worse off now, and that's somehow going to indicate this. Nancy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Ken, thank you for the $2.
This may not be a statistic, man.
And
but
Oscar, thank you for the $11.11. Thank you so much, Oscar.
This may not be a statistic, but you know what? Generally speaking, people have always voted with their pocketbooks. That's just a fact.
Yeah, I understand people vote that way.
Social issues, and that's one thing that Democrats.
Brian, I understand. I understand your perspective. I understand most people vote based on their pocketbooks. I get it. But the reason why I come on here and I do these lives is so that people don't do things like that. Because realistically speaking with you, it's dumb. It is really dumb to do that. Okay? It is literally a correlation causation fallacy, and it leads to people being able to hold on to power who do not deserve it, who did not advocate for good policy or legislation, that specifically just, said that everything that happened under their administration was a cause by them and it happened to do good. They got lucky. Okay, don't let them use that to control you.
Let me ask you this then. Here's my next question for you. Okay, so say theoretically Kamala Harris gets Kamala, pardon me. Say she gets elected, okay, and 2-3 years down the road, we're coming up on election season again, and nothing's changed, nothing's gotten better. Who do we blame when she's at the helm? Biden was at the helm.
It depends. It depends on what happens.
Change your perception? Are you going to make
Congress? Yeah, of course I would change it. I would be like, what did she do? If she didn't do anything, if she never advocated on the floor to change policy, if she never did a single thing, yeah, my opinion would change. Okay? I wouldn't say Trump is better, but I would definitely say that we would prefer a different candidate. But I don't think that's going to happen. Actually speaking, Trump's history was that he didn't really engage with Congress much when he was in office.
Are you solely a Democrat too? Have you ever?
No.
Have you ever?
I was a Trump supporter in 2016, 2017, and 2018.
Wow. And what changed your perception on it?
He was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government by trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results, and trying to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. Like those things, right? He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country. He restricted women's access to abortion. He denied climate change and denied science, right? These are all terrible things that I don't think we should support. And if we're facts over feelings, then there's no possible way I could say that Donald Trump is a preferable candidate. The facts clearly indicate otherwise.
Have you ever considered, or have you done your research on RFK Jr.?
Yes. He didn't even deny essaying a person. Right? Do you want me to show you the video of him not denying essaying someone? He literally just said, "Oh, I have so many bones or skeletons in my closet that if they could vote, I could run for king of the world." He said he's not a church boy. He said all of those things. Do you want me to hear it? Do you want me to show you him saying that?
I mean, I don't doubt that's. I'm not discrediting what you're saying, but don't you believe that everybody has skeletons in their closet? Everybody's got some.
When asked a question about essay, I would deny it. Would you?
I mean, and I'm sure Kamala has her fair share of issues too.
Yeah, can you tell me one? Kamala, by the way.
Kamala, well, no, I can't. Like I told you, I don't get into the whole spectrum of politics. I don't. I just don't.
If you don't, then how can you say you have an opinion on it? Why would you vote?
Because again, like I just said, I'm voting, which you're telling me not to do. I'm voting off my pocketbook. I'm doing
that's
it.
A terrible reason.
I work 14 to 16-hour days every single day, 6 days a week. I don't have time to sit here and
shouldn't have to
listen
do that.
shit.
You shouldn't have to do that. And trust me, I get you. You don't have time. But that's why I'm sitting here and I'm doing what I'm doing right now, is to be able to give people information who don't have that prior. Because you wouldn't want to go in and look for all the information yourself, I've created a space where I can entertain people to get people involved insofar as that information can be accessible to them directly. That's what I'm doing here. And I'm giving you the information. I've done the research. I've had literally a position in the past where I was a Trump supporter. I'm not just giving to you bullshit. I'm not trying to convince you of lies. I have literally no skin in the game. Actually, I'm advocating for policy that would increase my taxes. Okay? I think it's going to benefit the country.
Well, we'll see. It was nice talking to you and getting your perspective on things.
All right. I appreciate you coming up.
Yep. Take care.
Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo and Cash App in the bio, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, it's okay. Let me get this next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Tap that screen, share the live here, MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 37.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
His policy, I agree with a lot of what Brian just said. His policy was better. It trickled down to us as individuals. Abortion plays a big role in those decisions because I want my children to live and to have children, and our population to prosper. And
if you want our population to prosper, why would you be in support of Trump, who wants to limit immigration?
I'm not saying illegal populations prosper. I'm saying the people of America that are here and that come in legally can prosper.
Yeah, he wants to limit asylum, which asylum is a legal process.
It is when you come in through the border. When you come in between the walls, or in between, the Rio Grande and all that.
Ma'am, asylum is a legal
That's not
process, and he
legal.
wants to limit it, so he is trying to limit immigration. Actually, increasing immigration would allow for us to pay for things like Social Security, Medicare, things like that, because
No, it's not.
it would
because when
increase
you're-
our overall
when you're
federal
giving all
revenues.
that money, when you're giving all the Social Security to these illegal immigrants
We're not.
that are making 13,000. Yes, we are.
You're
that
lying.
Are making, maybe you should do a little research. I'm not
Thank you.
lying.
I've done the research, Jenna. They're not getting any Social Security.
Really? Where's the
they're
money
actually-
gone then? Is
So
Ukraine getting it? Because we are bankrupt. Our Social
Manifesting,
Security
thank you.
system is going to
We're
be
bankrupt
dead in
because of
9
Donald
years.
Trump. We're bankrupt
No.
because of Donald Trump.
No. Did he
Donald
send
Trump
money to
spent more
Ukraine?
debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration.
Did he send money to Ukraine?
So yes, money did go to Ukraine
sent
under the
billions of dollars
Biden-Harris
to
administration. Do you want me to
Exactly,
speak,
not
or
under
do you want me to
Trump.
speak, or do you not want me to speak?
I want you to be truthful in your answers.
I am being truthful. Now, would you like me to speak, or would you not like me to speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, so yes, under the Biden-Harris administration, we gave $107 billion specifically to the Ukrainian government due to the Budapest Memorandum. We signed an agreement with them that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them. They give up their nuclear weapons, now it's our turn to defend them. Not only that specifically, but it is the case that that's a small portion of our overall budget. There was more debt-related spending under the Trump administration
Do you know any of what you're saying, or are you
than
just
under
reading
the
it off the
Biden.
screen?
I'm playing 2K. Then under the Trump administration, 8.4 trillion under the Trump administration, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, and under the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Okay, let's talk about abortion because we've talked about that. How do you feel about the DNC having Planned Parenthood out there giving Planned Parenthood has set up a trailer outside the DNC and is giving free abortions and free vasectomies to people that sign up. There are waiting lists that are already
Free
full.
abortions? So how are they paying for the free abortions?
It is like a $1 trillion company, so I think they got money.
So, okay, so how are they paying for the free abortions? You just said that they have money. Leslie, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Leslie. Can we get some W's for
Planned
Leslie in the
Parenthood
comment
is a
section right
very-
now? Thank you so much, Leslie.
Planned Parenthood is a very vast company. They get paid lots of money by the 600,000 to 800,000 abortions that we do a year. So they have money to do this. They
don't conduct all abortions.
I got that.
So
Their abortion.
They're also a
rate is
nonprofit?
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. Planned Parenthood is
Okay, do you know what
nonprofit.
nonprofit means? Do you know what nonprofit means?
Yes.
Nonprofit means that I take in my profits and I put it back into the company.
It means you don't take. It means you don't take profits. You take
It means that
revenue. You take the revenue and you put it back into the company. You don't have profits.
That's what I just said.
No, you said profits. There's a difference between profit and revenue.
Whichever one you want to call it, they take all the money that they make. We'll go very simple with you. They take all the money that they make and they put it back into the company. They're not held to stockholders. They're not a public company. So when you say they're nonprofit, you think that people mean that they're charitable. They're not. Have you seen that movie Unplanned?
They are charitable.
No, they're not. Have you seen that movie Unplanned?
Yeah, they are.
Have you seen the movie Unplanned? Have you done
No, I
a
have
little
not.
research on what Planned Parenthood does?
Yeah.
Have you seen the movie Unplanned?
No.
You should go watch that.
Okay.
You should watch about how abortions are done and how.
Have you seen Toy Story?
Yes, I have.
Have
You
you
want
seen
to talk
all
about
of them?
it, bud? Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah,
seen
you want to
all
talk
of them?
about it?
Did you see
I
the
have
new-
3 children. I've
did
seen
you-
all of them.
Did you see the new Despicable Me movie?
We're going to watch that. The kids are going to watch it, rent it tonight and watch it.
Based.
I have 3 of them. I've seen all of them.
Yeah, based. So what was your point? Think of the Sing Bee. Thank you so much. You should go see it. Yeah.
You think you're cute. But no, you're not.
I don't
So
think it.
what other
I don't
things do you
think it.
wanna
I am.
talk about?
What?
What other things do you want to talk about?
Yeah. So I have a question. Why do you want to restrict women's access to abortion?
Because I care about the baby that's on the inside.
You think it's murder,
I'm
right?
one of those weird women that I care about the child on the inside also, along with the health of the mother.
Okay. So do you think it's murder?
Yes, I do.
So why do you want to leave murder up to the states?
Why do I want to leave it up to the federal government?
Well, no. So the
Oh,
point
there
I
you
was
go.
making. Okay. Well, the point I would make is that the federal government would be able to outlaw more than what the states would. Right. I would leave it up to the federal government as I
I
leave
want it to
current
be the
murder laws.
person.
Hey, Jenna, I leave current murder laws up to the federal government. So if you don't leave current federal laws as it relates to murder to the federal government, well, then I'll ask you the question, why?
Because when I
You're
live in
speaking Betty.
Alabama, they're the people that vote on those laws, that vote on those politicians in that state can control that state.
So do you
when I live in California,
do you think Louisiana should be able to make murder illegal?
murder is already illegal.
No,
Have
murder
you-
legal,
have you-
like legal, legal. Should they be able to make murder illegal?
No. Where are you going with this?
Why not? Because you're saying that they should be.
No, I'm saying that in the case of abortion, because
Yeah, because you
states
think abortion is murder, but they should be able to make murder illegal.
when you talk about murder of a person, let's dumb it down for you. When you talk about murder of a person, that is already illegal in the 50 states. I don't want it made
you're
legal.
saying
just like I
it
don't
should be
want
left up to the
abortion
state.
made legal.
No, you're saying the murder should be left up to the state. So you think that Louisiana should be able to make murder
No,
illegal?
I think that abortion murder is if you commit a crime in Texas and you get on death row, okay, you are going to go straight through that death row on to the execution chair. If you commit crime in Georgia, you're going to have a longer sentence because they're going to use you on that chain gang they got. So
I really
they're
think
going
of
to
the
use
$10. Thank you so much.
If you commit murder in California, they're going to use you to pick their farms and do all the other things, cheap labor, just like Kamala Harris did. If you're good, so it already depends on where you commit murder at, what kind of
my
sentence
God.
that you're going to get.
Wait, by the way, I just want to let you know specifically that a lot of those places that still engage in prison labor, most of those are Republican places. I hope you know that. Those are not
No, California is one of the biggest prison labor states there is, and I don't disagree.
No,
like you're
not
talking
proportionally.
like I disagree with prison
wait,
labor.
Jenna,
I
not
don't disagree
proportionally.
with prison labor.
That you
I
don't
disagree
wait,
with
so
prison labor.
you don't
I
disagree.
would much rather have you on a chain gang out here working on the streets than have you sitting and using our tax dollars, getting transplants and getting chemotherapy and getting all
Wait,
those
so
things.
I have a question. I have a question then. So you don't have
What's
any
your
issue? You don't have any issue with slavery as long as you're in prison?
Oh God, these are all questions meant to trap somebody.
Debbie, thank you for the
in.
$10. Thank you so much. People are in prisons. You want Yeah, so Jenna, yeah, it is a weird take. Jenna, I have a question. Are you pro law and order?
Yes.
So why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
Because that prosecutor is the devil. That prosecutor wants things like abortion up until
Did you just say
labor.
that Kamala Harris is the devil?
Yeah, she really is. A lot of
Cam,
people think
the,
that
the gloves. Thank you. So what reason do you have to believe that she's the devil?
because she wants abortion up till the part of labor. She wants our country to be.
So you understand that abortion after viability is just abortion after viability is just
viability is 23 weeks, right?
Yeah. So actually, the earliest is 20 weeks. 20 a little bit over 20 weeks. So
Actually, the earliest ever is 21 and 2. Keep going. What?
No, it's not.
Let's talk about
It's a little bit under.
I'll
It's a little bit
educate you
under
on that.
21. Just letting you know. But as it relates to the context of,
there's never been a baby that is. There's never been a baby.
Yes, there has. So it's a little bit under 21. But as it relates to typical viability, it's 24 weeks. So what I'm saying is that after viability, it is the case that abortions are induction of labor. Okay, so it doesn't lead to the death of the fetus. It specifically is just an induction of labor. So when you say that she's okay with abortion up until birth, you understand that abortion is birth after viability, right?
So abortion after 23 weeks, you do induce the labor because you can't do the things, you can't do a DNC like you can do at like 14 weeks. So what you do to induce the labor is they give you Cytotec and they soften your cervix, and then they will dilate your cervix with usually a CRB or something like that. Then they'll start Pitocin, and then they'll get your cervix going. Then once they get to probably about 5 centimeters, they go in and they suck out the brains, and they break the skull, and they break all the body parts apart so they can pull it out.
That is
so-
induction of labor, yes.
No, that's
but
not
you
true at
don't
all.
get a
That's
baby
not true
coming
at
out
all.
after that. Yes, it is true.
No, you're lying.
Yes,
you're
that is.
literally, You're
Do
literally
you-
lying. Okay,
I'm
so
not literally lying.
after viability, they do not kill the baby. They quite literally induce labor,
Have you
which
ever
means
looked
that
up
it's
a late term
alive.
abortion? Have you ever
Yes,
looked up
yes.
a partial birth abortion?
You understand that most scenarios are not that. Can you give me the last time that happened in the United States?
It happens in Colorado all the time. It happens
Okay,
in New York.
give me
all
one
the
scenario.
time.
Just give me one.
HIPAA is a thing that I can't. Not. So,
What are you talking about? You would still be able to find it like a thing of that. Like if there
so
is a
you
medical
said,
service
so actually, I would
performed.
not be the one violating the
Like give me one
Planned
hospital
Parenthood or the
that
abortion
give me one
clinic would be
hospital that
violating
performs
it.
partial birth abortion in terms
It's
of
in,
killing
there's
of the
one in
fetus.
Colorado that's in Boulder. It's in Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah, that's
It's
funny
not a
because
hospital. It's an abortion
that's
clinic.
funny because my friend Dean lives there and has never heard of this. Okay, my friend Dean literally lives in Boulder. Never heard this.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
And stillbirth is not an abortion. No, it's not an abortion. Stillbirth is when a baby has already died in the womb, and we're doing an elective labor to get it out. Is what somebody said.
Can you give me one
But
hospital?
yes, there is a clinic. There is a clinic
Give me
in
the one clinic.
Colorado.
What clinic? All right, give it a second, y'all. Tap that screen. Let's run it up to 750,000 likes. Share the live as well. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Debbie, thank you for the $10 for putting up with Jenna. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, probably going to need therapy after this one. Not Parker doxing Dean. I didn't dox Dean. Dean's already been upfront with that, chat. All right, everyone, keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 750,000 likes. Share that live as well, everyone. Share that live as well.
I know there is a clinic in Colorado
what's
that
the
does
clinic's
do it.
name?
And there's a clinic. I said I can't find it right now, but there is a clinic in Colorado that does late-term abortions. In California, they do late-term abortions. In New York, they do late-term abortions.
Yeah, so again, this is going to be
Late-term is
induction of
greater than
labor.
20 weeks.
This is going to be induction of labor. I
It
just
is
want to let you
induction
know.
labor,
Also,
but
by the way,
does that
I just
happen in
want to
the
let you
hospital?
know, under Roe versus Wade, they didn't allow for that.
They didn't, but we
No,
were
they
doing it
didn't.
anyway.
No,
But that we were doing it anyway.
that would be illegal.
Yes.
Then.
It
That
was
would be,
up under, no,
that would be
No.
illegal then.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it would be.
Went up under the HIPAA part of the privacy parts that Roe versus Wade talked about. That's what it talked about. And
Becca,
when
thank you for
there's
the $3.
risk to the
Thank you so much
mother-
for the therapy fund. Thank you so much.
No, that's the one because of the mom's health. Yes, they do do those in the hospital, but usually have an OB and you have nurses that take care of those patients. They don't happen in abortion clinics.
Yeah, so I'm just going to let you know, right now, leaving it up to the states, it would allow for things like that. But under the context of the codification of Roe versus Wade, it would not. So if you don't want late-term lethal abortion, then you should be in support of Roe versus Wade. Now, you don't support Roe versus Wade because you want to restrict women's access to abortion. Now, also, I just want to bring this up. You're voting for Trump as a woman who quite literally has a sexist history against women, who has specifically a history of trying to limit women's rights, who also specifically has a history of sexual violence against women.
Did you look at the case? Did you listen to the woman who accused him of sexual assault
Yes.
and how she joked about it and how
Can you tell me what her name is?
offended-
Jenna, what's her name? You have to search it up. Are you serious? You're serious. You have to search it up. That's Jesus Christ, chat. Jesus Christ. These people, they'll sit there and they'll fucking deny everything, but they won't even know the name of her. Are you kidding?
And he won on.
Did you find the name? What's the name? What's her name? What's her name?
She won on.
What's her name? Oh, you don't know. Keep looking it up. Jesus Christ. It's fucking wrong, but she doesn't even know her name. Kaylin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm an L&D nurse, and Jenna is incorrect about all of the abortion statements she's making. Many of the statements... Let me read all this. Jaquan, thank you for the $5 for therapy. Many of the abortion statements she's making are easily debunked by a Google search. Based. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's get to 750,000 likes, y'all. While she's quiet, everyone type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. If you're also MAGA, and I'll bring you up here. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to come up, y'all.
That. And he won on defamation. She won on defamation. She did not win on sexual assault.
She
and
won
it
on
was
both,
in a criminal.
genius. Starkey, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
No, it was a criminal trial. It wasn't a criminal trial.
It was
a civil.
civil.
Trial.
It was civil, and she won on both sexual abuse and defamation.
And how long has that girl been a labor and delivery nurse?
I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Well, ask her. Maybe she'll talk back to you.
Yeah, she heard the live, so she'll probably respond.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you say that you're a nurse?
I did not say that. No.
Okay. All right. So, I have a question. Would you vote
And
for
Stormy
someone?
Daniels specifically said that she was not sexually assaulted.
I'm not talking about
It's
Stormy
not
Daniels.
Me, it's E. Jean Carroll.
It's E. Jean Carroll.
I'm just
Yeah,
reading
so
comments.
You finally found the name. So you didn't even know who it was.
No,
Yet you said
I
it was
knew
false.
it. I just didn't.
So
I
would you
didn't
vote
know.
Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I would vote for Trump if he was held criminally liable for sexually assaulting a woman.
So you would vote for him if he were held civilly liable?
That means that there's. I would vote for him if he was found civilly liable.
Appreciate the conflict. Thank you so much.
He denies it to this day. So that there is a.
Caitlin, thank you for the $5 for 12 years. Thank you so
wasn't
much. She
enough
said
proof.
12 years. Caitlin, the nurse, said 12 years.
That's cute.
Cute?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what was your response to what I just said?
The civilly liable. I mean, if he denies it to this day and he isn't criminally charged, which would lead to more proof, like a sane testing, that kind of lead to more proof that there was sexual assault, I would be more inclined to believe that and not vote for him. But that would have to be play by play.
Okay, so if Trump were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, would you vote for him?
Would you vote for Kamala?
No.
That's you're asking the same question, and that hasn't happened. So we're living in hypotheses that aren't happening.
You mean hypotheticals? So also, can you answer the question?
I would have to look at the evidence. I mean, I can't say yes or no. I would have to look at the evidence and make my own decisions.
Okay, so in some contexts, you would vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
If there was evidence against him, no. But there's
evidence against Trump.
There is no evidence that he did this with E. Jean Carroll.
Yes, there is.
No, there's
so
not.
there are medical records.
Who?
There are medical records from 20.
There is not.
Yeah, yes, there are. There are medical records from 28 years ago that specifically indicate that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll. If it was some political motive or something she just came up with, how come there are medical records from 30 years ago almost that indicate
Where
this
are these
happened?
medical records, and why has no one talked about them?
They were brought up in the court case.
Because she only maybe
by the way,
potentially told one friend.
Jenna,
Those
this
are
has
not medical records.
Shut up. This has been talked about. It was submitted in court, right? You just haven't looked into it. So don't blame you not looking into it specifically on E. Jean Carroll or the evidence. It is specifically the fact that you didn't look into it. You can unmute.
Do you think if these were real things, the media would have not talked about it? Because I watch a lot of news, and I've never heard that there was there a rape kit done? Is that the medical? Is that the medical stuff that you're talking about?
No, the medical records specifically are her explaining this to a therapist. So a report and record of this specifically happening
that was
literally
done.
almost 30 years ago. So
Yes,
if it
that
was
was done.
fake and if it was just created, so you're saying it was just like some 30-year plot that she was creating?
Didn't she also remember it from a hypnosis dream?
No. Where'd you get this from? Thank you for the hand art. Thank you. How the fuck do you know, like, you just say random shit like this and you don't know anything else about the case? This is so weird.
I know a lot about the case. There is
No, you
also
don't.
DNA. No, there was no DNA because without
There was
first of all,
DNA.
28
There
years
was
ago, we
DNA.
did not have
You just
DNA.
lied. You just lied. We did
28
have
years
DNA.
ago, we did not have DNA.
Yes, we did, ma'am.
Then
Holy
she would have
shit.
a rape kit that you said that she just didn't have.
Ma'am, she didn't go and report it right after it happened. Starkey,
Then
thank you
there
for the
is no
$5. Thank you
evidence.
so much. I
Do you
appreciate
not
it.
know, as a rape victim, you have to go immediately to the
Christ.
hospital
Jenna,
to
Jenna,
get the
thank you for the boxing. Thank you so
DNA
much.
off of
No,
your
you
body?
don't. So, okay, I have a question. Do you think that any children who were graped, if they didn't come out at that particular time and get a grape kit, would you believe that they were graped?
Why is it always an emotional response with you people? Like everything
actually,
goes
actually,
to, what
I
about
asked
the
you a
2-year-old that was raped? Or what?
Actually, I asked you a hypothetical question to get you to critically think, but you didn't want to fucking answer it, and you gave me an emotional response. Instead of answering my fucking question that I asked you, blatantly obvious right in front of you, you sat there and used your feelings to deflect. Shelly, thank you for the $6.66 from the DNC. Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to give you one more time to answer the question. So I'd love an actual direct answer to my question, please. Jesus Christ.
I wish you'd quit muting me.
Yeah, I'm muting you because of what I just said. Would you like to respond to that?
I don't even remember what you said. You want to repeat the question?
Ma'am, what were we just talking about?
You're going to have to repeat the question.
I just want to ask you what we were just talking about to see if you know.
We were just talking about E. Jean Carroll and Trump and the whole trial, and there was apparently some evidence that nobody knew about. There
was evidence that people knew about.
Yes, God, shut up, people. But yes, I do know what we're talking about.
Okay, so the therapist notes from almost 30 years ago, from 28 years ago, right? You don't accept that for some reason. So I'll ask you a question specifically about a child. If a child didn't have a grape kit, right? Would you believe that they were graped? If their abuser was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting them?
9 times out of 10 that's not, they're going to have a rape kit. They're not.
No.
That's not even a question.
Not true at all.
Because the first thing that you're going to do when a child says that they're molested.
90% of grape kits 90% of grape scenarios do not have a grape kit. You just lied.
We're not calling it grape. Can we just call it what it is?
Appreciate the relax. Thank you so much. What do you mean?
Can we just call it rape? It is rape.
The reason why we have to say, by the way, I have to say grape because of TikTok terms of service, ma'am. So I'm trying not to get banned.
It feels very derogatory towards people that have been raped.
Ma'am, I have to say it this way because of TikTok terms of service. Okay? So I don't know why you keep saying that after that, and I don't know why you don't understand that. Do you know what terms of service are, ma'am? Ma'am, do you know what a terms of service is?
Yes.
Okay, so I have to abide by that in order to use the service, correct? And also, if you cared about what was derogatory towards victims, you wouldn't be on my live consistently victim blaming them. So what the fuck are you talking about? You are. You are victim blaming. You're saying she didn't have a grape kit, therefore it invalidates her story.
Because there was someone that said that there was DNA testing done 28 years ago.
There was DNA, and there was unidentified male DNA. There was not DNA testing on Trump's DNA because he wouldn't give it up in the 2-year time slot that he was given to be able to give it up. Nathaniel, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah, are you paid by Harris? That's what I want to know.
You think I'm paid by the DNC? Jesus Christ.
I don't know. That's what your commenters are saying.
They're trolling. You would believe I'm paid by the DNC, though.
No, I was just asking, and really.
Are you paid by the RNC?
No. I have like 5 followers, and I follow no one. Why would I get paid by the RNC?
They pay people like that all the time.
You've got 6,000 people on this live, and you have 540 or 591 hearts. So I'm assuming that you're going to get paid before I would.
No, I would assume that you're paid. Because I would have to report that I'm paid. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Or I'd be committing fraud in front of 6,000 people on a daily basis.
I don't know what you do.
Jesus Christ, man. What the hell? Do you think the
Yeah,
2020
why are you
election?
not at the convention? Why didn't they invite you?
Appreciate the Katie. Thank you so much. I don't know. I'm kind of sad.
So why did they have Biden come on at 11:30 at night when nobody would see him?
Everyone saw him.
Really?
Yes. Kyla, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate J and B. Thank you
Is
for
that why the newscasters are talking about how late he come on?
Why are you guys just trying to make an argument out of everything? Like, you guys are just fucking weird, dude. Like, you guys will never pass. You will never pass the allegations of being weird. You really won't, because I saw it. It was all over the media, literally everywhere.
Did they watch it in real time though, or did they go back and watch it this morning? Who knows?
I watched it in real time. I literally watched it in real time.
Mm-hmm.
Why was the RNC so doom and gloom? Appreciate the handout.
It
Thank you
wasn't.
so much.
Everybody there was super excited.
Paige, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much. No, it was everything is shit. This is the worst I've ever seen. Kyla, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
And what was Biden's speech all about? Is the lies that he's told about Trump 1,500 times, how doom and gloom it is. He connected Kamala to every single policy he has, which she's turning her whole campaign around to say that she's not against fracking and she's not against illegal immigration and she like all this stuff.
What? So she had differing opinions in 2019 than she has now. The same thing with JD Vance. JD Vance said that Donald Trump is America's Hitler. That's what Donald Trump. That's what JD Vance said.
In 2016. We're talking about like
she said in 2019. She said in 2019.
We're talking about 3 years ago. She's completely
2019. I'm sorry, man, but 2019 is not 3 years ago. Sorry to break it to you.
2016 is when he said when he made
sweet
those
memories.
comments.
I'm sorry to break it to you. 2019 is not 3 years ago.
2016 is when he made those comments. That's what I was.
2019 is when she made.
2019
Ma'am, 2019 is when she made those comments, and 2019 was not 3 years ago. I think we all know that. Okay? Unbelievable.
2016 is
Robert,
when
thank you for the $5.
Yeah, but then he's talked about it. She has not given interviews. She has not talked about her switching policies. He has talked about the reason why he switched his policy on Trump is because he watched him over his presidency, and he had a really great presidency.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you.
In the Middle East, our gas prices were down. Our grocery prices were down. Everything was deregulated.
How is the higher prices specifically caused by Kamala Harris and
because when you stop drilling in our country that is very rich in oil,
we've been drilling more than any point in American history,
and you start drilling in other countries. Are you going to let me speak? Finish the thought.
No, because we've been drilling more right now than any point in American history or of any country ever.
Okay, whatever. So when you start drilling in other countries and getting oil from them, that makes the prices of our gas go up. And the prices of our gas
No, it actually wouldn't.
Makes all these companies pass on that cost to their customers.
Yeah, so you're just completely and totally wrong.
No,
if it
I'm
is
not
the case,
completely and totally wrong.
if it is the case that we have
Because if it takes me more money.
If we had the same price, or the same amount of supply, then we would have the same price. If we simply stopped drilling in the United States, but we fulfilled all of that oil for the same price from countries around the world, we would keep the same price because we have the same level of supply. That's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, we didn't do that. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. We're actually getting less from countries around the world. We're more energy independent now. We have the largest investment in renewable energy ever due to the Inflation Reduction Act, and specifically the most production of oil ever. You can look up specifically on the EIA, look up U.S. oil production, and you can see on the EIA that we have the highest level of production now than we've ever had at any point in history or of any country ever from the Energy Information Administration. More than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, more than any point in Trump's administration.
Where is the oil coming from?
The United States.
Where?
In the United States.
Specifically, where is it coming from?
I don't know all oil deposits in the United States.
The oil comes from Alaska that we stopped drilling.
By the way, we
off the coast of Texas.
actually most of it comes from Texas, right? We get oil from
barrels.
We get oil from almost every country or every state in the United States. Okay, so to say where does the oil come from, and then to only say Alaska and Texas is kind of laughable. Secondly, I wouldn't need to know where it is in order to know that we have the highest amount of oil ever. Of course, I am reading that we have the highest level of oil now than any point in American history or of any country ever from the internet, from Energy Information Administration. That's what I sourced. Okay? I didn't see this oil in real life. No shit. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio.
Yeah, that's not true because we have to buy oil from other countries.
We buy less oil. Look up oil. Let's look up oil imports U.S.
It looks like we're getting it from Saudi Arabia, and we were getting it from Russia, but Russia and China are now friends.
We're getting none from Russia right now. We're getting none from
That's
Russia.
what I said. Russia and China are now friends, which they've made the U.S. Saudi Arabia has made the U.S. dollar.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you.
Not how they buy gas anymore. So how does that affect our economy?
How does wait? Say that one more time.
How does Saudi Arabia making the U.S. dollar not the way that they buy or they sell oil to other countries? How does that affect our economy?
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry, I apologize. I was trying to focus on something else.
So Saudi Arabia, for the first time ever, I don't know really ever, but ever, is not now not selling gas, not selling oil in the U.S. dollar. How does that affect our economy?
Oh, it would just it would mostly affect internationally the prices. We would see slightly less valuation in support of the U.S. dollar globally.
Wow.
That's what we'd see. But as it relates to the imports, did you know that actually right now we are getting less imports than what we got in 2018 in terms of oil?
Where is it importing from?
It's no, I said we're getting less imports.
I said, where is it importing from? Versus what was it imported in 2018 versus where is it imported from now?
So we aren't getting imports from Russia. That's the main difference.
Okay, so
there's also reduction in how much we're getting from OPEC in terms of imports. Imports have gone down in total, though. So if we do look at the imports, we have seen imports rising from Canada, though. But
yes.
OPEC has been decreasing. The Persian Gulf has stayed relatively similar, but slightly decreased. But mainly the decrease is from Russia.
Right, because Russia and China are now friends, and they don't want to buy from the U.S. anymore.
Not at all. So the reason why we're getting less from Russia, the reason why we're getting less from Russia is because of the Russia-Ukraine situation. That's why we've completely cut imports from them because of that reason. They're committing more crimes in Ukraine and genocide.
Now they're selling all their oil to China instead of to us.
Okay.
So that's the reason why we decreased oil from the other countries. It's not because we're making it more here.
No, I'm not saying we decrease how much we're getting from other countries because we're making more here. We have decreased as much we're getting from other countries because of the Russia-Ukraine situation and because Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut their oil production because prices were low in 2020 and that was extended beyond 2022.
Yes, because we were planning to drill our own oil.
No. It was because prices were so low at that time during the pandemic because there was such low supply that you didn't want a recession to happen within the oil markets.
So why are they as high as they are now? If we are getting the same,
because we're getting less. We're not getting the same.
Finish?
We're getting less imports. I just told you. Our total imports from around 2018 have gone from 9 million per day to around 8 million per day.
So wouldn't it make more sense to deregulate our
Cheryl, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Cheryl.
And to drill? So that we can become
No. What makes the most sense?
Again?
So what makes the most sense is to not only keep the highest amount of oil production we've ever had, but it's also to invest in renewable energies, specifically to ensure that long term we are less dependent on foreign energy and foreign oil. Okay, so if we build up manufacturing in the United States related to renewable energy, if we build up renewable energy in the United States, we can transition and fight climate change, and we can also be less dependent on foreign oil. That's the best way.
How is that renewable energy working for California with their rolling brownouts and blackouts?
We don't. I live in California. We don't get blackouts like what you're saying.
I said brownouts.
They
don't tell you not to run your air between this time and this time, to not charge your car between this time and this time.
No.
They have never said that.
No, not recently.
So, not recently.
No, but you understand Texas, actually. Texas, because they have their own...
Texas is the worst state. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a red state.
It's a horrible because they're trying to do both at the same time. But California does have, I do agree with that other person, California does have horrible energy reserves.
I think California's fine.
So like in a state like Alabama, say, what we have, if it's winding, it's a tornado. What do we do for that?
For renewable energy?
Yeah.
In Alabama, So title. That's right next to Alabama is going to be like the title. So we basically put like these types of like tidal windmills in like the current along the entire coastal, which because the current's consistent, we will have constant moving of it. So tidal like windmills are probably the most effective to do around that. Cheryl, thank you so much for the $5, and Rachel, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
We want to
charge my tornado. Thank you.
disrupt the
Thank you, Amanda.
beaches. We
What'd
want
you
to
say?
disrupt. So we want to disrupt the beaches. We want
It wouldn't disrupt the beaches at all.
turtles.
So not only would it not disrupt the beaches, and it has a very small impact on the ecological wildlife, it would be more consistent than even wind and solar. If you want to look at that specifically, actually, they don't move fast enough in order for it to hurt the wildlife that exists around the area. The sea life, sorry.
What are you doing in here? Get out of here.
Wait, did someone just get hit?
Do what?
I'm sorry, did I just hear a kid get hit?
He got a spanking. We do believe in spankings in this
Ew,
house.
that's fucking disgusting. Why do you think it's okay to hit kids?
Because when they're not listening to your voice, then they'll listen to a
He
spanking.
just sounded mad and hit them. He never explained what they did was wrong. He didn't explain anything. He didn't try to do anything beforehand. He just got mad and then hit the kid. That's absolutely abusive under my view. Okay? That was ridiculous. I literally heard them scream after. Lori, thank you for the $5. Thank you. That's fucking crazy.
He's fine now.
What's up?
He's fine now.
I don't care if you think that they're fine now. I don't think it's okay to hit children.
I'm glad. When you have a child and you're not 20, come back and talk to me then.
My parents didn't have to hit me. My parents had more kids than you. Oh, really? You think my parents should have hit me?
Yeah.
You think that would have helped me? Because I'm completely fine, right? I grew up great. I wasn't a bad kid at all. And yet I never had to get hit.
I'm so glad for you.
Yeah, so you don't have to hit your kid, and yet they can do the right thing. And yet they can learn. Okay?
Okay.
So did you know that actually spanking, according to the data, leads to worse detrimental outcomes in terms of childhood development? Not only are they more likely to engage in bad behavior, but they are also more likely to have PTSD, anxiety, depression. They're more likely to reproduce violent behavior and be aggressive.
Yeah, well, they're very
So that's what you want in terms of your kids' development? You want all of those things to be more likely?
They're very well-rounded children. They participate well.
And that's in despite of... Yeah, and that's in despite of the fact that you hit them.
No, it's not in despite of anything.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. The data is very clear. Spanking negatively impacts children.
The data also says with transgender children to chop their boobs off and chop their dicks off.
No, it
But we don't
doesn't.
do that either.
No, it doesn't. Jenna.
Yes, it does.
Jenna, there is
Every other country- every other
Jenna,
country-
you're lying. You're literally lying. We do not do those types of surgeries on children. That doesn't happen. What you're talking about is available to children is puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy. Appreciate the little ground. Thank you so much. Which those are also allowed for cis kids, and cis kids get access to them all the time. But people are only advocating to limit them from trans kids because of the association of it being related to trans identity, and because people are not supportive of trans identity. Stop caring so much about what trans people are doing with their own bodies and care more about the fact that there are kids in this country living in poverty. Care more about the fact that there are kids in this country that don't have child care. Right? Care more about the fact that there are kids in this country that need housing. Care more about the fact that the kids in this country need school lunch and school breakfast. Care more about that instead of caring about trans kids. That's fucking insane to me. That you make trans kids the biggest issue in the world and you don't care about actually taking care of kids.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done speaking.
Okay. So what I don't like is when you take a 12-year-old or a 10-year-old or an 8-year-old that believes that they're opposite sex.
No, it's not opposite sex. That's not what they believe. That's a lie. Sex is biological. I'm not disputing that. What they're saying is that they have a desire to be in accordance with characteristics that are typically associated with the female sex or characteristics that are typically associated with the male sex. Okay, those social characteristics. They're not referencing specifically biological characteristics. They're referencing a desire to be in accordance with these particular set of social norms.
Okay, gender.
Yeah.
that the word that you want to use today? Okay.
Absolutely.
So they're opposite gender, and then you give them puberty.
It's not
blockers.
opposite gender because their gender is in which
Oh,
what they
God.
are. So it's not opposite of what their gender is. Devin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Are you Christian, Jenna?
Yes, clearly.
What is a man?
A man has a penis and he has XY chromosomes.
Okay, so does God the Father have a penis?
Oh my God, I've seen you do this. God the Father is not like we were built in his image, but he is not like he's everywhere. He's not a man, but he built us in his image.
So does God the Father have a penis?
So his son came in a womb. Okay?
So does God the Father have a penis?
His son in a womb. What if a girl goes in to have an abortion?
Can't answer. Does God the Father have a penis?
God the Father is like, it's not a person. It's an entity.
Okay, so you don't think it's three persons, one entity?
It is three persons. Is God?
Okay, so
Jesus,
if it is
the
three
Holy
persons, then
Spirit.
God the Father is a person. Noel,
Right.
thank you for the $1. So if God the Father is a person, I'm asking you, why are they a father if they don't have a penis or have XY chromosomes?
Maybe he does. When you meet him, let me know.
How big is the Father's penis? James, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. It doesn't exist because he's not biological. He's not biological. Is God the Father material? Is God the Father biological?
I don't know. Was Jesus material? Was Jesus biological? Did Jesus have a penis? Did he come in a womb?
Actually,
Did he come in
yes.
a woman?
Actually, yes. God the
He
Father.
come in a woman.
Actually, so God the Father impregnated his mother to create his son, which is him. So yeah, that's what happened. Tracy, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tracy, for the $50. Give me some W's for Tracy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Tracy.
So was Jesus a baby in a womb?
Yes.
Could he have been killed by an abortion? Could she have drank a tea and killed him?
Sure. Yeah.
Would that have affected your life at all?
No.
I can tell. Can I talk to you about Jesus?
No.
Can I talk to you about my Jesus?
No.
That eerie silence that you hear,
Appreciate the
that's
manifesto.
him.
Thank you so
That's
much.
him knocking. Maybe this is why I was supposed to be on this live today. Maybe I was supposed to let him knock on your heart one more time.
Jenna, I grew up Christian.
It's not working
And
now.
thank you for the galaxy.
And
Thank you so
you
much.
can grow up Christian. You can have you can have religion without having a relationship with Jesus. And I'm being completely honest right now.
I get it, Jenna. But God the Father is a man. God the Father doesn't have biology, so a man can be a man, not predicated off of biological characteristics, but predicated off of social characteristics.
That's the argument that you're trying to give. I know. I've seen it before.
Yeah. Like Christianity is very
it before.
pro-trans. Christianity is super pro-trans. Just Christians don't know it yet.
I've heard you. Actually, Jesus said, "Spare the rod, spoil the child," but something, whatever. I've heard you say that before. I knew where you were going with that, but maybe
would Jesus have hit your child?
Jesus said, "Spare the rod, spoil the child." So, from that, I can only assume, yeah, he would spank him.
So Jesus would hit your child.
Would
Ashton,
spank
thank you
him.
for the
There's a difference
$6.66. Thank you so much, Ashton.
There's a difference between a spanking that does not leave bruising, because that's how you tell it when it's abuse and when it's not. Because I've seen those autopsies. I've seen those autopsies of children where they've cut into the butt to see how far the bruising went, because there's a certain degree of bruising that means it's abuse versus it's a spanking.
That's so insane. So like children, so listen, I'll tell you why this is insane. So children that bruise easier, you're saying you can't spank those kids. But then my point would be is if you don't have to spank the kids and which bruise easier, why do you have to spank any children? Caddy, thank you for the $4.20.
It's the level that the bruising goes down into the layers of skin. That is the difference. It's not what is on the outside.
The level of bruising. So you think
it's not
some
superficial. So like when I hit you,
Jesus Christ, hitting is bad anyway.
Superficial. When I hit you, it's going to bruise the superficial, but it depends on how hard I hit you versus how.
Jenna, I'm just going to let you know this. I would never hit my child. Never.
I'm glad that
I'm never going to hit my children.
That's
never going to happen.
That is a way that you could do it. Yeah.
Yeah, if I don't have to do it, you don't have to do it, Jenna.
Can we go back to talking about Jesus?
I don't want to talk about Jesus.
Okay.
Okay, so if you care about Jesus, why don't you want people to have universal health care? What's Trump's healthcare policy?
Did Jesus say they needed universal health care?
Jesus would provide health care.
You think so?
Yeah.
Where did it say that in the Bible? I have never read that.
Well, Jesus wants to take care of everyone, right? Love thy neighbor.
Yeah.
If you love thy neighbor, you'd ensure that they have health care.
Really?
Yeah.
What makes you think that? There's health care available.
Caddy, I appreciate the $4.20. Well, no, because you'd provide it to them. If you were truly Christian, right? If you truly wanted to implement your Christian values into society, instead of forcing people,
If you want to take away.
instead of forcing people to do what you'd want, you'd create conditions in which make things better. You'd take care of people. You'd advocate for universal health care. You'd advocate for universal child care. You'd advocate to get rid of child poverty. You'd advocate to get rid of homelessness, because no one should go homeless in a society that is Christian. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. You would advocate to heal the sick. You would advocate to take care of the poor. You'd advocate to love thy neighbor. That's what you would advocate for. You wouldn't advocate to give tax cuts to billionaires and to corporations and to rich people that already have so very much, when it is the case that it is harder for them to get in heaven than to go into the eye of a needle. Okay? Appreciate the confetti. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. If you were truly Christian, that's what you would do. You'd feed children. You wouldn't sit up there and be like, oh, women can't do what they want with their body because free will. You wouldn't sit there and be like, oh, stop doing this, stop doing that, right? Be religious. Put 10 commandments in the school. Appreciate the look on. Thank you so much. You'd say, here's what we should do as a society. We should make things better off. And if we make things better off, people will have more time to spend towards getting closer in the relationship with Jesus. Okay? If people are constantly working on paying their bills, how are they going to have time for Jesus? That would be what you'd look at as a Christian. So stop forcing people and start uplifting people. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Because would Jesus force or would Jesus uplift? Jody, thank you for the garland. Thank you so much, Jody. I really appreciate it.
Jesus said work 6 days a week and have Sabbath on the seventh. So we are meant to work in this world.
Appreciate the hand art.
Participate for yourself in this world.
So force people rather than uplift them. Alexa, thank you for the $3. Amy, thank you for the $15. Jeff, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Allie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much from Socialist Jesus. Robin, thank you for the $1.
If you find what you love, it is never work. And I mean, I love what I do, but it is also work. But I do work less than 6 days a week. So it's
poor people work, yet get significantly less in terms of their salary. Who works more? The person that is working at Tesla, who works 40 to 60 hours a week, or is it Elon Musk? Sitting on Twitter and saying, "Oh, I like firing people who are just advocating for higher wages and protesting." Appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much. Oh, and Trump's like, yeah, I do too. Oh my God. I really love firing people who are just advocating for higher wages and living wages. Oh my God, I love doing that. That's like my favorite thing.
What did Jesus say about marriage? What did Jesus say? I mean, he came back in the womb of a woman, so I don't think abortion would be high.
Anna, thank you for the $1.
And he's, that's
Jesus. Wait. So Jesus also was his mom was impregnated by his father. Appreciate the paper green. Thank you so much. Which is him. So he impregnated his mother.
And the Holy Spirit.
So do you think that do you think a righteous man, Jenna? Do you think a righteous man impregnates their mother?
Oh my God.
I'm just asking you. Do you think a righteous man impregnates their mother?
Really?
Yeah.
I think that people that are unrighteous make it seem weird.
Make it seem weird for God to impregnate his mother? Yeah, you guys are never passing the allegations. If you don't think it's weird to impregnate your mother, well then I'm just going to tell you you're fucking weird, okay? I'm sorry to break it to you, but MAGA is weird. If you don't think that it's weird to impregnate your mother, I don't know what to tell you. Erica, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
And what do you think Jesus would think about marriage?
Well, I disagree with Jesus' views on marriage. I think this
You
is where
disagree with
it
the whole
gets in.
thing, I believe.
Yeah, I'll explain why. Because it is the case that basically marriage is not allowed in a lot of scenarios under the context of the Christian Bible. If someone is cheating on someone, right? You are in plenty of context, or actually no, not cheating. Sorry. If someone is abusive towards you, right? You don't have good reason given the Bible to divorce them. Okay, and actually, you can't remarry. It's considered adultery if you remarry. If it is the case that you were abused in your first marriage.
If you are if you are two God-fearing people, there will not be abuse in that marriage.
Sorry to break it to you, but Christians still abuse people, right? Did you know that?
Yeah, I do.
Did you know that? Yeah. So like, if that's the case, well, then you can't sit there and be like, oh, just two Christians, there's gonna be no abuse.
Well, it's not two Christians. Christians need Jesus. That's the difference. Christians go to church to get to Jesus, so they can hear Jesus. They can be more like Jesus.
If you wanted to be more like Jesus, you would not be voting for Republicans. Point blank, period. You'd not be voting for restricting people and not helping them. You'd be for the people that are feeding children. You'd be for the people that are trying to expand the child tax credit.
They are. Oh, that was another thing. So she wants
Isabella,
to give
thank you for the $2. And
the
Sherry,
first-
thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sherry. Thank you so much.
He wants to give the $6,000 for the first year of life,
Yes.
and then that's it. That's all you get. He
No,
wants
no,
to give
nope, 30
$5,000.
False.
$5,000 for the next, and to do that, you're
That's
losing
false.
$144,000 of tax credit over the.
Okay, so you're just lying, and that's why I'm cutting you off. Okay, so they have 6,000 for the first year, and then it's 3,600 for every year after that for each kid. Okay, 6,000 for each kid, and then 3,600 for each kid after that. That's from 2000. What Vance said is that he would like to see the child tax credit get as high as 5,000. They never developed a plan for it to be that high. Okay, never developed a plan. That's all JD Vance said. Okay, that's extraordinarily vague.
Where is the plan for her to develop this?
She explicitly said it herself. Look up Kamala Harris.
Where are you getting that the $3,600 from? Where are you getting that?
Her speech.
What speech?
She gave a speech specifically describing her policies.
When was that?
This was like a few days ago. She just unveiled her new policies. That's why I know this. Kendra, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Kendra. Can we get some W's for Kendra in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kendra. And Isabella, again, thank you for the $2. But yeah, I don't know why, the Christians are always like, they're socialists, they're communists, right? They're always like that. But like, when you ask them about it, like, what policy is that? Oh, is it the feeding the children? Is it expanding the access to healthcare? Is it fighting climate change, which negatively is going to impact humans? Is it any of those things? Because that's what they're advocating for. And if that's what communism is, appreciate this thing, Mike. Thank you so much. I wonder how, as a Christian, you're against that. Leah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jesus said to care for the orphans and the widows. Exactly. Like, I don't understand how you could sit there and not advocate for those things as a Christian.
And the small children.
Yeah. So again,
as a baby.
Thank you so much.
And the baby that's in the womb that we've got.
Yeah. So if you actually, how about this? Listen to this. If you want to reduce the likelihood of people getting abortions, listen to this. This is how you do it. You increase quality of life, because an increased quality of life increase the likelihood that people will be able to take care of their children. Well, you know what you also do? You expand access to contraceptives and IVF. That's what you do. And you want to know what that would lead to? That leads to a lower level of abortions. We've seen a lower abortions since the 90s, where we saw 1.8 million abortions a year. Now we see significantly less because of the expansion of contraceptives. So instead of these Christian nationalists trying to take away contraceptive usage and trying to institute all of these pro-Christian policies, let's specifically entail like conditions in which will reduce the likelihood of people getting abortion rather than forcing them not to, right? Because that's not actually effective. That doesn't reduce the reason why they wanted to get an abortion in the first place. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Kelsey, thank you for the $6.66. Clint, thank you for the $6.66. Sedtree, thank you so much for the $6.66. And Colleen, thank you so much for the $20.24 on Cash App. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate that. And Kylie, thank you so much for the $1.
And you would actually get more money over the course of the 18 years by the $5,000 a year versus the $6,000 and then dropping it back to pre-pandemic numbers. Yes, you would. But
Yeah, Jenna, you're lying. Okay, so not only is it not pre-pandemic numbers were like 1,800 child tax credit. Maria, thank you for the garland. Thank you so much. But it is the case that it is 3,600. The $5,000 that you're referencing, that was just JD Vance saying I would like to see it up to $5,000. That's not saying for every year. That's not saying every year, and that's not like a specific policy.
no, he's talking about $5,000 every year, which would cost $2 to $3 trillion.
No, that's not what he said. You just lied. You just lied.
No,
you know that's a sin under your worldview, right? You know, lying is a sin under your worldview. You keep swiping out of the app, and I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
Look up CBS News. I was going back to where I'd found how much it would cost. Look up CBS News. There's an article talking about.
Tell me the title. Search it up right now. Everyone tap the screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. What's up?
Harris wants to give 6,000 as the first few words, and there is under CBS.
No, what's the title?
News.
What's the title for the Vance?
It's like Harris wants to give 6,000 child tax credit or whatever it says. Just all it is.
No, what is the
Harris.
one for Vance? I'm asking the one for Vance.
It's under that. It's talking
Travis,
about both
think
of them.
the $10. Harris wants to give 6,000 child tax credit.
And parents or parents of newborns. So it's talking about.
I see the CBS News article. Let me look at the CBS News article. Let's see, where specifically does it say anything about. By the way, it does give up 3,600. By the way.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, and that's due to the pandemic. By the way, that they brought up to 3,600. So it's going to be 3,600 after that. After the 6,000. Bal, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Bal.
It'll be $3,600 under 6 and 3,000 over 6. Is actually what it'll be.
Okay, so I don't see anything about JD.
Go down a little bit further and it'll say 5,000 and how much each program will cost. So hers is $1.7 trillion over 10 years. His is $2 to $3 trillion over 10 years.
Wait, say that one more time. Because I don't see anything that you're referencing. I searched. Oh wait, 5,000. Okay. So even so, it could be less expensive than a competing proposal where the nominee said he wants to boost it to child tax credit to 5,000
per year.
Okay, that doesn't tell us specifically per year. It's the same thing I just said.
It says 5,000 per year, which totals $2 to $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
He says he'd love to see. He said I'd love to see a child tax credit that's 5,000 per child. He never specifically said that it's each year.
Yeah.
I literally quoted this to you earlier. Yeah, there's nowhere where he says specifically every year.
So how does it get to that amount if it's not specifically every year to $2 to $3 trillion?
Yeah, so in the same way that Kamala Harris brought up 6,000 per child for the first year, that 5,000 could just be for the first year as well.
And he said that. No, it wasn't. How is it more money? How is it going to cost more money over 10 years if it's less money overall?
They're claiming. That's what they're claiming. It's not what JD Vance said specifically. He said, but Vance didn't provide many details on how he would expand the CTC, which makes it difficult to pinpoint. Listen, or I will mute you. Okay? But Vance didn't provide many details about how he would expand the CTC, which makes it difficult to pinpoint the exact cost. For instance, Vance didn't disclose if he envisions a fully refundable 5,000 CTC, meaning that people would claim the entire amount as a tax refund. That would make it more expensive than if it were partially refundable. Okay, so again, he never indicated a bunch of these things. He never indicated if it would be every year. He never indicated what years it would be applicable to. He just said that, and it was just a small clip that people have. Now, not only that, but they have not given any proposal from the Trump administration specifically to increase the child tax credit to anywhere near what we've seen in terms of Kamala Harris. So unless you specifically give me something that is going to indicate that per year he's going to indicate this, well, then I'm not going to give you any reason to, I'm not going to see any reason to say that.
And has she indicated how she's going to pay for this? Has she indicated how many plans, or is this just a promise?
Yes. So the way that they're going to pay for this is by increasing tax on people's income over $400,000 a year.
So who are those people? Business owners?
Anyone who has income over $400,000 a year.
So you think that people will just start making $390 a year and they won't buy into this?
No, you don't know how brackets work. It's only taxing them at that higher rate on their income over $400,000 a year.
Exactly.
It's not taxing them on the income before $400,000 a year.
I know that.
So if they make $430,000, the only $30,000 of their money, of the money that they make that year, is going to be taxed at the higher rate. Only $30,000 of it.
I know that. But do you think that they're just going to start making $399,999 so they don't get that tax?
Ma'am, that makes no sense because again, they would make less.
Businesses take money offshore all the time.
Jenna, listen. The reason why they wouldn't do that is because of how our tax policy is set up. Because only the income over 400K is taxed at the higher rate. None of the income prior to that is taxed like that. So you still make more money if you continue to work and you continue to make more.
So is that why businesses stop at a certain tax bracket and then they ship all their money overseas?
That makes no sense to do that at all.
Okay.
It would make no sense to stop at a tax bracket. Plus, this is on personal income. The business income is taxed differently. Jenna, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump wants to influence to get passed that is going to benefit the economic conditions of the middle class in this country?
Drill, baby, drill, and build that wall.
So how is building the wall going to benefit the middle class of this country?
Because you're taking those illegal immigrants that are flooding in by the 20 millions in this country. You're taking those out of the country and you're making it
So did you know that the Congressional Budget Office has specifically an analysis on immigration that indicates that there's going to be a $7 trillion greater economy by 2034, likely due to immigration, which includes legal and illegal immigration, and $1 trillion greater in federal revenues. That's due to the Congressional Budget Office. So if you would like to increase how big the economy is, right, well, then we need to increase immigration, which is beneficial for the economy. So you saying that actually decreasing immigration would somehow be beneficial to that makes no sense. We're going to be less likely to deal with the debt. We're going to be less likely to deal with Social Security becoming insolvent. And we're going to be less likely to deal with Medicare becoming insolvent.
Who pays for all the hotels that they're living in? Who pays for their food budget that they're living in? Who pays for their
Those are state policy. By the way, those are state policy, one. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Secondly, as it relates to this, the Congressional Budget Office took this into account, and all the short-term costs associated with inflation are heavily outweighed by the long-term benefits. Did you know that?
Who pays for the hotels that
Camille, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
Who pays?
Listen, Jenna, so the overall economy pays. And the reason why the overall economy can pay for that is because the short-term costs associated with immigration are significantly outweighed by the long-term benefits as it relates to federal revenues, increase in GDP, etc.
Americans pay. That's right.
Yeah, and they are Americans. Immigrants are Americans.
Illegal immigrants are Americans.
Okay. By the way, undocumented they aren't American citizens.
Undocumented
but undocumented immigrants they pay more into our system than they take out. Did you know that? They pay taxes, but they can't receive any of these.
They pay taxes. They don't receive any of what?
They can't receive any federal food programs. They can't receive any health care. They can't receive any of that.
Really? So the people that come into the hospitals to have the babies, they don't get any Medicaid. It's not emergency Medicaid. The people that go into the grocery stores and use their debit card, their SNAP debit card, they don't.
No undocumented immigrant.
Hotels.
So by the way, no undocumented immigrant in the United States qualifies for food stamps. Okay, and what you're referencing, by the way, is state policy.
That affects us more than federal policy, yes.
Okay, so then why are you referencing state policy if we're talking about the federal government here? Interesting.
Let's see. What did somebody say about Medicaid?
Okay. So, oh, she left. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. By the way, follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit, I didn't even mean to get on this.
You're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34, man.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Okay, well, I'd just like to say this, too. Whoever comes up on this live, be careful, because he'll send his henchmen to troll your profile, and that him and Dean both do that.
How do I send people? Wait, by the way, when I'm debating you, how do I send people to do that?
Well, your little minions come after everybody, so I recommend you don't post any videos if you debate this kid.
Timmy, I'm sorry to break it to you, but I never ordered anyone to do that. Now,
No, you don't
people do
order
that
them.
out of their own free will,
Right, yeah,
Because you guys made
yeah.
a dumb point on my live, but I did not tell them to do that.
No, you didn't. No. I agree with that. You don't tell them to do that. You didn't stage the coup. You know what I'm saying? So
Trump
this
did
is what. No, he didn't. Did you say that undocumented immigrants are citizens? Are U.S. citizens?
No.
Oh, good. I didn't think you were that stupid. Okay. Now listen. This is Timmy Tampon. We're gonna put tampons in every single bathroom. All right. And
That's actually
from here to California. From here to California, we're gonna put in every single bathroom.
What is your ringtone,
tampons.
bro?
It's Timmy Tampon.
What is your
here.
What is your ringtone, bro? But by the way, I'm just letting you know that the state policy as it relates to Minnesota only indicated that you have to have tampons for people or menstrual products for people that are menstruating. So they actually most of the schools in Minnesota don't have them in the boys' bathroom. Okay,
Not yet.
It's just that people who are in these situations who are menstruating should be able to get access to menstrual products.
Yeah, we're gonna put them everywhere. We're gonna put them in restaurants. We're gonna put them in playpens. We're gonna put tampon everywhere.
This is for schools, Timmy.
Yeah, we're gonna Timmy Tampon. We're gonna tampon it all. You can do a bunch of things with tampons.
Yeah. Provide menstrual products for people who are menstruating. Yeah, that sounds like such terrible policy.
No.
You just sound like a misogynist when you argue against this.
No.
You're
I
scared
agree
of
with
tampons. Frisk, thank you for the subscription. Jakari, thank you for $3.
Timmy Tampon.
You're obviously trying to make fun of it, right?
No,
which is kind of funny because it just shows that you're misogynistic.
No. I want tampons everywhere. I want to be able to go down the street and see tampons all over the railway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you just sound misogynistic. Are you?
Listen, I want tampons.
Are you
everywhere.
Are you allergic to wanting women to think you're a decent person?
No, I want tampons everywhere. I want more tampons for the country. All right. Now listen, back to a serious level. All right. Parker here. That's a magnesium deficiency underneath your eyes, and I'm being serious, and I'm not even trying to make because it's not. You take some magnesium, man, and I'm telling you right now, they'll go away. No. I seen that the other day. No, it's a magnesium deficiency, and there's nothing bad about that. I'm just saying, take some magnesium, and you'll be set.
So when I was 1 year old, did I also have a magnesium deficiency?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah. No, there's nothing wrong with it, man.
Timmy,
I'm not making fun of you. I'm being serious.
It's genetic. It's literally genetic.
It's magnesium. I don't know what you've been told, or
no, it's not.
Told you that. Yes, it is, buddy.
Timmy, you know I've taken magnesium, right?
Do you take it regularly?
I have. And my bags didn't go away. No, I'm not taking it right now. But I did take it regularly in the past, and I had my bag still.
Sure.
It's genetic.
I'm being serious. So, if you want to, really, because people, say that all about you all the time. You got those because you don't get enough sleep and everything. But it's really a magnesium deficiency.
Okay, so do you want to give me an argument?
Yeah, I'll give you an argument, man.
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
Let me tell you that. Who are you voting for, man?
Think of the hearts. Thank you. I'm voting for Harris. It already says at the top.
Yeah, no, it doesn't say it at the top.
It literally does. It says I'm voting for Harris.
Not on mine. You're cut off. Listen,
it's not cut off.
For me, it is.
It shouldn't be. Under any device, it's not.
Well, it is for me, but that's not what we're talking about here. Listen, so you agree with everything that this lady's doing?
Wait, say that again?
do you agree with everything that this lady wants to do? She had her chance to fix the country under Biden. You know what I'm saying? And she didn't do nothing.
What could she do?
What could she do? Whatever she wants. She had major influence over Biden.
Yeah. So again, what could she have done specifically? Like, give me an example.
Close the borders.
So again, they can't close the borders. Also, they did try to influence to get passed a border bill. There was a solo border bill and another one, which was bipartisan and received support from the Border Patrol, which Trump tried to get people in Congress to not support. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Madison, and thank you for the $10 for some magnesium. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. No, for
and
real.
Yvonne, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Yvonne.
Yeah.
Joe,
W for
thank
the
you so much for the good
magnesium
evening.
person too. Listen, you always make the most money when you debate me. Always. But no, seriously. And I'm being serious.
Have I debated you before?
Oh, yeah, you have, under different names, man, because your henchmen came after me.
Let's get this next person up here. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up. If you want to follow me, make sure to do so if you haven't already. Yeah, yo, Flower, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the goose. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 35.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
By the way, everyone, I kicked him because I don't have people come on again who were already on. Derek, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Derek. Thank you so much. So why are you voting for Trump?
I mean, really, I think the country to be in a lot better shape than what it is now.
Okay, what makes it better off due to the Trump administration?
What makes it better off now?
Due to the Trump administration. Like, what did the Trump administration do that made it better off?
What will they do, or what have they done?
For example, what have they done?
Well, you can look at our fuel prices, for one. Rent, taxes, price of everything.
So do you think taxes are too bad right now?
Yeah, they are.
Did you know we're still under Trump tax policy?
Yeah, we are too, but he also had a lot of people that was trying to go against him. If they
What do you mean by that? There was a lot of people trying to go against him.
Like, it's all got to go through the Senate. It can't just one man decide, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so okay. So see what your point is with that then.
I'm just saying, can you not see that the economy is so hard to live in right now? Do you not see the stress on people?
I do see the stress on people, but what specifically was caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Most of it happened after they opened the border and just let everybody come in that wanted to.
So actually, what policy opened the border?
What policy opened the border?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I know it happened in the last.
So if there's no policy that opened the border, why do you say it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Because it did. Because Trump was building the wall to stop him. How many illegal?
That doesn't mean that it was. Wait, how much of the new wall did he build?
Shit, as much as he could. Hell, I forgot how much it was.
3.7%.
3.7%.
Yeah. Yo, Sherry, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sherry. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
How many came in under when Trump was in office?
So I don't know the overall numbers, but I do know that daily border crossings right now are lower than what they were at the end of Trump's administration. So if you think there's a border crisis right now, well, then there was a border crisis at the end of Trump. So why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis?
No, you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
You're wrong because
this comes from Customs and Border Protection.
Then go look and see how many's come in under Biden and Harris and look and see how many come in under Trump.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at daily numbers in terms of customs border protection, and it specifically indicates there are less people daily coming now than there was the end of Trump's administration.
How is that, bro? When the numbers
Because of
don't
the
lie.
recent Biden executive order that decreased border crossings by 40%.
I don't believe that.
It did. So
I don't
you don't believe it,
Well,
but like
how
you
are-
understand the same numbers that I'm referencing right now were the exact same numbers that Trump was referencing during his assassination attempt.
Yeah, exactly. They had more coming in now than there was then.
So there's there was more coming under Trump's administration than there is now. Yeah.
No, that's not what it is. That's not true.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what it is.
I don't know why you're telling lies like that.
I'm not telling any lies.
Yes, you are, dude.
What lies?
It is, dude. You're crazy, man.
How am I crazy?
You're just crazy. Number one, I don't see how y'all could be happy with killing a child at 9 months. I just don't see how.
I never advocated for killing a child at 9 months.
Oh yeah, you do, because
No, I
all
don't.
the Dems do. Yes, sir.
No, we don't.
Yes, y'all do. Harris just talked about it too.
No. So
9 months
Harris didn't
and
advocate for
after
that.
birth.
Harris specifically
And after
is
birth.
advocating to codify Roe versus Wade, which specifically does not allow for you to do lethal abortions that late, but it does specifically advocate for induction of labor after viability, which is 24 weeks.
Even if mother and baby are fine, y'all are still wanting to allow it to happen after 9 months and even after
No,
birth.
no.
Yes, sir.
You're just literally lying.
No, I'm not. Go look
Yes,
it up.
you are.
No,
So
go look it
you're
up.
lying. So they're not doing it after
United
birth. Give me
States.
one place in the United States that is doing it after birth. Because that's murder.
What was it? Minnesota, was it? I had to go
Minnesota
look
does
it up.
not do after birth abortion. That makes no
Yeah,
sense.
that's a good
Not
thing.
only would it not be designated an abortion if it was after birth, because abortion is the termination of pregnancy, but it is the case that it is not allowed in Minnesota. You just lied.
Yeah. No, I didn't. You can go look
You
it
did.
up.
You absolutely lied. Carlos, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much, Carlos.
Go look it up. Check it out.
Yeah, I have already looked it
I don't
up.
know if I can go away from this while I'm still on my phone.
Joe, I've already looked it up.
Because Trump spoke about it. Do you
I'm
remember
currently looking at it right now.
that? And it says that nobody has ever had an abortion at 9 months or even after.
After, no, there's no after birth abortion.
So 9 months. Okay. So my kid was born at 8 months and it's perfectly fine. Perfectly good kids. The mama, everybody. Now y'all still gonna do it even if the mother and baby are both fine at 9 months?
Yeah, so what'd you say?
Even if the mother and baby are in good health at 9 months, they're still allowing it. Do you realize? that
So
baby
yeah,
problems
no
still
one's
going
advocating
on?
for a lethal abortion at 9 months. Okay.
Yes, they are.
That's no, we're not.
Y'all are allowing it.
No,
That's
I'm
the
not.
problem. That's what
I am against. Here, how about this? I am against it. Okay, are you okay with that?
Thank you. Me
Are you okay
too.
with accepting
I'm
that? Now,
Yes,
now,
I am.
now, know what I'm also against? I'm also against not providing federal protections for great victims to be able to get access to abortion, and I'm also against, quite literally, Donald Trump putting multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
If they need it because of medical reason, I'm with you on that. If it's going to kill the mother, you know what I mean? Or
Yeah, but
something-
no, I'm saying in terms of grape. Like, should grape victims be able to get access to abortion?
What is that? What are you talking about? Grape?
Do you know what grape is?
No.
Take away the G. Someone gets assaulted, sexually assaulted against their will, right? They become pregnant. Should they be forced to go through that pregnancy?
I don't believe that. No. But it has to be proven. They can't just go up there and be at 8 months and decide, oh shit, I can't have.
No,
this.
they're not doing it 8 months. Like, first,
do you know?
do you think first-term abortion should be allowed? Then should there be federal protections for that?
If it is,
Joe, should there be federal protections for that?
if it is true, yes.
Are there should there be federal protections for that?
I believe so. If it is really rape, yes.
Okay. If someone is held civilly liable, if someone holds their abuser responsible for sexual abuse in a civil court, should they be able to get access to an abortion?
Like I said, dude, if something happens like that, then yes. But if it's made up,
So if they hold their abuser liable in a civil court for sexual abuse, they should be able to get access to an abortion?
if they get charged for rape, yes.
Okay, so no, answer the question specifically. So if their abuser gets held civilly liable for sexual abuse, right, should they be able to get access to an abortion?
Yeah, they should. That's the
okay.
same.
Okay, so then would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
No. Are you sure that was all like true? This wasn't about money.
Well, they were held civilly liable.
Oh, in the 90s, maybe.
No, they were held civilly liable. Would you vote for them?
I don't understand.
Like, just in the same scenario that you said, if they held their abusers civilly liable for sexual abuse, they should be able to get access to an abortion. In that same sense, would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
Oh, did she wind up pregnant?
Sure.
Oh, she did?
No, we'll say they didn't. We'll say they didn't.
I thought you said sure, so.
We'll say they didn't.
If it's not all what everybody can see, you already know it's all about money. Regardless, when somebody's...
Can you answer the question? Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
Did she have a baby? Was she pregnant?
No.
She wasn't pregnant?
No. But their abuser was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Would you vote for the guy that was held liable of sexually abusing her?
If it truly happened, no.
Well, they were held... Wait, but it was a good enough standard for you to believe it in the sense of abortion.
Oh, yeah, but you can believe that because they're talking about it.
Okay, so if you believe that as it relates to abortion, why don't you believe it as it relates to them running for president?
Because they're actually talking about it on the news.
What do you mean they're actually talking about it on the news?
Oh, God. You haven't seen it all, dude?
Seen what specifically? I don't know what you're specifically referencing.
You're saying that Trump's raped a woman.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying. And you're saying, why would you vote for Trump? Because he raped a woman. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you know for sure that happened? Even though, did they find DNA in her? Did they find...
Because he was held civilly liable because there were medical records of hers from the 90s. Appreciate the Katrain, thank you so much. That indicated that he did this specifically. If it was just for money, why would she have waited until later in life to come out with the story? Because that's what typically victims do, is that they don't come out for decades or they don't come out at all. Exactly. So if you want to reference this, if it was the case that it was specifically about money, why didn't she come out back then when she would have been able to enjoy the money for a longer period of time?
She wouldn't have made as much.
Not true.
She wouldn't have made as much.
Not true.
Hell, he was still on Home Alone then. You know what I mean? She wouldn't have made as much.
She would have. Wait, by the way, she would have made just as much. Yeah.
No, she wouldn't have.
Yes, she would have. You
Now,
understand that because that was all based on the court.
No, what?
She was also already a millionaire. I hope you know that.
Knew who Trump was?
By the way, she was also already a millionaire.
So then why? Then what? Then why wait? Fucking what? 30 years or however long it's been. Why wait that long?
Because that's what happened. It was 23 years, but that's what victims do all the time.
That's off the top of the dome.
That's what victims do all the time.
I know, it's crazy, dude. And
it's typical for that to happen with victims.
You know how many of them aren't? That's not true. Did they find Trump's DNA in her?
So actually, they found unidentified male DNA on the dress, like the dress that she kept. Yeah, but like Trump didn't give a Trump.
You know that was Trump's
Hey,
sperm,
shut up and listen to what I'm saying, or I will mute you from my live. Okay, I'm gonna mute you because you're acting like a fucking child. Listen, okay. So they had unidentified male DNA. Trump didn't give up his DNA when he had 2 years to do so. He waited until like a while after the event in which it happened, specifically to give up his DNA. Right. So he literally waited until he couldn't submit it to submit it, so that he could use it as a talking point that he submitted his DNA, but they didn't accept it. But that's what the judge said. That was bullshit. It was disingenuous, and that he should have given up his DNA. You can unmute. I send you the ability to unmute. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Figure that better? Hell, I didn't. I wasn't looking at it. I was watching this damn Braves game. But no, I was saying if it would have come back as Trump's DNA on her, and that was all scientifically proven, then I wouldn't vote for him.
So again, but he hasn't given up his DNA. So I have a question. So if you giving up your DNA,
it actually happened.
Here, I'll give you an example. If you get pulled over, right, and the cop thinks that you're driving under the influence, makes you do all these tests, and still even after the test thinks that you are under the influence, and they give you an option: either you do the breathalyzer and show that you're sober, or you pay a fine. Now, which one would you rather do? Would you rather pay the fine, or because you're sober, do the breathalyzer?
I wouldn't do either. I'd plead the fifth and make them take me to do a blood test.
So you would pay the fine?
No, I wouldn't pay the fine.
No. So
I wouldn't be drunk driving.
Yes, so it would be because the cop believed it was the case that you were under the influence and you didn't pass any of the tests. So in this scenario, it would either be the case that you pay a fine or you do the breathalyzer. Again, I'm telling you, you are totally fucking sober. You've had no drinks, right? Would you do the breathalyzer?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't personally, and I wouldn't consent to a search either. I'd make
Joe,
them.
I'm sorry to break it to you, but that is just a dumb response.
No, it's not, bro. I would make them draw blood.
Would you rather take an $80 million fine, right, or engage in the breathalyzer?
I would still go to the hospital and make them pull blood.
No. Let's say that's not even an option. Okay. Let's say that the only options are either you pay $80 million in a fine, or you do the breathalyzer. Which one are you going to do?
I mean, hell, obviously. What would you do?
I would do the breathalyzer.
Out, correct?
Yeah, I do the breathalyzer, right?
Exactly. Over 80 million.
Okay. So the point that I would make is that Trump could have exonerated himself by showing that the DNA is not his. Because if he never met her, he never knew who she was. It couldn't possibly be the case under his worldview that he did this. So if he gives up his DNA, he exonerates himself. And why would you pay the $80 million fine over exonerating himself?
It could, or it couldn't be. That's what I'm saying.
So the only reason that you wouldn't do it is if it is the case that you were already guilty and you don't want it to make you look bad.
I mean, yeah, that's a scenario too, obviously. But I'm just saying.
So that just makes it more likely that he is the case that he's guilty.
If there was, but if there was actually proof, dude, I would not vote for him.
That is proof.
I don't believe in it. I don't believe in killing babies, and I don't believe in rape. I believe in everybody should love one another, dude. And it's crazy that this country has come down to what it is. And honestly, dude, I hope the best for either side.
That is proof, by the way. By the way, that is proof. I just want to let you know.
Well,
I guarantee, dude, I promise you, if this was true for any other person, literally in the United States, you would believe it, right? But because it's true specifically for Donald Trump, you don't. No, I think that's really sad.
That's not true.
So I have a question. Do you have kids?
Yeah, I got two.
Okay, so let's say that you had a bus driver, right? And the bus driver happened to be Kamala Harris. Would you like let your kids go on that bus?
Would I let my kids go on a bus if Kamala Harris?
Yeah, that surprise, Kamala Harris was the bus driver for the day.
Well, I try to get to know the bus drivers and know.
So would you let your kids go on that bus?
No.
No?
Would you let yours go on a bus with Trump driving?
No. What I would say.
That's what I'm saying.
That's kind of the question I'm asking. Right. I wouldn't let them go on a bus specifically with Donald Trump.
I wouldn't let them go on a bus with Trump.
Jesus Christ, could you listen? I wouldn't let them go on a bus with Donald Trump, but I would let them go on a bus with Kamala Harris.
And I'd be the same opposite. But I still wouldn't even let my kid on the bus with Trump. So
exactly my point.
Exactly. With either one, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I think that's weird that you wouldn't do it with Kamala Harris, though.
I don't think it's weird that you would with Kamala.
What?
I don't see why you would let him ride with Kamala anyway. Just
because she's trustworthy, right? If not more trustworthy than a typical bus driver. Donald Trump is less trustworthy than a typical bus driver.
But I wouldn't let him ride with any one of them. But
so you don't let your kids go on the bus?
I wouldn't let them ride with Trump or Kamala.
Would you let your kids go on the bus typically?
Rarely.
Okay, so when they do go on the bus, here's my question.
I still wouldn't let them ride with either one.
So the bus driver, do you think that they're more or less trustworthy than Kamala Harris?
Probably neither. It's crazy the world you live in.
I just feel like this guy doesn't engage genuine in conversation.
I'm just saying.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am. And you?
Okay. DA, how old are you?
I am in my 30s.
You're voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I mean, there's a variety of reasons. I would say the biggest reason would probably be the economy and deregulation just in general. I'm more of a fan of less government and obviously a fan of less taxes.
Like
so,
more economic freedom, for example?
Yeah. So specifically,
as it relates to the economic freedom index, countries like in the Nordic countries in Europe, they have broader social safety nets, but they actually have freer economies. So would you prefer their economy to us because they have a freer economy?
So I would prefer, again, just an economy where I'm getting taxed less, and certain social, I guess, aspects of an economy can be more so about the topic as a whole, and not necessarily the provisions that get put into different things like border bills and things like that. I'm more of a fan of less is more to accomplish more long term, as opposed to a lot packed into a one bill per se. So, but actually, from an economy standpoint, I'm a firm believer that obviously the direct way to help the middle class is by tax cuts. We can get into a debate about how much tax cuts should be for the middle class as opposed to the upper class. I'm not necessarily saying that they should be the same percentage, but I do think we don't really talk about the economy that Trump helped build with the tax cuts. Yeah.
Do you care about the debt?
Yes, I care about the debt. I care. I would say more about like deficit spending.
Okay, so if we extend the tax cuts, did you know it would cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years?
Yes, I do understand how much it would. Yeah, so I would defund a certain amount of government jobs and things like that I feel like are the IRS. I would say I would abolish the IRS.
So then we wouldn't have the ability to ensure that people pay taxes. So that would decrease federal revenues, therefore increasing the deficit. So try again.
Well, no, you can I guess take what the IRS does as a whole and branch it into a different form of the government, but obviously reduction in government jobs.
Wait,
reduction in government jobs.
So then if you want to decrease how many workers there are for the IRS, that would decrease federal revenues because it would decrease the ability to enforce tax law, which would decrease revenues. So that would cause a greater deficit. So can you give me a way that you can pay for this?
Yeah. So when you stimulate an economy and the middle class becomes consumers as opposed to conservers, it's shown that over time that helps generate into economy, be it sales taxes and things of that nature.
The Tax Cut and Jobs Act only increased the annual GDP by 0.02% a year, according to a conservative and liberal economist from Harvard. Look up the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform.
Sure. So you can realistically look at just the median income in terms of an increase of households, and I usually just use the U.S. Bureau in that regard. Of statistics of labor and things like that. So the median household income, if you want to start with, 2008, I guess, because we could see, I guess the direct correlation of the housing crisis and then through COVID as well, just to compare two different disasters, if that, or economic problems.
I would say. Did you know that the operating costs of the IRS only pull in about $16 billion? So you would only revenue $16 billion if you completely got rid of the IRS funding. So you have another what, 3.8 trillion to go. So how are you going to pay for this?
Sure, I would roll back the environment regulations.
Which environmental regulation?
Specifically the clean power plans and things like that, the reduce emission plans. I think that I don't.
That's not going to get you to the spending necessary you need.
Well, I mean, again, these are things that are done in phase to stimulate.
That's going to give you about $9 billion. So you have so much money to go, dude. You need trillions of dollars. You don't need billions.
Sure, but you're also not taking into account how much money again comes from consumer spending. Consumers that are spending in an economy where they feel like they're getting taxed less and they're making more, they then reinvest in the economy here directly. If you bring back, and I understand the debate about tariffs, but if you bring tariffs with the intent of bringing back manufacturing jobs here so we can produce more within our own country, that's more revenue that we're generating internally. I think there's too much of an emphasis on external economics and not internal economics that help America as a whole.
It's less efficient in terms of profit. Zid, I appreciate the $1.11. Thank you so much.
It's less
and that's
efficient
why
if
we
you're
don't
not
see it
the leader.
happening.
Yeah, it's less efficient if you're not the
No,
leader.
if you have
sector.
if you have to artificially put tariffs in place, that means that it wasn't as efficient as other types of market operations, and that's why it hasn't grown up in the market essentially.
Sure, but
because the survivability of those particular firms was less likely to occur than what it was other places around the world.
I don't necessarily disagree, but I think that if we look at other places around the world in terms of their labor laws and things of that, where bigger corporations obviously look to eliminate certain taxes that they have to pay or wages that they have to pay, I think finding ways to combat that helps obviously companies come back to the states to essentially provide more jobs and actually pay taxes in a country that they do most of their business in. I think that's
but tariffs also increase the cost of goods for people in the U.S. and they push specifically other countries to put tariffs on us, which devalue our goods globally.
Right, but again, like I honestly feel that our biggest problem here is our own problems here internally. Externally, everything runs off the U.S. dollar. There's only one currency outside of maybe cryptocurrency, where I can go into any country and use it and find a place to use it as currency. That can't be understated. And, I think that you would agree that the U.S. dollar is still, the supreme currency in the world, right?
Sure. I don't see how that responds to what I just said.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Well, so it does in the sense of if you're creating more American business in America, and the U.S. dollar, our form of currency, is the one that's
still makes our goods less valuable in the global market.
How so?
Because it is the case that Autumn, I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. They put tariffs on us, which devalue our goods there. Because it is the case that our goods are more expensive there, therefore reducing the demand for them.
Yeah, so I would say that again, it's really kind of dependent on the product, right? If you become an industry leader in a sector and you're known for doing certain things within that sector, regardless of the costs, people pay for what is premium, what's supreme in a sector. No.
So
there's a reason why. There's a reason why we outsource a lot of our manufacturing.
If people pay for what's the best, well, then it is the case that under our current structure, right, they're not paying for American goods, which would make the American goods not the best. So why do you want to force not the best goods into the market?
Yeah, I disagree that it wouldn't make American goods the best. I think that
then why aren't people buying them?
Well, we're not producing enough for them to buy anything, and they don't have money to buy anything.
No, we're not producing them because people aren't buying them. If people bought American goods more, there would be a greater profit incentive for firms to create this.
Well, no, if they're, again, it comes back to the same costs of things to get stuff done. I mean, we all know the markup that corporations have here for our products, yet they manufacture these products in other countries and contribute to their economic impact in those countries, and it's at the expense of the American taxpayers and the American consumers ultimately, because we're the ones that are paying for the premiums of the product.
American consumers get fucked over. Like you understand, consumer savings goes down there, by the way. Also, again, you still haven't told me how you pay for this tax policy. I really love to hear it, because you've gotten nowhere even near. You haven't even gotten me to $100 billion yet. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Well, you're also just looking for, again, like things to cut out of the government, and you're just discalculating the amount, again, that I'm saying that's going, the economic impact of reducing taxes across the board.
I just told you that the Tax Cut and Jobs Act specifically only increased annual GDP by 0.02% a year.
But it was only implemented, again, it's phased. It's not like it's the only tax act that would have came. It's not like there wouldn't be further taxes, which Trump has obviously said.
Okay, so the 3.9 trillion plus what else? So you need more money to be able to uphold the revenue. Dude,
Yeah,
you have
so
no
how much-
method of paying for this. This is just not mathematically possible for you to do. I'm gonna be totally frank with you. This is like the craziest shit. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Because people will sit up there and they'll say, "Oh, I want universal healthcare. I want universal childcare. I want universal housing. I want everyone to be able to have access to these goods." And you guys will be like, "Oh, that's terrible because you can't pay for it." But then now you're just advocating for all of these tax cuts,
I don't-
trillions of
I
dollars
don't
of
think-
tax cuts, and you have no mechanism to pay for it.
Yeah, I don't think, again, just as I guess a whole scale, I'm not against healthcare universally. I'm against, taxing individuals that chose not to have healthcare. I don't think that, the government should be taxing people that don't have healthcare for the sake of giving everybody healthcare. That's my problem with
So the
it,
individual
right?
mandates
So-
were shut down by the Supreme Court.
Right. Well, just like but again, we talk about, the Roe v. Wade decision. The Supreme Court shut that decision down, but yet we blame Trump for that, right?
Yeah, because Trump put multiple
he
Supreme Court
appointed-
justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. He bragged about it.
No, I wouldn't say it's the explicit reason. I mean,
Wait, no.
he put
Trump
up
literally
his last-
on the debate said that I'm going to appoint pro-life judges, and it is going to be the case that Roe versus Wade is overturned due to these pro-life judges. And then now after
Again,
he brags about it, now he runs on it. Now people give him credit for it. He gives himself credit for it. And yet you're going to sit here and you're going to dispute that and say, no, he doesn't deserve
No,
credit
I
for
would-
it, even though he himself takes credit for it.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that one of these justices that he put up. I think the ruling was what 6-3, I believe it was. So his three justices he put up. One of them is female, correct?
Yes, Amy Coney Barrett.
So would in your eyes, should her vote count more or less on the Supreme Court because she's a woman in that regard?
No, obviously
No, right?
it shouldn't count.
Yeah. So again, 3 justices don't make the majority of the Supreme Court, right? There's other justices that are on there.
It is, but obviously it literally
so
three judges is
again-
1/3 of the Supreme Court. Not only is it 1/3 of the Supreme Court, but it is the
Right.
case that it shift the conditions of the Supreme Court insofar as that this ruling could have happened. And if Trump didn't do that, this wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, but again, like it's a checks and balances thing, right? He put people in place, sure, but he also didn't cast their votes for them. It's not like he was again the one that was voting to overturn this by any means. So I don't
He takes credit for it. I don't understand how you're ignoring this.
taking credit for it by being pro-life or pro-choice is a stance, right? And maybe the people that he appointed have similar values.
No, he doesn't just say I'm pro-life. He
didn't-
literally says specifically, I take credit for overturning Roe versus Wade.
He's also said that there needs to be provisions put in place to talk about the extreme side of what you all have been talking about.
No,
in
he
the
has not.
situations
He has
of-
not
He
advocated
has.
for federal protections for rape victims. He has not advocated
you-
for that. He
have
says we
you-
should leave it up to the states, which inevitably leads specifically to rape victims not having access to abortion in instances of being raped in plenty of states in the United States. 1/3 of women in the United States have restricted access to abortion.
Again, I don't think that that's something that you can attribute to somebody that didn't rule in that situation. We could sit and say the cause and effect situation of, well, he put 3 Supreme Court justices up. How many females are on the Supreme Court?
I don't know. I have to check.
I believe there are 2, right?
Yeah, there should be 2 because Ruth Bader Ginsburg
so-
isn't there anymore.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so
So you could-
Sotomayor, and Coney Barrett.
Yeah, so you could
Two
argue
women. I don't know why you call women females.
women. I mean, it's not. There's no like. I'm not trying to trigger anything. It's just women or females. Okay, that's fine.
Have women not told you they don't like being called females?
I mean, I've always just everything that I've filled out on a government form has always been male or female. I have to check one of them.
I understand, but like
I
just
always
like
refer
calling
to-
women females is not something that they like. Like women do not like that.
Gotcha. Okay. You're speaking for like just women in general, or are you speaking for 100% of women? Are you speaking for a majority of them? You speaking for
what a majority of women have indicated? Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So there's no offense that I'm taking, but you could also say that again, going back to my point.
Type 1 in the
that-
chat
that
right now
Trump-
if you're a woman and you don't like being called females.
Yeah, so you can again, if that's the case, no offense. There's never been an offense.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. But you can also make the point that Trump appointed the most females to vote on this decision too, right? Not just based off of them being conservative or how they were going to vote.
No, he got them specifically with the explicit reason of being pro-life.
Yeah, but if you think of this as a woman's decision, you can say that Trump appointed the highest amount of female Supreme Court justices over the last few administrations. That would be factually correct, right? How is that not a lie? How is that a lie, I should say?
Sotomayor, right, exists on the Supreme Court, and so did Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So he didn't put the most.
Well, no, I'm talking about actively, like currently, right now, over like the last two administrations.
No.
Okay. So then there would be more than
Obama.
How many did Obama appoint that were female?
2, I think.
Do you know who they were?
Yes.
I thought it was one.
Well, we have Sonia Sotomayor. We have I think what's it called? We have Ketanji Brown Jackson, which was due to Biden, which that would be 1 for Obama, 1 for Biden. And then I think there was another one that Biden put, Kagan, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think from what...
Elena Kagan?
Okay. From what I was seeing, it was Biden appointed 1, Trump appointed 1.
Yes, that was... So Kagan was 2010. Sotomayor was 2009.
Okay.
And then Ketanji Brown Jackson was on my birthday in 2022.
Okay. Yeah, so Biden appointed 1. Biden. Yeah, well, Obama appointed 2, Biden appointed 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, so it's over the last 2 elections, they both have appointed 1 female to the Supreme Court to make this decision, right? So that's what would is that like a knock again? Is that a knock against Trump, like for putting a woman up to make the decision just because she's pro?
I never made it anything about a woman. You've only brought that up. You're the only person who said that. I did not bring up because she's a woman or anything.
No, I
never
know.
Even brought that up at all. I don't know why
you're
bringing this up in the first place. I'm asking you, why do you want to restrict women's access to abortion in plenty of states in the United States? And you're like talking about whether or not there's a woman Supreme Court justice. Trump explicitly says that he did this. Okay, don't come on. If you say one more time on my live that Trump didn't influence to get this done, I'm just going to the next person because you're denying reality. Okay, and I don't want to engage with someone that denies reality so ridiculously.
Yeah, no, I'm not like denying reality. I'm just again saying we can move off topic if you're getting upset about what I'm saying. I'm not meaning to upset you or anything like that. But again, we can move on to a different topic if you'd like. As far as why I'm voting for Trump. I think that the First Step Act was pretty solid criminal justice reform. Like 31 people had their sentences reduced in year 1 alone. I believe.
Honestly, I don't like that. Instead of acknowledging your behavior, you immediately just try to be like, "Oh, you're just being a little too sensitive." Right? How was I being sensitive or upset? I was just acknowledging that you're not engaging with what I have to say at all. You're not responding to my points there. You're just denying reality, and I don't want to engage with someone who continually denies reality.
Okay. Yeah. No. I at the end of the day, I believe it's a state. Like passing it down to the states is my stance on that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's my stance. So I mean, I'm being clear about what my stance is.
You want to know what it leads to women and girls in this country having a restricted access to abortion, even in instances in which they're raped. Think of the confession.
So yeah, so I would if somebody told me like my tax dollars or if different states there was different things that were going on that specifically would help provide funding for people to have access to it in other states if they needed to do so, I wouldn't have a problem with paying into something like that. An organization that supports that stuff, specifically going to individuals seeking abortions.
Can't be used for abortion. I'm not asking that. I'm saying specifically, appreciate the ICU, thank you so much. Federal policy to ensure that great victims have access to abortion. Would you be in support of that?
I would.
Okay, so if you're in support of that, then you're not in support of Donald Trump specifically leaving it up to the states without the context in which there was without there being a specific, what's it called? Without there being a federal protection.
No, yeah, I think that we disagree on that because of the fact that, again, I go back to appointing 3 Supreme Court justices out of 9 isn't why Roe v. Wade, it's not a majority. Yes, it helped contribute to the majority, but my point is it's not a majority. So again, having 9 Supreme Court justices vote in this situation didn't result in a majority. Maybe the people that were put onto the Supreme Court in this particular instance helped gain a majority, but it doesn't mean that the justices that are on our Supreme Court are flawed. Factually, going back to like the election, right? They purposely didn't step in when all of these court rulings were going down, right? And they sided.
I'm just telling you this happened because of Trump specifically. Trump brags about it.
Trump brags about a lot. I'm not saying that, again, the Supreme Court justice he put up voted clearly 3-0 for the overturning of Roe v. Wade. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that
appreciate the handout. Thank you.
That's not the majority of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court that the other 6 members.
I've heard that multiple times. I get that. I understand.
Yeah.
I never said that 3 was a majority of 9 people. Never said that once.
Right.
I just said specifically him getting those judges through specifically led to like the restriction of women's rights. Okay, and it didn't provide a federal protection. So if you want a federal protection, quite literally putting these Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, ensure that there's not a federal protection.
So when you say specifically, right, Supreme Court justice, there's no term limits, right?
So as it relates to the Supreme Court justice, there is no term limit.
Right. So, I mean, would you say that 3 Supreme Court justices that sit on the Supreme Court are just there for one court ruling and they're not there for their macro scale of the Supreme Court, of the judicial system?
No, I do think they're there for other things as well. I never disputed that. What I said, though, is that these judges led to this happening. It would not have happened if these judges were not in place. Okay.
Yeah, that's
yes,
the
they make
factual
determinations.
statement.
Appreciate the handout on other things. I never said they didn't, but it is the case that them being appointed specifically led to the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
Okay.
Okay, so now that you know that, is it the case that you would be against that because it didn't provide federal protections for rape victims?
Me personally, in that instance, sure, yes. Me personally. I'm not a Supreme Court justice, though, right? I do still, at the end of the day, I don't like much government, but I do enjoy the checks and balances of our government. And that's why those people that were appointed onto the Supreme Court, they're put up there for their character and their understanding of judicial, law and regulation. So I could be, against the ruling, but still understand that the ruling is, within the legality of our country. And that's what checks and balances are.
I never said it's not within the legality of the country. I understand that.
No, I know. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying my reasoning for. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what. Is that a whale?
So again,
Okay.
the point that I'm making then is that you dispute
Appreciate
Trump's
that, whoever said that.
abortion
Thank you.
policy there. So why would you vote for someone who supports this abortion policy? Because that inevitably led to women and girls in this country being forced to go through pregnancies in the event of them being raped. Kimberly, think of the $5 from the DNC in Sydney. Think of the $3.
So I just, again, I think that that's an extremist, kind of loaded statement. There's a lot to pack into the statement that you made. And I'm just simply trying to tell you that, again, he appointed the Supreme Court justices because they were qualified to sit on the Supreme Court. That's what it comes down to. And they made a ruling, and six other Supreme Court justices, 3 of which were Trump's appointees, voted in this situation, right? So I don't know why we're blaming Trump for this. We're just more so using it as a talking point to go against him in an election, and it's just, again, that's why the Supreme Court ruled on it the way that they did.
Okay, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not engaging with him any further. I told him I wouldn't do it. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
You voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Say again?
Yeah, why so?
I've been a conservative my adult life. I served 20 years in the military. I have been around the world in the majority of the navies, foreign policy is to help give foreign aid, provide financial help or military help to other countries. You were speaking earlier about the whole, would you care if Harris or Trump was a bus driver? Well, first of all, Harris doesn't have a CDL, so I'm not going to let my child get on that bus. And Trump, I wouldn't let him get on the bus because he doesn't have a CDL either. That out of the way, you were talking about the tax reform.
So again, as it relates to that, you understand the point of that is that you wouldn't be scared of the scenario where you were leaving your kids alone with, say, someone like Kamala Harris, but you would with Donald Trump because Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, whereas Kamala Harris is not. No, that's the point of the hypothetical. It's like a metaphorical bus. I'm not actually saying that they have a license for this.
Okay.
It's a figure of speech.
Okay. The next thing, you're talking about the tax cuts of $4 trillion over the next 10 years, right? Okay. Do you know how much money the United States gives to UNICEF every year? $1.4 trillion every year the United States.
Kate, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Kate.
Over a 10-year period, that's $14 trillion. There's 190 countries, more than 190 countries that...
You said to who?
UNICEF. 190 countries are a part of UNICEF.
That's complete lie.
It's not a complete lie.
Can you give me one source that indicates that? Because it says right here we give about $6 billion. Here, 2023, actually, it's $8.92 billion. Appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much, Medusa. So, saying 1.4 trillion is insane. I see nothing that indicates that. But if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. Yo, Kate, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kate. Thank you.
All right. So it's literally on the UNICEF website. Also, we give foreign aid in the amount of...
No, it's not. I'm looking at the UNICEF website right now, and it says 8.92 billion.
Put this in there if it allows me to, and it doesn't.
So yeah, that's total contributions to UNICEF in general. So that's from the title. The title is funding to UNICEF. UNICEF relies on voluntary contributions to uphold their mission and of reaching every child.
Okay.
Candy, thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Candy, if you type in the comment section, if you talk in the comment section, I definitely will mod you. But can we have W's for Candy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Candy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Parker, what is your degree? And my degree's in economics. All right, everyone, keep tapping on screens. Get to 1.5 million, 1.5 million. Share the live as well, everyone. Keep sharing. W Candy's in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for $100.
Over the next 10 years, foreign aid is over $600 billion over the next 4 years. Those 87,000.
Thank you so much.
87,000 IRS agents that were hired or are being hired is roughly, it's small pennies of roughly about $60 billion over the next 10 years in salary raises and pay. But that's where you can start thinning out the budget.
So our foreign aid.
Jobs.
So what year did you say it was a few $100 billion? Appreciate everything for the dollar.
2022.
2022.
So what I'm saying is over the next 10 years. Over the next 10 years.
Over the next 10 years, it'll be 250. So that's about $25 billion a year. Okay. So yes. I'm just letting you know, which actually it's for 2019 it was 39 billion. So yes. I like how you're not at all acknowledging how you're going to pay for the 3.9 trillion. So I'm asking, how are you paying for the 3.9 trillion?
Is if we remove our contributions, which is right there, I can add it again so that you can actually copy and paste it and add it or look at it. UNICEF partnerships / United States America. Look up that website. $1.4 trillion.
That's a lie. You're literally lying. I'm sorry to break it to you. You're literally lying.
How am I lying?
I can give you the title right now.
Yes.
Funding to UNICEF. UNICEF relies on voluntary contributions to uphold a mission of reaching every child. Okay, it literally indicates that their total contributions for 2023 are $8.92 billion a year. Okay, you have no clue what you're talking about. Saying it's 1.4 trillion is ridiculous. You can look at the U.S. federal budget. You see that the most amount spended is not even 1.4 trillion. We spend less than that on Social Security, less than that on Medicare. You have no clue what you're talking about. Nowhere does it say that the U.S. gives 1.4 trillion to this entity. Okay, look up U.S. federal budget. I'm serious. Can find it from the Congressional Budget Office. Miss Viper, that is crazy.
Either way, the UNICEF and other organizations that are not American companies, organizations, NGOs should not be getting our taxpayers' money.
Okay,
right?
Regardless of whether or not you want to say that, you're not answering my question. How do you pay for the $3.9 trillion of tax
Stop giving
cuts?
money to other countries.
That doesn't pay for it. That's not $3.9 trillion.
$1.4 trillion a year to UNICEF, which is on their website.
Dude, you're literally lying. I'm looking at their website right now, and it's literally $8 billion. Okay, I'm on their website literally right now looking at it. You're literally lying. Okay, Jesus Christ. Look up funding. Look up how much does the U.S. give to UNICEF. It will literally tell you $8.92 billion. That is the first thing that comes up. Okay, there's nowhere where it says 1.4 trillion. You made that number up. The total money that we gave to the United Nations was 18 billion. Okay, I promise you, we're not giving 1.4 trillion to UNICEF. That's insane.
Right there, somebody else, Ryan, what's his name? Ryan Brenner says 1.4 billion.
1.4 billion?
No.
Jesus Christ.
1,400.
That person saying that, you don't get that. That I literally look up how much does the US give to UNICEF? Here, I'm gonna invite that person, the Alex Taylor person. You're literally lying too. They're just saying it in the comment section to troll. Where does it say 1.4 trillion? Alex Taylor, where does it say 1.4 trillion?
Look up how much money does the U.S. give to UNICEF each year. It's the first thing that comes up.
Yeah, it says 8.92 billion according to UNICEF specifically.org.
Yeah, I'm also on UNICEF. Let me, here, I'm on my phone. I have to pause.
Everywhere says 8.92 billion.
Everybody in your chat right now literally says $1.4 trillion. If you don't know how
everyone is not saying that.
$1,402 billion means
where does it say that? Where does it say that?
$400,000.
Where does it say that?
If you multiply that by 10, it's $14 trillion. Even
Dude, can you tell me where it says that? Where does it say that? I'm actually serious. I do not see anything. Tell me where it is and I'll look it up. I'm totally
right here.
serious.
I'm adding it right now. I'm re-adding.
You can literally look up U.S. federal budget. I promise you're not going to say that we spend 1.4 trillion on UNICEF.
https://www.
Just tell me the title. Tell me the title. I'm not going to be able to type that in.
It's going to be UNICEF. It's partnerships/United States of America.
Say it one more time.
Partnerships/United.
Partnerships United States.
United States America, and there's a tack between United and States and America.
I mean, I'm looking at it. It says 1.4 thousand trillion or 1.4 thousand billion. Yeah.
Where, dude? It does not say that anywhere. I literally just looked up exactly what you just said.
It says it twice. UNICEF's annual budget is $1.8 trillion, and we give 1.4
Sharon, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sharon. Can we get some W's for Sharon in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sharon.
W, Sharon.
Let's get some W's right now in the comment section. Thank you so much. Okay.
Either way, if we cut
so I want you to do this. I want you to go look up U.S. federal budget. I want you to go to the U.S. Treasury fiscal data. Okay. Can you do that for me, please?
What are we looking up?
I want you to go to the federal budget. I want you to go to the fiscal data treasury.gov. And I want you to go to the spending. And I want you to tell me where in the spending it's listed that we spend 1.4 trillion, because it will tell you. Because 1.4 trillion would make up more than 20% of the budget. So there should be something around 20% that indicates that we're spending it specifically on UNICEF. Okay? So there's literally nothing in our federal budget that indicates that. Now, some people are saying that it's like a typo, right? I still have yet to see it, right? But you can look at our federal budget, and I promise you, you're not going to see anything going to UNICEF for that much. I'll tell you what it is. 25% goes to the Department of Health, or no, that's for agencies. 22% goes to Social Security, 14% goes to net interest, 13% goes to health, 13% goes to Medicare, 13% goes to national defense, 10% goes to income security, 5% goes to veterans and benefits and services, 4% goes to education, training, employment, social services, 2% goes to transportation, 1% goes to community and regional development, and 3% goes to other. There's literally nowhere here where it will specifically say that it's giving 1.4 trillion to UNICEF every single year. I promise you, we're not doing that.
All I said was the article said that, bud.
You literally see all the people saying 8.92 billion?
There is an article online saying that.
On the UNICEF website.
Okay, but then they're wrong. That is totally wrong.
I mean, that's what the article said.
All right. On top of that, if you Google just foreign aid that we give to
oh my god, I think I found what you're referencing. Oh my god, here, listen. Okay, so this is it says the title, the United States of America UNICEF Public Sector Partner.
Yes.
Okay, if you scroll down to the bottom, go to the 2023 contributions to UNICEF. Add it up. That's they meant to put million. Okay, 1,118 million, right? Plus 147 million, plus 137 million. That would not be 1,402 billion. Okay, it's a complete mistake. That they mean to put million. Okay, that means million. That does not mean they accidentally put billion. Okay, I promise you, if it was the case that it was billion, you would find it on the federal budget. I promise you, dude. They mean million. It's literally just a mistake in typing. I promise.
That's fair.
Because I see what you're saying now. I see it says 1402 billion. That's not what they mean. It's revenue. Or I mean millions. Not revenue. I mean, it's millions. There's no possible way it's 1,402 billion. I promise you. Seriously, that would come up as the most spending. We spend less money on Social Security.
Even if not, though, over 10 years, you think the more money in the economy due to less taxation would not lead to ultimately building back that 3.9 trillion? You don't think so?
No. So if you look up the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform, you will specifically see that due to a liberal and conservative economists, that it is the case that the GDP only increased by 0.02% a year. So there would be a marginal increase specifically in the amount of revenue that it would bring in.
Or an exponential increase?
No, it's only 0.02% annual.
That's 1 year. I'm asking, is that a linear increase or an exponential? I don't know.
It's linear.
Linear? Does it clarify?
Yes.
Okay. So over 10 years, that's a 0.2% increase, is what you're saying?
Per year.
Okay.
So it'd only be 2% over the 10 years.
So it'd be 2% in 10 years?
No, it'd be 0.2%.
In 10 years?
Yes.
Yeah, every year that would add up to 2% more of our GDP increase.
Wait, say that one more time?
0.2 times 10 is 2%.
No, it's 0.02 times 10.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that would mean we have 0.2 over a decade.
Okay.
0.2.
Or if you want to be very, very liberal with it, it's 0.4% over 10 years, right? That is the most liberal I can be with you. Okay, that's what the macroeconomic effects of the 2017 tax reform indicates. Again, conservative and liberal economists. That's why when it's bipartisan, it's more likely to be accurate.
Okay. Harry, tell me this. Were you economically more stable 4 years ago or today? I mean,
I am more economically stable today, but that is solely because I make more money now.
Social media. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
So again,
this
is why I say anecdotal.
Hold up. Do you think the average American is better off today or 4 years ago? Prior to COVID, everybody knows that was an outlier.
I know I'm not.
Sorry. So 5 years ago, yes, people were better off.
Okay. So Kamala Harris, under Joe Biden, right, had a large say in things, had a large foot in the door. Do you not think that she ultimately helped bring this country down to where it is now? Yes or no? I mean, that's a simple question.
No, I don't think she made the country worse.
How can you say that, respectfully?
Because she didn't engage in any policy that did that. Inflation happened globally. Look up global inflation rates. Look at the different countries. Right, they all went on the same trend as the United States.
I'll take your word for it.
That means it's related to COVID.
But, okay, fair. Take the border. I mean, I know we're not going to agree eye to eye, so I figure we could just hot topic, right? Take the border. The border has been destroyed over the past 4 years. Numbers are at an all-time high. That is absolutely
Daily
true.
border crossings are lower now than it was at the end of Trump's administration.
Those are reported border crossings, not illegal border crossings.
Parker.
15?
Parker.
Sorry, Parker. I apologize. Sorry. 15 million in, 4 years? 15 million people. Trump had the record low.
No, it wasn't a record, though. That's a lie.
Yes, it absolutely was. What's your source, man?
The Customs and Border Patrol.
Customs and Border Patrol? That's not true.
It was not the lowest ever. So was it lower than in the 1900s?
Proportionally.
No. So proportionally is not overall numbers. You were referencing overall numbers.
Okay, proportionally.
Proportionally speaking, there's less people coming now.
Okay, and over the last 4 years, how many people have come across the border?
Estimated 12 million. Most people think around 15.
That's just encounters. Okay. So why was the If the border, by the way, if the border was so secure under Trump's administration, why was the apprehension rate lower?
People weren't coming.
No. Apprehension rate means per people who are coming.
Per people who are coming was lower?
Yeah.
Meaning people, arrested across the border?
Yeah. So it's apprehension. So apprehension rate was lower under Trump's administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, there's been a lot more people coming over now. I mean, I think it's much more necessary to apprehend more now, given 4 years ago, there was a fraction of the amount of people coming over. I think that's a pretty simple answer.
So apprehension rate. So it's taking into account.
Absolutely. Proportionally.
It's taking into account proportional.
Absolutely. So what are you not agreeing with me here?
No, what you're not understanding is that if the apprehension rate was lower under the Trump administration, that means that they were arresting people.
So sorry.
They were arresting people at a lower rate.
Parker, if I hide 50 basketballs in a house and you find 10 of them, right? That's
20%.
Yeah.
He muted himself.
And you find what? So sorry, I got a phone call. Yeah, if I had a lot more, you're going to find a lot more, but there's more to find. Are you not agreeing with me there?
I'm talking in terms of rate, dude. Like it's like you're not listening to me.
Absolutely. I know. I hear you. I'm absolutely listening to you. Is it more important to find 10% when there's a couple million coming over, or more important to find 15% when there's 20 million, 15 million? Right? You're going to start working a little harder.
Is more secure.
Whether or not it's more secure, more people are coming.
Is more secure than 10% of less people. Yeah.
Who comes and who in which scenario?
Because it's going to be based upon rate proportional to population. It's not going to be based upon how many people.
So
in which
why
scenario
was
do more people cross the border?
Yeah.
Instead,
Let me ask you.
So again, what I
this,
was just saying is that due to the border patrol numbers specifically, it is the case that we have lower border crossings now comparative to what we had at the end of Trump's administration. What that indicates is that if you think that there's a border crisis right now, well then there's a border crisis at the end of Trump. So I can ask the question, that begs the question, why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis? Why didn't Trump
Because
fix
he
it in
didn't
his
have
4
enough
years?
time.
absolutely did. He absolutely did.
Why?
So he
why
did,
the
he
Biden
did, or he didn't?
administration- Why did the Biden
Hey,
administration the border?
respectfully, how I see it, 2016, Trump gets elected. We have a large amount of people crossing our borders. Large amount. Under Obama, we had a large amount. All I see it as, Trump came in, he fixed that.
Actually, not really. We had a pretty similar level of border crossings at the end of. No, we did. We have a pretty similar amount of border crossings at the end of Trump's administration, and no, during Trump's administration, comparative to Obama's administration.
And Obama started the cages, right?
132,000, which is multiple times higher than what they were at the end of Obama's administration. So actually, border crossing numbers were higher under Trump than they were under Obama's administration. So I think it's pretty funny that you say that.
But that's
that is migrant encounters per month.
Now. And it's millions now.
So 1.2 million a year.
No, it's not millions now. It was in the hundreds of thousands. So it was higher under Biden's administration than what it was under Trump's administration at that point. I'm not disputing that. Now it's lower, by the way. But it is the case that even in June 2023, it was lower than what it was in May 2019 under
Why did
Donald
Biden
Trump.
continue building the wall, and why did he sell the wall material for pennies on the dollar?
The wall is not necessary.
Why is the wall not necessary?
Because we don't have a border crisis.
We don't have a border crisis, but yet there's 5% more illegal, undocumented immigrants in the United States per the population of the country.
Say that one more time.
So the population of the country is what? Let's say 350 million?
It's around 340, yeah.
Yeah, 340 million. So over the last 4 years, you say 12 to 15 million people have come across. So that's roughly 5% of our national population.
Your math is terrible.
What's 15 plus 15 is 30? I said roughly. So you want me to say 4.1% of the population?
Yeah, I would love that. I would appreciate that.
Okay. Let's say 4% then. Let's go a little bit lower. That would put you at 12 million. So 4% of the population of our
MAGA
population.
math, chat. MAGA math.
MAGA math.
Yeah, MAGA math.
So if that continues, right, over the next 4 years, another 5% come into the country. Eventually, we're going to have what, 450 million over the next 30 years?
So 400 million. That's crazy to say.
No.
So
400 million total people in 12 years' time.
we're not going to have the same level of immigration as what we did then. So what you're not understanding. Yeah, because it is the case that this trend was specifically related to things like COVID. So the reason why there was an incentive for more people to come to the country was because of the economic devastation associated with COVID.
So you're saying that the Democratic Party gave an incentive to world population?
No. It had nothing to do with the Democratic Party. It had everything to do with the global pandemic.
Yeah, the pandemic's been done for.
That doesn't mean it hasn't affected supply chains and inflation worldwide. It affected inflation worldwide, which has created worse off conditions insofar as it's incentivized people to come to the United States because it's better off in the United States.
Okay. Do you have children?
10.
You have 10 children. You don't have 10 children.
I do have 10 children.
Okay, so for 8 years, 10% of the population, literally 10% of everybody that you walk by could possibly be illegal immigrants or somebody that is undocumented, right? That's the reason why I know my.
Go find. I want you to go
Hold on,
find.
you literally said 12 million people came across the border, right? Over the last 4 years. That
You
is
said how many people?
You said 12 million people undocumented.
I didn't say 12 million, right? I didn't say shit.
Okay, 12. It's on the internet. Roughly, they believe.
Where'd you get the number from?
What's up?
Where'd you get that number from? Because I want a source that says 12 million undocumented immigrants came into the country. Now they're both looking up sources. Everyone, if you're mad, type in the comment section and we'll bring you up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Venmo and Cash App in the bio. Let's get some W's for Sharon in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sharon, for the $50. I really do appreciate that.
It's a W, Sharon, for sure.
W Sharon, W Sharon. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section. We'll get them some help, everyone. Oh, this person said Parker attempting to use semantics to appear like he's winning again. So join the live. Take a join. If you want a shot, go for it, buddy. Oh, he's not joining. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise. I didn't expect that one. Oh my gosh. Yes, chat, I do have 10 children. All right, let's ask them this question. Come on, please load in. Yo, the random, I have a question. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people? Hello?
What?
Yeah, the randomly random. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
No.
No? Okay. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed?
No. Listen, you're very
Armani,
well
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
You're very well versed in a lot of stuff, but you do just play on semantics. If someone brings up a very valid point, you'll use like semantics to just try to edit the point that they've made.
Can you give me an example?
To appear like you're right when you're not right.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, 2 minutes ago.
Like what specifically?
Everyone saw it.
Like which semantics specifically? Just tell me.
The whole chat saw it.
Just they saw it?
Last time I came on, you kicked me off because I'm British.
Yeah, I'm about to do it again, by the way, but
yeah,
Frankie, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Frankie.
Because you don't want your little fans to see you getting trash talked.
No, I let people trash talk me all the time. I just don't debate people who aren't in the United States because they can't vote in the United States, and we're having a conversation about who you're going to vote for in the United States. So if you could vote in the United States, I would have a conversation with you, but you can't. That's why I'm not having a conversation with you.
No.
So what is the reason why I'm dodging you then, apparently?
You dodge anyone who brings like anything against what you're saying. I'm sorry.
You literally couldn't mention a single policy Trump influenced to get passed. You have no clue what you're talking about. Why would I talk to you?
Well,
you're not even from the United States. Why would I talk to you? You can't vote.
Well, you are talking to me.
Research that says 11 million illegal immigrants are in the United States.
What's the title? Oh, overall. That's overall. That's not recently in the past 4 years. That's overall. I agree 11 million people in the country overall are undocumented. Okay. So the randomly, what were you saying?
Nothing. I'm just going to sit and wait until you prove them wrong.
Okay. Have a good day, man. All right. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now. Imagine caring so much about being a MAGA supporter from another country. Like, I understand, being in support of Kamala Harris from another country, like, it makes sense to me that, like, helps conditions worldwide. But if you can't mention anything you support of Donald Trump and you support Donald Trump, someone who's actively made my country worse, I'm going to look at you in a weird way. I'm absolutely going to look at you in a weird way.
Okay, question. Harris has openly stated that she does not want it to be a crime if you come across the border illegally. That's correct, right?
Can you give me a source?
Her mouth, straight from her mouth.
I want a source of her saying that, because I promise you she didn't say that. And then also, her positions in 2019 aren't the same as her positions now. Like, in the past, in 2019, she wanted a ban on fracking. Now she doesn't support a ban on fracking.
Parker, I honestly think that she just copies whatever crowd she's tending to, quite frankly. I know
So is that what Donald Trump did when he said no tax on tips? Is that what Donald Trump said when he specifically went to oil, when he went to
no tax on tips? I think that's great.
Okay, no, but that's what he's pandering. Is that not what he did with saying abortion should be left up to the states? Is that not what he did when he went to fossil fuel execs? Is that not what he did when he went to fossil fuel execs and said that if you give me $1 billion to be able to fund my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts?
But are you dodging my question, or you just don't want to answer it?
No, wait, no, I just addressed it.
Is she not a I mean, you just completely ignored my question.
No, I absolutely addressed it.
I don't think so. You said 2 words about it and then called Donald Trump the same thing. So, I mean, is she not? She goes and, yeah, I mean, I think she absolutely panders to whatever audience she's around. She changes accents.
Okay, so you understand code switching. Code switching is totally legitimate, but as it relates to this, obviously a presidential candidate is going to have different policy on a federal scale than what they would specifically would have in like a local community, because obviously you're going to take into account what voters want in the entire United States if you're governing them, and you take into account what people in Ohio want if you're governing Ohio. So like that's not legitimate. That's what politicians do. Obviously, it is the case that they're going to address what the country wants or what people in a particular area want, given that's who they're governing.
But when you pull a complete 180, when you go from place to place, sure, 5 years has passed and now she's changed her opinion.
JD Vance went from saying that Trump is America's Hitler to being his VP.
8 years ago, before Trump ever set foot in office.
So?
8 years ago, before Trump ever set foot in office.
Yeah, and this was,
right?
and this was,
when
and this was, and this was. Wait. In her position on fracking. Wait, in her position on fracking changed after she got in office. In 2019, she wasn't in office. In 2021, she was in office.
What was her job in 2019, Parker?
She was a senator.
Is that not government?
That's still a change in position in government. You understand that being the vice president is different than being a senator.
Absolutely.
Are you saying someone's position? Are you saying someone's positions can't change?
That's a 180.
No, it's not.
A 180 on so many things.
No, it's not.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
If she went from being a liberal to being like a conservative hack, that would be a 180. But she didn't do a 180 from being like, oh, I'm against fracking to on a national stage. I'm not against fracking right now, but I want to transition away from it in the future. Like that's not a complete. Please listen, or I'll mute you. That's not a complete 180. That is totally legitimate to say in terms of, oh, I just understand that I need a more realistic position now.
Okay. Can I speak?
Well,
yeah.
Well, right quick. Was she not considered the most liberal person in Congress, 5 years ago? And
By
now
who?
she openly calls herself a moderate. A moderate. That's a pretty drastic change. No. Okay. How is she a moderate?
She's a moderate leaning progressive, I would say.
Leaning more progressive?
Yes. Her policy right now, yeah. It's moderate leaning progressive.
So she's baby blue.
Absolutely.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I don't think right now she's the most liberal individual in office.
Who would you give that to? Out of curiosity.
I don't know.
AOC? Probably.
There's probably someone more to the left of AOC.
Fair.
But
So in
AOC would be up there.
2017,
AOC is definitely more left than Kamala Harris is.
in 2017, she said it's not a crime to come across the border illegally.
In what year?
In 2017.
Okay, that's around the same year JD Vance said that Trump is America's Hitler.
That's fine.
Okay, so her position changed over time. Also, what's the title on that? Wait, what's the title on that in 2017?
Oh my gosh!
I just want to find it. Wait, is that not legitimate for me to ask you? What was the title? So I can look it up?
Okay. I believe he's looking.
Yeah, he is. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes before I do get off here today, y'all. All right, do give it a second, y'all. Yeah, Trump was a Democrat, now he's a Republican. J.D. Vance went from saying Trump is America's Hitler to now being his VP, saying that he wouldn't have certified the election results in 2020. That's a total 180.
Say that one more time.
I think it's a total 180 for Trump to be a Democrat to now be a Republican, and for J.D. Vance to go from saying Trump is America's Hitler to now being his VP and saying that he wouldn't have certified the election results in 2020.
Okay. One, Trump has been Republican now openly. He's claimed to be a part of the Republican Party, whatever, for upwards of 30 years. Right? That's different than a 5-year change. That's a 30-year change.
Wait, no, he did not change for 30 years ago. No, he was a Democrat in the early 2000s.
I don't.
Late 90s.
That's not true. He was in a non-partisan.
He was a Democrat in the early 2000s.
Democrat in the 90s.
He literally gave funding to Kamala Harris in 2011.
I would need a source for that. I would need a source for
look
that.
Here, just look up Trump funding to Kamala Harris 2011. You can find it from Snopes. You can find it from CBS. Trump donated to Kamala Harris' campaign when she was a California Attorney General. You can find it from NPR. Donald Trump has donated to Kamala Harris twice.
So, Parker, when do you expect Harris to come out with a list of her policies or what she is going to be running on?
She did. So she came out. She wants to give $6,000 child tax credit.
No, that's not a list. She spoke to a news reporter. It's not her.
No, she gave out a list. She gave out a list while she was like giving a speech.
Okay, again, this isn't something that she can be held liable for because, again, you were talking about her pandering to people. I'm just pandering to somebody.
I don't know what you mean.
She could just be talking out her ass.
No, this is like the policy that she like proposed.
$6,000 per
kid as it relates to a child tax credit thing with a money gun. Can I explain?
$25,000 to houses?
I'll explain what those are. So yeah, the $25,000 subsidy specifically is for first home buyers in terms of new homes. That's to spur the development and the production of houses to bring down costs long term as it relates to housing.
There's thousands of houses being built literally every day.
And it's to incentivize it more. Obviously, they're not being built fast enough to reduce prices, so they're trying to do this to reduce prices long term.
No, people aren't moving into those new homes and selling their old homes because the interest rates are too high. Literally, I own 2 homes. I'm not selling.
The reason why the interest rates are higher is not because of Kamala Harris, it's because of the Federal Reserve. But once the interest rates go down and the subsidy is given, it's going to spur the market.
No, it's actually gonna actually give me more equity because I'll be able to sell my house for $25,000 more.
Not necessarily, because it is the case that only some people in the market get access to it. So it's not an overall thing. If it was the case that everyone was getting $25,000, you'd have a better argument for that. Even then, it wouldn't be true that it's $25,000 more for everything. Like there still would be less than that in terms of the increase in prices. Please let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
So not only would it not be $25,000 even if everyone were given it, but if only like first home buyers for new homes are given it, it's definitely not going to be a $25,000 increase. There are going to be marginal increases in the prices. I'm not disputing that. That's actually intentional. The reason why that's the case is because if you have a greater demand for a particular good, or then it is the case that it's going to lead to a greater production. Okay, because of if there's a higher price, there's more of an incentive to produce.
We have. So here in Florida, I'm in outside of Jacksonville, Florida. We have homes literally sitting and not being sold.
Also, did you want to provide me that source?
Half created. What source?
You were going to give me a source of Kamala Harris saying those things.
Oh, I did.
You didn't. You'd never told me the title. You left and never came back and told me the title.
What's your opinions of her price control policies she's introduced?
Yeah, so as it relates to the pharmaceutical drugs, incredible policy, great policy. I love that policy as it relates to pharmaceutical drugs. I think it's the best way to bring down prices right now for these pharmaceutical drugs.
I don't strongly disagree with you on that. We can
now I have to look more into like the grocery stuff. Now, like if it's price, if the, because they weren't really clear on this. If the price gouging thing is specifically like, oh, if it is the case that they are gouging people given this particular standard, they then step in. Totally fine with that if they're prosecuting that. Now, if it's price caps on groceries, I would disagree with that. But
Well,
like I still do think it's preferable to the Trump
I
economic policy.
I think she was pretty specific because when she introduced it in a conversation about grocery prices, she introduced price control. I mean, I think that's fair.
No, the price controls are specifically for the pharmaceutical drugs. I have to let me check for the price for the grocery store.
Not only, I mean, I'm almost positive now.
Because I would disagree with price caps on groceries.
Quite strongly.
That can it can cause shortages, but it would be better. So yeah, it's a ban on price gouging.
On price gouging.
So it's what I'm saying. It's not what you're saying.
Well, I mean, fair. Who determines whether or not it's price gouging? I mean, chicken farmer.
Yeah, that is a genuine standard. I totally agree with you.
Well, during
like that's gonna be determined by Congress. Congress is gonna set up what they determine. Same thing with this. Like for example,
historically bad at doing such things.
Sure, you could say that, but here I'll give you an example of something else. They both support no tax on tips, right?
Well, did she not copy that from him?
No.
Yes, she did.
Listen, shut the fuck up, both of you. Be quiet and let me speak, dude. Fuck, dude. God damn it, man. Just please, just let me speak.
Okay.
Like genuine. I like every fucking time you guys are just so quick to like try. Now, damn, chill. Bernie Sanders specifically it proposed the same shit well earlier, so it wasn't like something that they created, right? And they stole specifically from Trump. Okay, it came well before this. This is not the first time this came out.
But every news organization right now literally says.
Can I say what I was saying though before this?
Go ahead.
Hand up. Yeah. So as it relates to the context of no tax on tips, you leave it up to Congress. You understand that I make tips. So that could possibly say that I would pay no tax. So they're obviously going to have to set what tips qualify under the no tax on tips. Otherwise, people like me and other types of streamers are going to pay no taxes.
Parker, I think it's pretty easy. I'm not diving into your personal finances, but say you were whatever. I think if a person makes $30K a week, a month, whatever it might be, an obnoxious number, I'm not dissing you. All due respect. But a person who makes an enormous amount of money on tips, sure, regulate that. Absolutely. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. So what's your point? I mean, she did.
$5. Thank you so much. No, my point is that Congress is going to determine this, and they're likely to set something for this, and I think that they would be reliable in establishing that. Now, if they didn't make me pay taxes, that would be fucking great. I'd love that. But it is the case that it's likely going to be the case that if they set up a no tax on tips policy, that it's going to include that I still have to pay taxes.
You sound like a capitalist.
I am a capitalist.
There you go. Then why are you voting for Harris?
Because capitalism isn't just to the Republican Party. There are capitalists on the left wing. For example, the Nordic countries, they have freer economies than we have here in the United States, but they have broader social safety nets. So it's still capitalism, what they have in Northern Europe, but it is the case that people have healthcare, people have education, people have broader social safety nets, people have unemployment insurance, paid family leave, paid sick leave, paternity leave, maternity leave, paid vacation leave. They have all these greater services, yet it still is the case that they are under a capitalist economy.
Obama had the House, the Senate, and himself. Why didn't he pass anything like that?
Elaine, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I mean, I don't think Obama is like as progressive as I am. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Secondly, there's the filibuster.
I would go as far as to say Kamala is the the least capitalist presidential candidate we've ever seen. Would you not agree?
Wait, say that one more time.
I would say that Kamala, however that is the least capitalist-leaning president we've ever had. Candidate. Yeah.
I mean, I would dispute that. I think that's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why would you dispute that?
You said candidate, so even she's saying.
Okay.
You're saying that she's
Candidate's broad. But Yeah. I don't
So
know.
like Bernie Sanders is not as
If
left
she was
wing?
elected, she would not. She would definitely be the least capitalist favoring president ever.
Someone on the primary ticket.
And
Let's not worry about. Let's not worry about
even if
Bernie
that is
Sanders.
true, which I don't think it is true, like I wouldn't care.
But
I
you
care
just
more
said you
about
were
the policy.
pro-capitalism.
That doesn't mean I'm by the way, that doesn't mean I'm pro free market capitalism completely. That just
I
means
didn't say
I'm
that.
okay with capitalism. I
But
never
you
said I'm the
favor
most capitalist
capitalism
ever.
over, say,
But yeah.
socialism.
What?
Would you favor capitalism over socialism?
Yeah, she's not a socialist.
I never said that.
Okay.
I'm just saying you would favor capitalism under any sort of other means of economy.
I don't favor the most capitalist system. That's not my view.
In my view,
but I am a capitalist.
Fair. So wouldn't it worry you to have a president who's very, I'm not going to say anti-capitalist, but she's not a big capitalist herself at all?
I would prefer 90% of socialists over Donald Trump.
It's a little terrifying.
Yeah,
That's a little terrifying.
90% of the socialists in the United States, I'd prefer them over Donald Trump being president.
In what ways?
Because it is the case that they didn't try to overthrow the government. They were not held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. They don't have 34 felonies, right?
There's 34
very clear.
felonies. He's not charged with it.
Say that one more
Or
time?
he's charged, not convicted. He's not convicted yet.
He has been convicted.
No, he's not charged with it yet, and he isn't going to be sitting any time. And that's actually coming up.
He hasn't been
September.
sentenced yet. He has been
Yes.
charged and he has been
It's
convicted.
it's going to be overthrown. I'll get back on here when it does get overthrown, because
It's not going to.
The evidence that they used, the Supreme Court literally said that evidence cannot be used in the court of law. Almost the majority of the evidence that they used in New York cannot be used in a court of law. So that's the reason why they've stayed his sentencing, because it was a sham. So we'll see in a few months what happens with Donald Trump.
Which case is going to get overturned?
All 34 of those charges, every single one of
So
them.
the 34 felonies, what grounds are they going to appeal on?
The Supreme Court. It's not a
No, what grounds are they going to appeal on?
That the evidence that was utilized was falsely or illegally found, or whatever you want to say.
Evidence was illegally found. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Or used.
No, that's not how. No, that's actually
because he had.
They don't have the ability to make the. So by the way, that's not a reason they could admit it, right? So if you're saying that the jury determination would be false because of these particular reasons, that wouldn't be what they can dispute in terms of an appeal. The way that they could dispute it in terms of an appeal is if there's some legal determination that doesn't allow them to, not the determination of the jury.
It's not about the jury. It's literally the judge is going to throw these cases out because the cases themselves should have never went forward because he did have presidential immunity.
Wait, what? Wait, dude. So how could he have presidential immunity prior to being president? Can you please tell me how that makes any sense? How could it be an executive action if he wasn't president yet?
Well, so when those 34 charges were found against him, right, they ended up saying if a few people agree on this one and a few people agree on this one, we'll collect all of those together and say, you know what, yeah, he's
no,
guilty.
so not only did they unanimously determine that he engaged in the falsification of business records with a predicate crime of election interference, when he did this, when he signed those checks, by the way, that was prior to the election. Okay, because the predicate crime was election interference, so he was trying to stop these stories from coming out affecting his election prospects. So actually, there's no way it could be classified under an executive action because he was not president yet.
Well, we'll find out. What was
No, what I just said is completely factual. And actually, you saying that specifically tells me you have no clue what we're referencing. You know nothing about the case, anything. You just tried to say that it was related to his immunity case?
You talking to me?
What?
Then why did they stay? Wasn't his sentencing date last month or the beginning of this month? Why did they stay?
It's in September.
but they stated from
September's next month.
No,
the
it was
immunity
initially
case
in
was
August,
related
at
to
August 11th or something like that.
By the way, everyone, I have only 8 more minutes before I gotta go. But yeah, what were you saying?
Do you not think that case coming up at such a important time in his campaign could have possibly been a form of election interference?
No, because it is the case that he was charged of this way earlier, and it was the case that they didn't even know he was running by the time he was charged with this.
But the court date falling in the middle of his campaign is what I'm trying to get at here.
Okay, that's just the court proceedings. That's how the court proceedings worked because they couldn't try him specifically while he was president. The reason why it was pushed after the election is because you couldn't charge him when he was president.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You think Joe Biden's
so it couldn't possibly have been election interference because the only time they could have tried this was then, right? Like they couldn't do it while he was president, and he committed this action right before becoming president. So there was no way that we could have tried this if it wasn't related to him around the time in which he was president, because he committed the crime right before becoming president.
Wasn't the courtroom way more heavily left-leaning though? I mean, doesn't that?
No,
seem
there were
off?
multiple people on the jury that were likely Republican.
Out of how many?
I'm pretty sure there's 12 people because it's criminal.
There is 12. I'm saying how many Republicans?
There were multiple, like a few. I'm pretty sure it was like 2 or 3 at least were Republican.
Okay, so you have 9 Democrats versus 2 Republicans.
It was a unanimous decision. It didn't have to be unanimous, and yet it still was.
2 Republicans are a lot easier to sway than 6. What I'm saying is the judge was a
so then why didn't the jury? Why didn't the lawyers pick a better jury?
It's not that simple. You can
It is that simple.
You can get the jury reselected, but you cannot hand pick a jury.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can. What are you talking about?
They
Parker?
handpick which people that they don't want on the jury.
You cannot go in there and say,
They can reselect. Yeah, you can reselect, but then they handpick who they want.
What do you mean? You mean, okay, so 30 people get summoned. You're saying they can pick the 12 they want.
They can pick who they don't want, yes.
Who they want or who they don't want?
They pick who they don't want. So inevitably speaking, they pick who they want.
Do both attorneys get a say? Both sides?
I would think so. I'm not quite familiar if that's true, but I know for sure that the defense gets the ability to pick.
Well, I think if you factor in if both attorneys get a say so, the judge is left leaning. We can agree on that. I mean, who do you think is going to end up with a favorable case?
Wait, what did the judge do specifically that limited this?
Well, I'm just saying he's a part of the entire process. Do you think he couldn't have shown a little favoritism in the selection process?
You have to tell me what favoritism he showed.
I mean, it's a hypothetical, I guess. I don't know. I don't have any evidence of that, but I'm saying.
So I mean, so my point is that you're assuming all of these things are true rather than looking at the content of the case and the jury determination.
Didn't his daughter?
Because this is a criminal court. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. So I think it's funny that you guys are like, the reason why you're not going to accept the SA case is because it's in a civil court. But whenever we have felonies in a criminal court, you're still not accepting it.
When did I say that?
Okay,
I mean,
so would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I'm not informed enough on that case to tell you one way or the other. That's the best.
Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Like I said, I'm not educated on that case, so I couldn't tell you. People get framed for things all the time. Is it a possibility?
Is it likely for them to be framed? Because only around 2 to 10% of reports even are false.
When you talk about somebody being a SA, a registered S offender, can I say that? Whatever. I mean, I think we would be. I think we would. Well,
Trump is a violent sexual offender. That is true.
Unanimously decide it was without a shadow of a doubt.
No, he's not.
He's a violent sexual offender because he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll. He's a violent sex offender.
Does he have to register?
In the courtroom, they decided that
he doesn't necessarily have to register because it's civil court.
Okay, then
registry is for criminal.
Okay, he wasn't found criminal.
I never said he was found criminal, but you didn't accept. Wait, so now I think it's funny that you don't accept it based upon criminality. So you just ran right into the point I made. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That was the whole point of me bringing this up. Thank you very much.
Because he didn't get charged in a criminal case.
Wait, do you think OJ is guilty?
He didn't get charged in a criminal case.
Do you think OJ was guilty?
No.
You don't? Wow, that's kind of interesting.
I think he could have been. I think he probably was, quite frankly. But we're talking about.
That was a civil case, by the way.
He was.
I never once said, Parker. I never once said that all civil cases were wrong. We're right.
So
what
why
I'm
do you
saying
dispute
is,
this civil case?
Because, like I said, I'm not educated on it. But if it was never brought upon a criminal court, right? He was never found guilty under that. There is a possibility that this woman, I'm not saying one way or the other, could have come out openly, said this, and this. And I mean, all of a sudden he's found liable in a civil court. That's absolutely possible. But I mean, I don't know. I think it's hard to say one way or the other if I'm not personally educated.
Didn't Trump's ex-lawyer end up not being able to actually be a witness in his criminal trial for actually covering it up and hiding it? So the judge actually
just tell me who's wait. So show me a source.
Prevented his ex-lawyer who flipped and went to the Democratic Party or went to the opposing side, and then ended up was not able to be a witness or a character witness or even asked.
That's false. That's from AP News. That's false. Merchan did not bar Smith from testifying. This is a AP News fact check. Specifically, judge in Trump's hush money trial did not bar campaign finance expert from testifying for defense.
And who's that from?
AP News.
Okay.
AP News is very credible.
Wow. Well, we'll find out next month. And if it gets dismissed, it gets dismissed. And I'd love to come back on here and talk to you about it, about his criminal case. And then he won't be a felon. Then what? Are you still going to call him a felon?
I wouldn't call him a felon if he got dismissed.
Okay, but there's people in your chat that are like, well, Donald Trump put 3 people on the Supreme Court, so that's.
Wait, do you see how I'm consistent though? Like, I wouldn't call him a felon if it is the case that the case wasn't there. But even if the case is there, you still won't call him a felon.
Okay. So do you put an asterisk next to his essay because he's only found criminally liable for it?
I always ask people, would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? I always say that.
Is it concerning to me? Absolutely, it's concerning to me. But at the same time, over the last 9 years, people have been going at Donald Trump and bringing up old cases where he was
because of things that he's done. He's committed crimes. He's done bad things, and I don't think you should support someone who's done those types of things. Now, I don't think that's crazy for me to say. I don't think it's insane. I think it's a basic thing that you need to acknowledge because clearly what he's done is bad. But if either of you have like last things you want to say, go for it real quick because I do have to get off.
All right. I appreciate the talk.
Appreciate it. Yep. All right, everyone, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. I am about to get off, though, right now. Should I send everyone over to Will, or should we send everyone over to RTP, who's looking at the Democratic National Convention? Which one? Will, who is specifically talking about Free Palestine, or what's it called? RTP. Both. Okay, either go to, most people are saying Will, it seems. All right, everyone. We can go to Will or RTP. Either look up Will's backup with a Z or look up RTP Talks and spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. Thank you to Tom Sugg. Thank you so much. Look up Will's backup with a Z or look up RTP Talks, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. Love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, y'all. Peace out, everyone.